All right, we're going live, guys. We are officially live at Global Maker Day. Woo-hoo! This is so exciting. We are right now here in Miami, Florida at Sheikh Khalil School, Community School, and we are so thrilled to be hosted by this amazing school. And while most of the organizers here, oh, give me one sec. And while most of us organizers, I'm hearing myself too, sorry. And while we are here live, most of the organizers, I have myself, Jamie, Mary Alice is here. We have Amy Store and Katie McNamara. But we also have Michael Drudzik up in New York at last year's host school. Michael, do you want to wave and say hello?
How's it going? I am coming to you live from Angola, New York in Lakeshore CSD. We were last year's host school, and while we miss hosting, we are super excited to be joining in here with classrooms around Lakeshore today. So I just wanted to have the kids say hello. Are we ready for Global Maker Day?
Yeah! That's great. Awesome. Okay, so we're super excited to be here with Michael as well, even virtually, and also here with an incredible school. And I'm going to tell you that the person that is our host school, the connection here is Nancy Pinchev. And Nancy has been part of Global Maker Day every single year. Her students have been coming in and sharing. Nancy right here, who tried to run away, is getting ready to do the first session. It's super exciting. I cannot wait to hear all the things that have happened here at this school in the past 5 events. If you don't know this already, this is our 5th event yet, and it's just gotten better every single year. You guys have done such a great job. We cannot wait to see what you're making. So whatever your students create, whatever you make sure to put it out on Twitter using hashtag Global Maker Day. We're going to be watching that. We're going to be showcasing the amazing work you're doing, and we can't wait to see what you're doing with challenges. In addition, I'm going to go ahead and show you here in this space. In addition to that, we also have challenges. Every hour we have a different presenter coming in. Excuse me, every half an hour we have a different presenter coming in and sharing from all over the world. I believe we have 6 different countries represented, even just from our presenters. And what's so cool about this is we have over 75,000 students joining in today from 40 countries, 45 of the US states, and over 800 attendees joining in. So this is just an incredible thing as far as those classrooms joining in. We cannot wait to see what you guys create, because this is the best part, is seeing how you take one challenge, all the challenges, or your own challenge, and how you create and make all day long. So as we got that going, we have Nancy starting us off. We have things going on here in the makerspace that will be happening here. And I want to just also give a shout out to Sheikh Khalil's amazing IT director who has made this happen, and her team here, because one, it's so cool to see a woman IT director. That's amazing. But 2 is she just made everything. Oh yeah, let me do that. Let me do that. Let me do that. Like she knew all, she was ahead of the game. So we're really thankful for that. You can see us going here, streaming live here in the background. We are going to have different activities and classrooms coming in all day. They're working on some projects that they've been working on to begin with. Of course, this time they're actually taking a challenge and they're looking at a design that is going to really meet the environmental needs of their society. So how are they going to make changes in their place that's going to demonstrate some really cool stuff? And Nancy, we're ready to let you take this away and let your kids run with it.
Well, hello, everybody. Let me grab a stool here so I can see the shot. Hello, everybody.
You can just keep looking here and I'll be in the background.
So my name is Nancy Pinchev. I teach here at Sheikh Khalil Community School. And I teach kindergarten through 5th grade in a class we call Social Studies Lab. So we do projects based on social studies that they're learning in their classrooms. And then we also have, excuse me, coding and robotics that we have going on in my class as well. I teach kindergarten through 5th grade, and today I have some students from different grade levels who worked on projects last year in Maker. And our topic today is making Maker personal and relevant. So what we have done over the last few years is create scenarios for our kids to work on that brings Maker to them so that they are doing something that's benefiting themselves and their families. So our challenge today is to create your model playground or a piece of equipment on your playground that you would love to have. So first, come on over, guys. So these are some second graders here. And come over a little bit more, a little bit more. There you go. So these are some of our second graders. And when they were in first grade, they worked on a playground project here at our school, and they actually designed what's going to be built in our playground for ECE students first grade. And now that they're second grade, they don't actually get to play on it when it gets finished, but we're going to make sure that they get some time on it. So I'm going to ask them some questions about their project. So why did you do the playground project?
Oh, hold on. Hold on. They're hearing me through here. I'm going to switch over the headphones, guys. Okay, sorry about that. All right, Nancy.
Okay, so Tali,
Speak loudly, guys, so they can hear you.
yell like you yelled at your brother, okay? So, why did you guys do the playground project?
I did this project because my school wanted to change the playground and they wanted the children to design it for them.
Okay, guys, why did you do the playground?
We did the project because the kindergarten, first grade, and pre-K needed to use the playground.
Okay, so what were things that you did to get ready for the project? Tell us about Tali, will tell us about measuring, and then you guys will tell us about maps, okay?
I tried to measure the playground to see how long it was going to be in order to do stuff.
So while this was a social studies project that we worked on, we also brought in math, and they actually went out and measured the playground to see how big it was and what would fit there and what wouldn't fit there. So you guys, can you tell us about the maps that we made?
We designed the playground on a piece of paper.
Yeah, so we studied maps and what you have to have, like a legend or a key and a title, and then they put all of that into their map that they made. Okay, we also got ready for the PBL by doing a lot of teamwork games to build teamwork within our school. Liam and Noam, can you tell us about your teamwork games?
We made a marshmallow playground.
So they worked together to figure out what was working and what wasn't working, and what they felt would be good. They learned how to work together a lot through their process. And that was one of our big skills that we worked on, was teamwork. Tali, can you tell us about our expert visitors who came in?
People came in to give us advice so we know what to do for the playground. They gave us advice for safety rules. For example, if we would put something that's not safe, they would tell us to change it for something more safe.
Yeah, so we had our school nurse came in, Lisa came in, she was here just a minute ago. She came in, and Mr. Katan came in, and Noam's grandma. Noam, can you tell us about what your grandma came in for? His grandmother's an architect, so she came in to teach us about architecture, and she gave everybody architect things like rulers and compasses, I believe. And then Mr. Katan is a landscape architect, so he came in to talk about what we needed for the ground and all that good stuff. Okay, Tali, can you tell us about planning and researching playgrounds?
We looked at playgrounds. When we found something we liked, it gave us an idea for our own playground.
And we actually had the playground designers come in and meet with us so that our kids would know what some of the options were. All right, Noam and Liam, can you tell us what you did to build your model of the playground? So that's what Tali just did. So we're right here. Can you tell us what you did to build your playground?
Building the marshmallow playground and eating.
So what did you do when you were making the model for that your group made? What did you build? Yeah, what did you build something specific on your playground?
Yes.
What did you build, Liam?
A zip line.
A zip line? Noam, do you remember what you built?
Yeah.
A slide. And Tali, do you remember what you built? What did you build? Swings. We had climbing walls. We had lots of cool stuff going on, right? Okay, so what was your favorite part of the playground project?
My favorite part of the project was when we had to plan it out. I drew on a piece of paper because I was drawing. I love my drawing.
Okay.
Building the marshmallow playground.
You like eating that part? All right. Thank you guys. Go have a seat. Now, come guys. Yeah. My next group are, they were third graders last year. They're fourth graders this year. Say hi. This is Bernardo and Eyal. Eyal is actually Tali's brother back there. And Tali, Bernardo, and Eyal are cousins. So They were all excited to come over today. Our third grade works on a project every year called Mador Vidor, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and it means from generation to generation. And they research something a story that's important to their family. They take a person in their family and they tell the story of that person, or multiple people, they tell their stories. So it's been very interesting. Noam, have a seat. It's been very interesting to learn about themselves through this project as well. So guys, why did you do the Mador Vidor project?
I did it because our school wanted us to learn about how we I did it. I did the Midori project to tell about the history of my past generation. So I interviewed my great grandfather named Zayde. I learned a lot of information about him that I learned.
So we did a lot to get ready for this project. Before we ever started working on it, we had two of our rabbis come in and talk about artifacts from their lives. So do you guys have anything you want to share from Rabbi Green and Rabbi Sprung?
Yeah. In order to get ready for this project, we learned that our ancestors made us who we are. We can look for objects that they used to use. In order to get ready for this project, I learned about what Midor means from generation to generation. So we learned about artifacts, and I found my great grandfather's dress that he wore on the day of his bris.
Excellent.
We're gonna need to bring the kids a little bit closer.
Okay, go, come on, go.
It's hard to hear you guys because you're so quiet. Don't be shy. It's just
You would-
global.
They're not like this in class, I can promise you that. Okay, so one of the other things we did after we met with the rabbis and we saw some of their artifacts, we asked our families, do you have an artifact you would like to bring in? So we had a little artifact museum. Do one of you want to share about the artifact museum?
There was one day in school where all of the students brought artifacts and displayed them on different tables. The parents and the entire grade was invited to come walk around and see our family artifacts, and we answered questions that they had. I brought in my grandfather's dress that he wore on the day of his birth. We can learn about our ancestors' special artifacts. My school set up a museum showing everyone's artifacts.
So we also had, we were reading a book. What's the book that you read? Toba's Passage. Yeah. So in Toba's Passage, it talks about a girl who is immigrating from Poland. And one of the students, when they were reading that in class, said, oh, my grandfather's from Poland. And that kind of started something where the kids found out where their families were from. And we found out there were lots of stories. So a lot of the grandparents and parents started coming in to visit, including who came in from your family.
My great-grandfather.
You want to tell us about it?
So my great-grandfather came in and he told us about his life. And I think he brought something, I forgot what. And he talked about his life and he told us a story and that the Jews were getting treated differently and that it wasn't fair and he had to do stuff to try and get rid of it. So one day my grandparent visited my class. He was talking about his life story from when he was born. He brought an amazing book showing pictures of him from every year of his class.
And how many cousins do you have at our school? So there are 19 cousins from this one family here. So having their grandfather come in was, I'm going to say I just cried a little bit that day. Yeah, 19. So we also practiced interviewing because part of what their project was to interview the people in their family. So we practiced interviewing by interviewing our administration team. So we had principals and coordinators come in. One of you talk about that? Who wants to do that one?
All the children had to go and ask Dr. Wagner questions that you would ask your relatives to answer back. Then you would write it down on a piece of paper.
So we practiced active listening as well. That was one of the things that we really talked about looking at the person, listening to what they're saying so that you could follow up with a question maybe that you didn't write down yet. So we recorded our videos. We recorded videos of the interviews so that we could go back and read them later and listen to them later and take notes. All right, so we wrote interview questions. Y'all, you want to tell us about writing interview questions?
So in class, we had to take down notes of what we said. We wore earphones, so we wrote down our notes in order to help us write up our copy. And wear earphones to listen to what we interviewed said. Take little notes and then actually make it into a biography.
Okay, so now let's skip down to the last. Our high schoolers were actually doing a very similar project on women, Jewish women. So they came in and talked with our students in third grade at the time about what they were doing, and they were super impressed because the students that they were talking to knew the same language and had the same verbiage, and they were very impressed with that. Let's skip down to the last part about creating a visual project. So can you guys tell us what your visual project was that went with your interview?
For my visual project, I made a matching game about my great-grandfather. My dad took me to Michael's and I bought some wooden tiles, some construction paper, and some glue. My mother ordered some pictures for me to use. In class, I took my materials and put it all together. I cut out the red and blue construction paper and glued it to each tile. I also wrote some questions on each tile and the answer on the matching tile. When it was done, it was fun to play. I loved watching my family and friends play my game and learn about my favorite.
So before Bernardo starts, the kids could pick any kind of visual project to make. Some kids made timelines. We had scrapbooks, we had games, we had movies, we had a million different things that they made. And it was just whatever they wanted. So that's what made it really personal and relevant to them, that it was what they wanted. Tell us about what you made.
When I went to Mexico, the person that I interviewed had already passed away. So his wife, I interviewed her, and after she gave me an artifact of him to keep for the rest of my life, and she gave me pictures to put in my album. So I put pictures and said and talked about where they were, what they were doing at that time, and
So you made an album. Cool. Well, thank you guys. You guys can head back to class now. And fifth graders, come on over. So last year, you don't want to do work? I'm sorry, no, I don't want to do work. Sorry. I know. Okay, so these are two of our fifth graders. Last year in fourth grade, the fourth grade teachers and I were trying to figure out what we could do that would be a meaningful activity for our fourth grade to show what they've learned about Florida history. So what we decided, what we kind of brainstormed and what we came up with was a fun way to teach Florida history. And we kind of, now it may be an amusement park, but we didn't want to limit the students with what they had to do. We wanted them to think of any way that they could teach Florida history in a fun way. So can you tell us about what the Teaching Florida History in a Fun Way project, the amusement park project was for you guys?
Yeah, so we did this project because some kids like to do something fun in class and not just sit down on the desk and write a piece of paper. So our teachers thought that it would be more fun to make a project about certain things.
So what were some of the activities that you did to get ready? Tell us how we did the kickoff with the Avatar video.
So we learned about our topic and then we drew an overview.
Wait, start with the Avatar first. Oh, hold on. So let me tell you about Avatar. So we were trying to find a kickoff because within PBL, we know that there's supposed to be a major kickoff. So we found the making of the Avatar theme park, right? And we watched that video. First, they said, what's a fun way? And they made a list of a bunch of fun ways to teach Florida history. And then they watched that video and then they came up with more ideas and added that. So tell us what you have.
We learned about our topic and then we drew an overview of how we want it, kind of an idea of how we want it to look.
Okay. So what kind of research about amusement parks did you do?
So we looked at maps of amusement parks to decide what we wanted to do and what other people would like.
Okay. We also had an expert visitor come in for this project. You want to tell us about the expert visitor?
We had Mr. White to come in and he was an engineer.
So he taught them about some of the engineering process and ideate and all that good stuff and also about engineering with having things moving and stuff. So he taught them about that. And then one of the things we did last year that was so great was we started a grid pal with a school in California, and they were 8th graders, and our kids would record what their thoughts were and talk about their project and where they were. And then those students would listen to it and give us feedback. So tell us what you thought about sharing with grid pals.
So we thought it was really good because we got feedback from not only our classmates, but also from people that are not in our school and what they really.
So when these kids were in third grade, we did the Medora Lador project, and we were trying to work on feedback then. So we would listen to each other, and everybody just kept saying it was great, but it wasn't really great. So they didn't really know how to give feedback. But when we worked with this school in California, excuse me, through Flipgrid, they used words like glows and grows. So our kids started using that with each other too, and it really became an amazing thing. So what's your next question? Okay, so we practiced our presentations to get feedback from our classmates too. Gael, you want to tell us about that?
So we did grows and glows, and grows are like things that we need to improve on, and glows are things that we're like good at.
Okay, and what did you build for your project?
Okay, so first we planned out our project, and like we said, we made overviews, and we used recyclables to make our project, and so we could teach other people about social studies that like get in the family.
Okay, what did your group make?
So my group, we made a ride, but we made them small because we were at a cardboard, and we made a ride like in the air and a boat ride, and our topic of love.
Okay, and what did your group make?
So our topic was land and water. So we kind of like did like a little boat ride. It was like a roller coaster. So like.
And you guys asked questions during I don't remember if you guys asked questions during the ride, or was it during the wait time?
No, we taught them during the wait time, but then we asked questions during the ride.
So we had escape rooms, we had
escape rooms, we had rides,
3D theaters, yeah, all kind of different things. Okay, we had laser tag. That's right, we had that too. What was your favorite part of this project?
My favorite part was building our part of the theme park, because like we had more fun than just like sitting in class and just like learning about it and stuff.
Okay, what was your favorite part?
My favorite part was like the same building it, because you also you're like with your friends and you get to like do something with them that you get more feedback with, that more people would like to see.
Yeah. And it was very messy, right? It was very messy, but it was very fun. And we got to use lots of different kinds of materials. We collected a lot of recyclables. My room was a little bit of a mess during that time because first grade was working on their playgrounds and fourth grade was working on this. And so we had a lot of stuff going on.
Boats and ships, we used like cans and.
Yep, we used all kinds of things and turned them into something new. It's pretty exciting. So, yeah, Ariella here, her sister Sarah presented for Global Maker Day a few years ago as well. And so these two girls are also in another project that we do called Girls Building STEAM. And Girls Building STEAM is a project where any of the girls from third grade and up at our school, we go from ECE through 12th grade. So any of the girls third grade and up can come in and join us for Girls Building STEAM. And they pick a problem. Last year, we picked a problem in the environment.
We both did recycling.
And they worked on recycling. This year, they're picking any problem they see anywhere. We make a presentation about it, and then we create something visually. Last year, we made fashion. So you want to tell them about your fashion project?
So we made like a recyclable jacket out of shopping bags.
And then so our skirt was like fabric, but then we had like recyclables just on the skirt.
Yeah, packing bubbles covered the skirt. And Ariella's grandmother actually came in to help us figure out how to put the raincoat together, because I don't know how to do any of the sewing stuff, but I know how to find people who do. So our middle school, Ariella's mom actually is one of our middle school teachers. So she came in and helped us. Miss Lazar came in, Mr. Savick came in, Miss Mizels came in and taught us about tie-dye. So we had, and Maura Rosa came in, Miss Schwartz came in. We had tons of people who came in from our school to kind of give us some feedback and give us ideas and help us do stuff. We had teachers, Miss Gutierrez, Miss Hinkus, and Miss Kirsten came in to help us with research. So everybody at our school had the opportunity to come in and help. And we reached out to other people as well. This year, what's your topic this year?
So this year I'm doing the wildfires.
At the Amazon wildfires. And so right now we're working on documentary. So they've written their script now. And then we'll figure out in January, we're going to have a whole month-long experience with different artists and different art mediums that they can use. They can do fashion again if they want to. They can combine fashion with other arts. So just whatever they want to do. So what's your favorite part of Girls Building STEAM?
So my favorite part of building STEAM is like, so first you research about your project, so you learn a lot about what you're doing when you're, so then you build like, or you do something that's related to the project. That's like my favorite part because you are learning and now you could tell other people to help you with it.
In a fun way. And they get to pick all of their own topics and their own everything. So it's completely self-driven, right? What was your favorite part of Girls Building STEAM?
My favorite part was like painting it, like sewing it, and ironing it, like all like the crafts.
Yeah. You guys made the shoes for your group too, right?
Yeah, those are
Tell us about the shoes that you made. So everybody got a plain white pair of tennis shoes. And what did you do to them?
So we like did like brands of sodas, like Sprite, Fanta, Coke. We wrote it on the shoes, and then we put little pieces of those
we
cans.
cut up soda cans and like put them like on the shoes.
Yeah, it was amazing to see. They did an amazing job. So you guys had the jacket, the skirts, you had bags,
Yeah.
and you had jewelry as well that we were able to sell to raise some money for Girls Building STEAM again. So we presented Girls Building STEAM in different places, and we absolutely love sharing what we're doing and trying to get other people to do similar projects. And if you're interested, we can definitely help you out. If you would like, I'm going to be tweeting out a link to my website with the plans for all the projects that we talked about today, plus our second grade election plan that I couldn't get anybody to come and talk about, and our fifth grade, they were now in sixth grade, their robotics plan that they made last year. So I have all of those lesson plans on my website. I'll be tweeting it out. It's nancypinchev.com. And I'll tweet it out so you can see the links to that as well. And we'll link you to our, if you search hashtag Girls Building STEAM, we're on Instagram and Twitter with @Girls Building STEAM. So you can check us out there too. All right, guys, thank you very much. So your challenge for our presentation was to make a playground piece of equipment. We would love to see what you made. If you will put it onto the Flipgrid, we would love to see it. I know the boys and Tali would love to see what you made based on what they shared. If you have any questions about anything that we talked about, you want to know more about our PBL, about our maker, or about our school, just let me know. I'll be glad to share with you all the stuff that we do. How much time do I have? Oh, that's it. Okay, so we're getting close. I just saw that. I didn't even say there was a clock there. Okay, so let me tell you about our second grade election project that is going on right now. Our second grade, part of their social studies curriculum is learning about elections and what citizens are and what citizens do. So we made our own What If Everybody Did That book. That's a book that you can find on Amazon. It's an amazing book about good citizenship. So, sorry, somebody's knocking on the door. So we made our own Halil edition of that book, including the teachers and the administration here at our school and what would you do for different things that happen here at our school. And now we've created an election. Our second graders have selected 10 book characters that we're going to try to have an election in November about what's the favorite book character for Halil. The second graders have written out a persuasive argument about why you should vote for that person. They've created chatter picks commercials where the characters there, we made the line and the mouth is moving. And then they've also created posters that we're going to hang up and encourage people to vote for their person. Then we also have a application for the voter registration. In addition to that, we have voter registration cards. And the second graders decided that our second grade through fifth grade would vote. Kindergarten and first grade, they didn't feel could read enough to do it. So that's who they selected to vote. People can vote, but they don't have to register to vote. But if you don't register, you can't vote. So they really went through the whole voter process to figure this out. And the plans for all of that is also going to be shared with you. Our fifth grade project is taking one of the robots. We have lots of different kinds of robots in our school. And they played with all of the robots we have. And then they decided to teach a class, a younger class, or one group chose an older class, something about one of our holidays using that robot. So we had Spheros teaching about the parting of the seas. We had Dash and Dot teaching about
Pesach, which was the holiday that we chose, about how to clean for Pesach, about what foods we eat at Pesach. We had all of the different robots from Ozobot to Kibo to Cubeto, all of them teaching the kids that came up with their whole lessons. They contacted the teachers, set up a time, they sent their lesson plan to the teacher and got feedback from that teacher. And then they went out and taught it. And then they gave the kids some kind of assessment to see if they had learned what they wanted them to learn. And it was really an amazing project. So I have the plans for that for you guys to look at too. So that's it. All right. We made it. Okay. I never know how much time if I'm talking too much.
I know.
Yeah.
And we have David Lockett that's going to be starting with us very
Yay.
soon.
Hi,
I'm really excited about that. I just want to ask a question, Nancy.
Mm-hmm.
You started this 5 events ago.
Yeah.
So like, what was that's one of the questions that I think when we first talked,
Mhm.
the impact of Global Maker Day on your campus.
So I wish that Shalom Lev was here. He was my very first student that presented with me, but he is on the field trip right now to Washington, D.C. So he was very sad that he couldn't be here today. But Shalom Lev and I started talking about Maker. I kept going to conferences. I kept seeing and I kept saying, oh, it's just one more thing. I can't do one more thing. And then I kept, well, let's try it. Let's do a club. So Shalom Lev and I started a club, and he would come up with challenges and kids would do it. We had anywhere from just him and his brothers to 10 to 15 kids come in. And after that success with that program, we started adding it into our curriculum because the kids loved it. And the first year was just make whatever. And we actually have a virtual museum of that that's on my bulletin board that people can look at from the current 6th, 7th, and 8th graders that they made. And then it just kind of took off from there. Then we integrated it into our social studies lab curriculum. So they were building in 4th grade based on the missions that were in Florida. And the 5th grade was building based on the 13 colonies or whatever they were working on at that time. And it kind of took over. We even have a few teachers who put makerspaces into their classrooms as well. Some of it is a brain break time, and some of it is like, okay, so now we've just learned about this in math. Can you show it to me in another way? So it's really taken on a life of its own. We created a whole makerspace in my room, and then this room actually came out of that as well, where we just want kids to have fun and show what they're learning. And Maker is a great way to do that. We do it with Legos. We do it with trash. Parents will bring me broken toys all the time and say, do you want? I'm like, yes, I want. Yes, I want. Right now we're collecting water bottles and toilet paper rolls because we have an idea of something we might want to do with that. So we just take anything that somebody will give us, and the kids have the freedom to come up with whatever. Yeah. We have STEM, or was a STEAM club on Thursday mornings with one of our students, Shmuel Baruch. He is the leader of the school newspaper on Tuesdays, and then STEAM on Thursdays. And if you come to school around 7:30, you can come in to 7:55. And right now we're making trains that are going to move based on air pressure. That's our goal. I don't know what it's going to look like. And that's my thing, is the kids get really frustrated with me because they'll be like, what do you want it to look like? What am I supposed to do? And I go, I don't know. You have to figure it out. So
that's, speaking of which, a lot of you teachers have been really frustrated with Global Maker Day because it's like, tell me my supplies, tell me exactly how to do these challenges, what these challenges look like exactly. Yep. What is the final product supposed to look like? And it's like, I don't know. You will see, right?
Yeah.
It's going to look different for every class. So I just love the fact that people have taken the challenge. Your school took a challenge 5 years or 5 events ago, 4 years ago, and you have been just rocking and rolling. So we're so thankful for your campus and for your vision.
I'm glad you guys came. I'm glad we saw each other at the time where you were looking for something. I was like, yes, we could do that.
I know. I'm like, Miami? Yes. Love it. So we're going to move over to David. Thank you so much for sharing your students with us.
Thanks.
All right, guys. I know we have another classroom coming in here right now, so we're going to let those kids start to come on in. And we're going to be moving over to David. David, I'm going to get you started. If you want to go ahead and unmute, as well as get your video on. And we're going to be sharing what's going to be happening here in this next section. So our next session with David is build your own microbit watch from an old pair of jeans and t-shirt. Kate, interestingly enough, said, you know, I'm not real familiar with microbit, but I'm pretty sure a jeans and a t-shirt is not going to make a microbit watch. So if you have to have a microbit, I'm guessing. David, let me go ahead and turn you up here.
Sure.
All right, go ahead and speak. Let's make sure we can hear you.
Good morning, Global Maker
Can
Day.
you guys hear him?
I don't hear you on my end.
All right. Good morning.
Make sure that your speaker is set up correctly here. I'm gonna move over so these kids can come in and get their making on. All right. Okay. So I don't know if we hear you yet, David. Okay.
Yes.
So he's able to hear loud and clear. It's probably my speakers then. I'll go ahead and get reconnected. So David, go ahead and take it away.
Hey, good morning. My name is David Lockett. I'm a STEM teacher at Bach Academy in Lake Wales, Florida. We are spotlighting various microbit projects, making, and the entire STEM process. Today, we're at the Florida Charter Schools Conference, and our students are tech leaders. They are leaders that are chosen among various students from our school that come and assist and set up technology and get a better idea of the practical purposes of STEM and making. So today, we're going to show you some of those activities. We're going to talk about some microbit projects that we're doing, and you're going to get a full glimpse into our STEM world. I've got 2 students with me, luckily, that have worked on these microbit projects, and they're very excited to kind of give you an idea of why they like using microbits, how they've used them, and some of the practical uses. You come right in.
So I like microbit because it doesn't just tell you exactly what to do. It helps you experiment with coding, and it helps you do whatever you want to do. It doesn't just tell you exactly what to do. It gives you some steps, and then you can go from there and experiment on your own.
So with using these microbits, are you better able to express yourself with code or different projects?
Yes, because it just lets you do whatever you want. It doesn't tell you exact instructions. It just tells you what to do, and you do whatever you want with those instructions.
Are you able to add in, I guess, recyclable materials and different objects with your microbit?
Yes.
Okay. Did you work on the global projects for microbits?
Yes.
How did you like doing that?
I liked it a lot because it kind of throws us into real world problems, because some kids are like, when will I use this in real life? Or
okay, this is actually why I do need to have the headphones on.
that kind of gives us an idea of how to use that.
Okay. Well, would you mind sharing with them your global project? And
My global project is something that feeds animals in the ocean, because a lot of people don't have time, or now it's not that huge of a problem, but it might be in the future, because humans use other animals to eat and produce products. So if animals start dying in the ocean or on land, then we're going to suffer from it too, not just them.
So we got these global projects that are under development, and I've got one more student that I'm going to switch over to. Thank you for sharing that this morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes. So here we are here at Global Maker Day. And I know that you've worked on these various projects in several of our classes. What have you enjoyed the most about working with microbits?
The thing I've enjoyed most about working with microbit is that it engages collaborative thinking, because when people come together, they can do anything. It also increases attentive expand, and there's no cost investment, unlike other projects. When you have to build a computer, it costs like more than $70, I think.
Right. So when you're building on these different projects, are you able to, I guess, code games? Are you able to build games? Can you add different electronics in Arduino?
You can. The thing I also like about microbit is that it's what, like, in our current society, all we do is take. But when you work with the microbit, you give, because the latest thing that the microbit has done is trying to expand on the idea of saving our Earth from what happens. So instead of taking, we give back.
Oh, wow. So yeah, those global goals projects, they've been very successful. I know you're still working on yours, right?
I am.
Okay. Well, I thank you both for your time. Just come right in. We'll get you in. Thank you both. Come a little bit closer. We're going to pivot over. Thank you. We do thank our students for coming here to Global Maker Day today. Kind of see them here. Thank you. I want to let them pivot back because they've actually got some assignments to do this morning. Now we're going to take a peek into some of the projects that we've been working on with our microbits. When we look at these various projects, you're going to get a peek into our makerspace. You're going to see how that process is hands-on and the different ideas and the different challenges that we've been working on in our classroom. So I'm going to pivot over here to let you take a look. Very exciting stuff. Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome to Global Maker Day. My name is David Lockett. I'm a STEM teacher at Bach Academy in Lake
Hey, David,
Florida.
we still see you instead of your screen. Do you want to screen share?
Sure, let me make sure. How's that?
That's great. If you just want to maximize that page, push play, and we'll be good to go.
STEM teacher at Bach Academy in Lake Wales, Florida. I'm very excited that you're joining us here for Global Maker Day. We've got several different projects that are going on. We want to show you how you can repurpose old clothing and other pieces and items to make microbit watches and many other items that can be coordinated with microbits. Now, today we're going to show you how to repurpose, reuse, or also
Sorry, David, we weren't muted. If you want to go ahead and turn back on your sound.
how these ideas are ubiquitous and how they can add to your overall learning environment. Exposure to STEM and math is a cornerstone of our 21st century learning. Having students become proficient in STEM-related skills is vital for our global economy and workforce. Giving all students the opportunity to integrate these real-world scenarios, giving them hands-on technology, giving them opportunities to encounter STEM outside of the school, and providing hands-on experience allows students to gain early exposure and in turn become more successful as they prepare for secondary careers which align to their various strengths and interests. Different activities that you're going to see today are a mixture. You're going to see middle grades, you're going to see students doing exposure to coding, you're going to see students making different choices about their projects. You know, they're taking advantage of every learning opportunity they can. We want to bridge that learning gap. We want to bridge the gap so all students have access. So the end result is they're connected. We want them to learn the best way they can. We want them to embrace these tools and meet the needs of all students so they can in turn change our teaching and change the learning environment. So as you're following along, you're getting a glimpse into our makerspace. We try to get a variety of different projects to work on. The projects that you're going to see today are kind of a mixture from our lab, and then we'll kind of end it with some of our various microbit projects that we're working on. We're going to give you the step-by-step instructions for you to make your own microbit watch, as well as you're seeing our students starting the process of making their own microbit pets. A lot of the projects that we work on, of course, are hands-on, they're forward-thinking, they're technology-driven. Adding in those current events is crucial for student understanding because you want them to get a better idea of the world that's around them. As we work on these various projects, it's been a guided process for understanding. You know, they're understanding better, you know, how JavaScript and HTML plays a big role in what we do. And I surely think that, you know, as we've worked on our microbit projects and as we worked on, you know, various coding projects, like this is the Tinker Spiderweb activity that's out now, they get a better understanding and a better idea of the how and the why. When you're using these various tools and, you know, they're coming to better understand, you know, the how and why these tools are important, you know, you want them to have fun. You want them to come away with a better understanding of, hey, this is why this is important, and this is how we're getting there. As you see, a lot of these activities. Exposure to science, technology, engineering, and mathematics is a cornerstone of 21st century education. I found that proficiency in STEM-related skills is vital to being competitive, not only in our classroom, but being part of a competitive workforce. It's all of our jobs to lead and push to integrate these real-world scenarios into our educational and daily activities, whether by introducing our students to new technologies they'll encounter outside of the classroom, or by providing hands-on experiences all the way from middle to high and so forth. We want these students to learn, and we want them to come away with new ideas, interests, and strengths that align with careers in making. We want to give them intelligent choices in new ways they can find out about different pathways. So what do you like about STEM and making?
I like the creativity, and I like how you're the own boss of your own world. You can control what it says, you can control what it does, and so.
What do you like about STEM and making?
It's just fun and it helps me express my creativity.
So why do you like making in STEM, and why is it important?
Because I like to be creative and have fun, and it's cool.
What's the best thing about making?
Having fun and being creative and doing something.
Coconut spider. What's a coconut spider? It's just
All right, as you follow along right now, you're getting a glimpse into our latest project. As we're wrapping up our Microbit Watch, the students are actually starting the coding process of their Microbit Pet. So one of our students decided to do a coconut spider. So you're going to hear references to that as well. So this process is entirely hands-on and entirely student-driven. The creativity part is what you're going to make, how you're going to make it, and how you're going to get there. Now, as these students work on these projects, you're going to hear different things. You know, we want students to be proficient coders. We want them to include recyclable materials, which you're going to see a lot of here. We want them to find that hands-on aspect and the different programs and projects that they're going to work on. So continue watching, because I really want you to see the process involved. All right, so again, our makerspace has, you know, a variety of different options. Again, hands-on. We start with the hands-on process so they can better understand how to use the materials and they can understand what they're coming away with. Yes, and it's just so much, it's very, very funny. They enjoy the projects immensely.
One sec here. One sec. One sec. No, I'm trying to see if I can break through the whole thing. Anybody else want to do? About 1,000 I say millions of dollars. 1,000. Yeah. My arm hurts.
And of course, what would be a makerspace without 3D printing? All right, which brings us to our
next project, the microbit watch. Follow these steps in order to make a recyclable, interactive microbit watch.
Now, of course, these materials can vary. We've varied with a lot. We've used football jerseys, t-shirts. So again, emphasizing the engineering design process throughout each step can have each student come to better understand the how and the why of what they're working on. Here you're incorporating math skills for measurement as well. Again, any type of cloth works well for this. We found that jeans work well because it's got a very thick material, can be used over and over and over again for different projects. But again, we've used things like football jerseys.
As you work through the various steps, feel free to change each one with different materials and adding your own unique characteristics and styles to it.
So again, fabric is very inexpensive to come by. So this is definitely a project that I'd recommend for all grade levels and all classes. This is where the fun comes. This is where you let students decide what code they'd like to input.
Inputting commands is where it gets unique and characteristic to the exact project that you're doing. You can add various commands in and play games like rock, paper, scissors, temperature, scrolling name. there's just about anything you can do. So be creative at this part.
So not only can the students have these different projects they're working on coding, but they can use the variables to make different sensors as well. All right, I think we're back live here. Hopefully everyone can see me and hear me. So that gives you a peek into some.
Hey, David. All right, we are here in the background. I'll come back on video here.
Okay.
And we are definitely watching what you are creating, and it's been so awesome to see. I think the cool way that you just did that and having kind of the background knowledge, the step by step of how to create this, we've been really excited to see how this microbit watch came to play and what was the final result of it. So you're doing some amazing stuff. We're looking at questions right now. So we hope the questions are coming in through the website. Right below the video, people can post questions. A lot of it has been more of the organization of what's happening on Global Maker Day at this point. I think we had a couple questions that have been coming through on YouTube, although not necessarily relevant for the session. And we're also looking at on Twitter to see what people are posting, and they're doing some really cool stuff. But at this point, do you guys see any questions coming in specific to David yet? Okay. All right. So my question is, what does this final product really look like? Like, do you have an example?
They are unveiling their project today. I'll be back actually in class tomorrow. They're actually going to unveil these, so we're definitely going to share them online. All of my students are like, we're not ready, we're not ready. We want to perfect it. So with the project, they wanted to, each group wanted to have a different code to display. So we'll definitely show the final project. What you saw today was the making of what's happening right now.
I don't even know I'm the dictionary. Subtraction strategies.
Oh, I think we have you paused.
It's very, very exciting.
That sounds really smart.
Perfect. Yeah, that's pretty awesome. But we don't get to see it yet. It's
Yes,
not been
almost
unveiled.
there. Almost there.
You're gonna have to definitely send out some posts, hashtag Global Maker Day, and share out your final project. We can't wait to see what they've created. Has it been a project that you think the kids have really changed from? Like, how has a project like this transformed them into, you know, advanced makers, or maybe even into an idea of a future career?
You know, it's definitely transformed their making. You know, working with this project and the Global Goals project, you know, they're really looking at how we can recycle material and how the microbit can help their community. So, you know, it's giving them that worldview, and it's really providing a new basis for learning for them.
That's awesome. Thank you, David, so much. I know you're at a conference.
Yes.
You are making this happen, even though your students. Now, my understanding is your students are the technology support of the conference. They were hired in to be the tech support.
Yes, yes. We're here at FCSC, and they handle all the tech. And, you know, we train them, and they're student leaders. So not only are they leading with microbit, but they're tech leaders as well.
That is pretty phenomenal. I've never heard of that before, but that is a really great idea. So all those other conferences need to take note of that, because your kids are available for hire, right?
Yes, they are.
That's awesome. Very cool, David. Thank you so much for your time and all the incredible work you're doing. No doubt you always have some great projects. I also want to ask you about your bus. So how is that coming along? Your mobile makerspace?
Yes, we want to bring makerspace to everyone in the community, especially from a mobile perspective. What better way than do that through Urban Aerospace, a mobile makerspace dedicated exclusively to space science and various space-related projects. So coming soon, we're actually going to be debuting it very soon. We want all students have access to making. So these ideas are global.
That's pretty awesome. We can't wait to see that too. Make sure to post on hashtag Global Maker Day, whatever comes out. And maybe by next year, you're ready to showcase what that bus looks like. I know later on today, we will have Amy Moffett coming in from Van, Texas, showcasing their brand new release as of today, Maker Bus. So their STEAM bus is going to be revealed today. So I hope all of you can collaborate and come up with some great ways of sharing. Get back to your conference, help support your students, and thank you so much for joining in, David.
Thank you for having us today.
All right. Okay, guys, as we're here in Sheikh Khalil, we're going to be going back and looking at some of these projects. So I just want to hear from some of these kids. So I'm going to come off my headset here, and I'm going to make sure it's available for everybody to hear. Okay, so here we are at, tell me what grade level you guys are in. 7th grade. And what is your project? What is your design challenge here? Like, what's the goal?
We're trying to make a product. We're trying to make solutions for problems that we have in the world.
You're creating solutions for problems that are in the world, global problems.
Yeah.
Okay, so everybody's come up with a problem that they want to address, and they're going to share a little bit about their inspiring ideas, because right now they're kind of in that creation process of mind mapping this, deciding how they're going to be going about doing this and what problem they want to encounter and some of the solutions that they've thought about. So we'll start here. Girls, do you want to share a little bit about what you've come up with?
Sure.
And just make sure to be loud enough because the mic's somewhere right over there.
We've done a project called PPD called
Oh, they might have a hard time hearing you. Go ahead and try again.
We did a project called PPD, which stands for Plastic Picking Drones, and it's basically where 2 drones go out into the ocean and they scan for trash, and like one of them has a claw that lowers down and it picks up trash, and the other has a trash bag to put it in.
You want to show what your drone looks like?
It's not done yet,
But it's in process. That's pretty awesome.
And like if they spot an animal or something, then they'd use their tools to help the animal free, like if it's in need, like if it has plastic on it or caught in a fishing net, then yeah, it's like waterproof.
Great. Okay, thank you girls so much for sharing. Okay, I will say everybody, we're gonna try to be somewhat quiet, and because you guys are so quiet spoken, the kids get on and all of a sudden they're like, hi, I'm a little mouse, but that's not really how you guys are. So speak like you really speak.
So my design product is a water-powered car that
Make sure not to cover up the mic with your paper. There you go.
so it can save and conserve gasoline, because gasoline is going to run out if the production rates are the same in 50 years. So the car is fueled on water, and it doesn't cause pollution because there's no like smoke coming out from the gasoline that it produces. And since water
Why don't you get a little bit closer?
is not going to run out for a while, then you can use water to power your cars.
Okay, you're in Florida, so when you say water is not going to run out for a while, is that really applicable everywhere?
Not everywhere, but
Maybe
there's
not.
a lot of water.
We have some droughts in some of the spots in our country for sure, and certainly around the world. So that's a good idea to run with, especially here in Florida. You're right next to the water, right? So let's go. Great job, guys. Let's go to the next. Okay, you're going to talk? Are you going to be the loudspeaker?
Yeah, loud.
Okay, let's try this.
We have an idea to plant trucks all around the world that take garbage, that has sensors around it, and it picks up the garbage if it sees it with the sensors. And once it sees it with the sensors, it picks it up, it throws it into the back of the truck, and it goes to recycling factories for them to make it into useful products.
Very cool. Yay. Good job. Yeah, all right, we have a question here.
Does that have to be of like cleaning stuff around the world?
No, you guys are dealing with global issues, right? Okay, so you tell me what your issue you're facing. You guys have to be loud though.
All right, so my creation that I wanted to create is an inflatable helmet, which you could put in your pocket when you need it. It just pops up, like the scooters that you have all around the world, the electric scooters. You could have a helmet in your pocket for safety and just prop it up, and you could wear it for your safety.
Very cool. All right, we're gonna move over to the next group because we got Nancy Pinchev sharing here with her students next. So we're gonna go ahead and are you guys sharing? Okay, one of you, whoever's loudest, who's the loudest of the group? Okay, say it loud, say it proud. Okay, these girls may be a little bit shy. Do you guys want to share?
Sure. So like,
Okay.
A hurricane goes like this way,
Right.
So we would make a machine that would like go on top and make it go like the other way, so then it evaporates.
Oh,
Yeah.
so does the hurricane always go in the same direction every time?
No.
So what you're saying is whatever direction it's going in, you would change the direction with the machine. How would you get the machine above it?
We would like there would be like a factory thing, and like there's like it's connected to like computer. Yeah, like
That can provide enough speed and force. even amidst the hurricane. Interesting. That's a cool idea. Okay, guys. So here we are. We're going to be getting Nancy back on. Nancy. Oh, I'm sorry. We have Jacqueline. Jacqueline, I apologize. I had Nancy in my mind for some reason. I'm going to go ahead and Nancy, I'm going to give you rights so that you're able, excuse me, Jacqueline, I'm going to give you rights so you're able to share your video now. And I'm going to hop back on my headphones because we are in a maker space. So it is active. So let me go ahead and switch over.
Okay, that's great. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Jacqueline, and you look great.
Awesome.
I'll let you take it away. We're going to go
Maker
ahead.
Day.
Yay! Global Maker Day. I'm going to go ahead and mute and I'll be in the background, but feel free to reach out if you have any questions.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. So my name is Jacqueline Furster. I am a STEM specialist for Arlington Public Schools in Arlington, Virginia. And unfortunately, I don't have kids around me today, which I miss all the time because I work for all of the schools in the county. But it was great seeing them doing some cool things and very, very inventive projects over there. What I'm going to be talking about today is how you can take your read alouds and amp them up with STEM and maker kind of activities. So the first one that I'm going to connect to is the one that is related to our challenge for the day, which is building a musical instrument. And you can build these musical instruments out of any kind of recyclables you have around. And the books that we're going to tie them to for this purpose is The Remarkable Farkle McBride, which is a book about a boy who loves to compose his own music, and Where the Wild Things Are, which is something that lots of people have access to, which is really cool because even if you don't have access to these books, you can still find them on YouTube. You're able to hear the read alouds, even if you don't have access to the books. Most all of them are on YouTube and you can find them there. So some of the musical instruments that you could make as a connection to this book so you can do your own wild rumpus is if you have like paper towels or toilet paper rolls, anything you have. I have like shakers here made out of plastic bottles. You have some dried rice, all of a sudden it becomes a shaker and a musical instrument to have fun with. You can do that with any supplies you have around. There's just paper clips and loose objects in here that make great noises. There are tons of different ideas. You could take a pair of paper plates and make little handles on the back with duct tape. You put some metal pieces around the edges of them and all of a sudden you have cymbals, which are fun and loud. How about a tin can? Take any kind of tin can. This is a tuna can, and you pull a balloon around the edge. You take anything to hit it with, like if you get to save those chopsticks that you get from takeout restaurants, you can have a little drumstick there and play your own drum, which is kind of cool. There's all kinds of toilet paper stickers we have here. If you have those plastic eggs from Easter or Halloween laying around, sometimes you see them in the stores, you can just tape them between two plastic spoons and all of a sudden you have a maraca. There are tons of different directions for guitars made out of just plain old boxes. If you have Kleenex boxes, save your classroom boxes for guitars. All you do is wrap around rubber bands around the wide part, and then you have your own little guitar box made with different sounds. My kids were playing this over the weekend and they were talking to me about the pitch and the different sounds that the rubber bands made. So we were trying to figure out which notes we were hitting and things like that. So there's tons of ideas for things that you can do with recyclable musical instruments. There's also another version of this lesson that you could do if you wanted to amp it up. If you have access to robotics, this is the Wonder Workshop Dash robot and the Xylo accessory. This robot will help kids compose their own music if you download the free app that goes with it. So that's another way that you can create your own musical band in your classroom. There are several links to all of these activities and things that I'll be posting on my Twitter site. One of them is a direct link to a story read aloud. That's a really cool video of just from the wild, Where the Wild Things Are, where the wild rumpus is going on. So you can play your musical instruments to that wild rumpus video if you choose to today. Okay, so let's get to something else. There's another book that I would like to tie to today, and that is very timely for October. So I threw in this challenge. and it has to do with pumpkins, which we see all over the place this time of year. There are several books that you can use with this challenge. There's different pumpkin books. Any pumpkin book will do, any Halloween book will do. This one that we're using is Seed, Sprout, and Pumpkin Pie. And the challenge is to make a pumpkin cart that will travel along, take candy pumpkins. You can use the candy pumpkins that you get, just like the candy corn. And the whole activity is actually will be in the slides available to you if you want to find it. This is what it looks like. It includes the whole design process in it, which I strongly encourage using the whole design process when you're talking to kids about going through these challenges. It's all outlined in the packet that's on my Twitter feed. What it is you're using you could use some kind of robot. We use Spheros for the main activity. This is a Sphero Bolt that has the program. It has the app that goes along with it, which is Sphero EDU. And if you
Happy Halloween.
You can hear that you can get it to talk. So my robot would be rolling along doing my challenge, but it was already coded to do this challenge. So that Sphero EDU is a really easy block coding program, or you could use text if you're at that level. But you don't have to use the Sphero. You could use an OzaBot. You could use any kind of robot that you have access to, and you're going to build a cart that will carry pumpkins from one space to the other. And the robot will be powering it, or you could just do it on a ramp and get pumpkins from one place to another to see if you can build a maker cart to make it move along. So let's get to the next one. We have another challenge, which is this one. It's called a book called Hello Lighthouse, which is a really great book. This is a book that I saw this lesson being done in a school that I was working in, and a really fantastic maker librarian named Megan was doing this with first graders. So obviously you can do it with just about anybody. Hello Lighthouse is a book that that talks about a girl's experience living in a lighthouse and what her life was like. So what Megan did with the first graders was just had them build a maker lighthouse, and that can be done with any kind of recyclables. What I did, I took the lesson and I built in paper circuits or electrical circuits. This one is built with little bits. And we took the lighthouse that the kids built, and we taught them how to add in different components to it. So this one, you can, I don't know if you can see it on there, but it has a light that turns on and off. And one of the kids also wanted to add a component that had an alarm that they could push a buzzer and the lighthouse alarm would go off, warning ships that went by. So this is another example of one way that you can do a maker activity, low tech or high tech. You can bump it up a little bit depending on what resources you have accessible to you. Another thing you can do is making paper circuits to go with it. If you don't have access to the circuitry like that, you can just build paper circuits. And the lesson for how to do that is attached to my slides as well, which will be loaded into Twitter. You can go to that site and you can find these kind of lessons. You can just Google these and find them all over. I use Instructables to find different lessons. But paper circuits are as easy as using copper tape, battery, a coin battery, and a little LED light. And those can be added into your maker creation to make it light up, which is something that kids really enjoy doing. Okay. So let's see about our next challenge. The literature connection for this next one is a book that people seem to use a lot in December. It's called The Dot, and it's a story of a little girl who is troubled because she has a hard time building art that her teacher wants her to make an art project, a dot. She ends up making a dot, and it's a really great story, and it's an internationally celebrated day that a lot of teachers incorporate maker education into. So I'm going to clear out a little space here. And the activity that we have to go with it, we just did it in one of our schools this September, was we had kids make a Wigglebot, or sometimes they're called a Scribblebot, and it's pretty easy. You can go on to Amazon or some site and order little tiny servo motors and battery holders. I would recommend using just a single AA battery holder instead of the two, because they do put out quite a bit of electricity when they're going through. The voltage can get a little warm. So one is more than enough to power these little guys. And what they are is just a plastic cup with markers taped inside. And the servo motor spins around a counterbalance. You take the marker caps off when you're ready to try them out. Hopefully you can see this. But the little guy will just go around and make dots for you. So it goes along great with the book because the girl starts out her picture with just a dot, and these scribble bots also make dots all over the place. So we've done this where we've taped paper all across the floor and the kids just kind of let them loose. Or, you know, you could have a more controlled setting. So I'm going to take the batteries out of this, or he'll keep going. So that's another activity that you could try out with your students. Okay, so the next literature connection is a book called Abuela's Weave. And this is a really nice book. I actually have it out on loan right now to one of the teachers who is starting a club for this. And all you need for this one, it's a very low tech, very easy to implement in your classroom kind of thing. This could be like a side project. It could be something that you're working on. All you have to do is take a piece of cardboard and you cut some little indentations in the cardboard. All the directions for these lessons, remember, will be in the slides provided for you. So if you don't get it in this little brief explanation, it's totally fine. All you need is cardboard and some kind of yarn or string. So basically kids of most ages, elementary, can do this. It just takes a little practice if you're doing it with the younger kids. But it's a great thing to do there's a lot of brain breaks that are going on in the schools for kids. If they just need to take a time out, sometimes this is used in different stations, because just the act of being able to sit and move your hands and weave the yarn through is a good way for kids to calm themselves down. Maybe it's a good thing to take out after recess. It could be a center. There's all kinds of things. For this one, I used a cloth kind of yarn, but you could use any kind of yarn or string to be able to put these together. And you can have the kids make gifts for other people. Maybe it could even be a fundraiser. There's lots of ideas, but it's a very easy way to incorporate different elements of maker education and connect them to the literature that we're reading. Okay, so the next book that we're going to talk about, and its STEM connection, is, I think it's The Mecanimals, right? Yep, The Mecanimals. So Mecanimals is a really cute book, and I'm going to see if I can get it to work even though we're live. So the book is really great. It's about this farmer who doesn't want to do all the work on his own. So he's trying to build mechanical farm animals to improve his workforce. And we talked about this when we talked about animal adaptations in 3rd grade. And we talked about how we could take animals and make more mechanical animals out there to help us do something. And the kids were given tons of recyclables. They could pick the animal. We gave them a list of animals because we used Sphero robots so that they could program sound and things into it. So this is an example of one of the elephants that one of our students made by cutting a milk jug in half. And I'm going to see if I can quickly get the robot to respond to me. I'm just going to connect it really quickly. All right. So all the kids had to do was they had to incorporate a noise that the animal made and movements like the animal would make. So this was the program that went with it. That's pretty loud when it was run on a table. But you can see, I don't know if you could hear that there's an elephant making noise in the background in this code. But that was a good way to talk about
Jacqueline, we
animals.
can actually hear you. We can hear you right now loud and clear. That is fantastic. We are loving this. So cool.
Oh,
Keep on
good.
going. Thank you.
Okay, perfect. I just want to make sure that everybody can hear me. I'm not sure how much my microphone is picking up, so that's good. All right, so I can move on to the next one. So my next one is, it's a combination of two books that you could use, and I'm sure there's tons more out there, but I love the book, The Brilliant Deep. So some of these STEM books were given to me by our library department, and they just said, what kind of challenges can you create with these? And this was one of them that I thought was just really beautiful. The artwork was in it. So this is one that I definitely decided that I wanted to incorporate somewhere in our instruction. And I went to the 5th grade teachers in our schools and said, what if we did this as a read aloud and then tried to make a maker mural with it? So the kids learned about sea animals in the ocean, and I know this is going to be really tough to see. You could kind of see it in the picture that was on the other slide, but we read these books. The other one is called In One Tide Pool. It's also a really good book and talks about sea animals. And the kids put up this giant ocean in paper on the wall, and then they did maker sea animals, which was really great. And they used all kinds of components. And I wish this was like really easy to see, because it was really huge. And the kids used the app Chatterpix after they made the sea animals, and they took a picture of their creature, and then they voiced over what the adaptations were that the animal had, and kind of talked about what the animals did in the water, what sea level they lived in, and all these other things, what depth. So we QR coded that little video that they made and hung it by their maker animal, so that other classes could come by with their iPads and scan it and learn more about the different animals that the kids created. So it was incorporating the maker education because the mural was going on in the back, and then other classes could be involved in it too, even if they didn't create the sea animals, because they could use the Chatterpix videos to, they're just QR coded, they would just scan them and listen to the videos and learn about it too. So it was a really, really fun activity that was pretty easy to put together. If you're not familiar with Chatterpix, that's an app that I use quite a bit with kids. You can use it from kindergarten all the way up. All it does is you take a picture and you get 30 seconds to record over it. Like, you can add a mouth to anything, and then that whatever that object is talking. So I'm going to move on to the next one so that we have enough time to get through everything. And that one is our Dolly, I think.
So how do we start? Thank you, Stephanie.
Oh, that one is, oh, okay. So this one is Ball, which is also out on loan. This is a book that has won the Theodore Geisel Award. And it's a cute little book, and a great science experiment that you can do along with it is to create your own bouncy balls. Now that might sound intimidating to teachers, except
because we haven't done the next step. Wait just a second.
Except it would be okay, because everybody makes slime now, and slime is something that is super easy to make, and that's basically the same recipe for making those bouncy balls. So it just lets them harden up, and the recipe is also in my slides, so if you want to be able to see that, you can do that too. Okay, I'm going to move on to the next one, which I think now is the Dolly. Yeah, okay, so this is also another fabulous book that ties in really well to STEM. And this is Dolly 1.0, where this little girl likes to amp up her toys, which I can totally relate to. And she takes a doll and makes it interactive. So that's basically what we're doing in this lesson. If you have access to Makey Makey, you can pretty much make a controller out of just about anything. So you access the Scratch online, and you can create free accounts with that. And what it is these systems, oh, it's already talking because I touched it. So it's attached to the metal on this doll. So the maker part of this is kids can create a doll, kids can create a robot, or kids can create an action figure, whatever they want to do, and then they make it interactive through the code that they use. So if they just attach this to the Scratch, it's the Makey Makey that attaches their computer. And there's metal gears or metal washers stuck on the feet and the hands so they can be attached to the computer. And all it is if you touch them, and I didn't ground it. There it goes. So you can just touch it and make the toy interactive, and it will talk whatever you can record sounds and different things that you want the toy to say. So this is a really fun lesson that is also on Instructables. You can find it in the slides. I put it in there for you. Okay, so that's another good one that I really like to do with kids. All right, I think we are on, okay, the Maker Vehicle. So these two books are really cute. One is called Galimoto and one is the Patchwork Bike. Again, I saw a librarian doing this lesson with Patchwork Bike and then thought that Galimoto would be a great way to incorporate into this lesson as well. So the Maker Vehicle could be built. Galimoto is a book about a boy from an African country who collects different pieces of recycled wire and different things that he collects to make a toy out of. He ends up making a bike toy and he trades up for different pieces of recycled materials. It's a really great book. It was featured in a lot of different places, so it might be something that you've seen before. So it's just incorporating that STEM piece or maker piece where kids can create their own STEM vehicle or STEM toy out of recycled pieces. I've even done it where we had a how far can your vehicle go, where we taped a ramp from an upper level railing all the way down through the floor. So it was about a 7-foot ramp that kids were racing their vehicles down, and all it was butcher paper that we had taped from the top to the bottom. So that's a really fun way to get kids to test out their vehicle. So I'm going to move on to the next one, which is a mini green makerspace. And the literature connection that I'm using for this one is the Lorax. This is a great book in April when you're talking about the environment, when you're doing things like that. A lot of teachers have this incorporated into their content already. So what I'm going to show you is one way that we use mini green screening. This is just a little pizza box that's covered with green paper. I use the app Doink, which is a great app. It is a paid app though, so if you can use that, that's good. You can also use Keynote to do green screening, different effects and things like that for still shots and different ways to use green screening. But you don't need a big giant green screen to be able to do this. We just set up tiny little takeaway stations. This is where we have kids make their own props. So just out of different crafts and things that you keep around the house, you can have them green screen. You can put them on green sticks so the kids can't see them once they're green screened. You just paint different green sticks. You can even use sticks from that famous coffee place or convenience store. They all have these green sticks that you can use. Those work great when you're green screening. I'm going to move on to the next one. So number 10 is, let's see, we got this next, our 10th one. And the book is Otis and Will Discover the Deep. This is a great book. It's about a boy who travels, who builds a different deep diving submarine and is able to go down to the bathysphere. So a cool connection to make with this is by using the Google Expeditions app, which is free. You can use it on any mobile device. You don't need a headset, but you could use something pretty cheaply by doing the Google Cardboard headsets, or you can use the other kind of a little bit more expensive headsets if you have those. But the Google Expeditions app has all kinds of different connections that you can use with this, where the kids are actually diving down to the deep water to see. There's actually different tours within the Google Expeditions app where they can see different virtual reality trips, or they can go on they can see augmented reality pieces, and all of it ties really nicely to this book. And those links are also in the list of all the different tours that you can take are listed in my slides that I'll be posting. I'm going to go on to the next one because I'm not sure exactly how much time I have left. Okay, we're good. So the next one is a really cute book. This is Izzy Gizmo. And this little girl likes to fix things and improve things. And she runs across a friend of hers, which is a bird, and who is having some troubles with flying. So when we read this book aloud, some of the challenges that we create have to be pretty quick. And I thought this would be a nice quick lesson to do with kids, where we give them a flightless bird. This is a kiwi, no wings, and because their dream is to fly. So we started doing this with the younger kids, 1st and 2nd grade. And we thought it would be a nice, just quick lesson to do where the kids had to design wings for the birds to be able to fly on their own. It ended up, the kids got so into building the really nice set of wings that that we had to carry it over to another lesson. And they ended up wanting to do research on how bird wings looked, how the skeletons worked. So this is one set of the wings that were built for this particular kiwi, which I thought were really good because it has the headpiece that goes over top, so they're not going to fall off when he actually does start learning how to fly. So it's almost like a wing harness. So they're pretty nice. And the kids got really excited about being able to make sure that this little bird's dream came true and he could start flying around with his friends. Okay, so our next one is, you could use many different books with this next one. And it's a very easy way to incorporate STEM into this kind of reading. So the lesson is to make a talking African maker mask. And the books, there's just so many that you can do. Why mosquitoes buzz in people's ears, Arrow to the Sun, Anansi and the Spider, Why the Sun and the Moon Live in the Sky. There's just tons of different choices. Very easy to do, especially if you're talking about characters. This is a good tie-in. We had 2nd graders do this lesson where they just took paper plates and they built their own African masks. There's different sites where they can do a little research on what those might look like, what characteristics they have, and the culture behind why they made them. And the kids made their own, and they cut eyes out of them so that they could do the talking. They filmed each other on that Chatterpix app that I was talking about before. All they did, and these are 2nd graders with no help whatsoever. Chatterpix is so intuitive and easy for kids to use. They took a picture of their mask, drew a mouth on it, and then they have 30 seconds to record their voice. 30 seconds is usually plenty of time for the younger kids to be able to talk through something. They record it, and then they can listen to it talk. The app creates a mouth on the object that you draw it on, and then they just download it to their camera roll. So a nice, quick, easy way to get kids talking and sharing their work with you so you can see what they know. With this particular one, we were talking about how kids share their characters and perspective of characters. So the nice easy way to do that. Yeah.
You've covered a crazy awesome amount of ideas and products and concepts for the classroom. I know we have another classroom that will be joining in here right now. You probably don't have a clock right in front of you because you have everything else in front of you. I don't know how you're projecting your screen and covering what you're doing and going back and forth the way you're doing it. It's pretty awesome. So thank you so much for sharing. I know you keep mentioning that you're going to be sharing out those your slides and information. What is the best way for them to get that?
Yes, thank you for asking me. I'm going to share the slides, the link to the slides on my Twitter, and I'll just pin it to the top so you can find it really easily. It's my my Twitter handle is @STEM_K12. And I'll just put the hashtag Global Maker Day on it, and it should be pretty easy to find. So all these lessons and a couple more extra ones will be there, and there's links that are really helpful for people to use.
Awesome. And feel free to tag @GlobalMaker2 so we can make sure that we don't miss that, and retweet that out for you, because this is a gold mine for our maker classes. What a wonderful concept of taking the books and really transforming your classrooms with literature and making. Like, that's just fantastic. We all were sitting back. As a matter of fact, Katie was sitting next to me, and we're thinking about questions to ask you in the process. And we ended up saying, Katie said, you know what, I got nothing. She's explaining this so good. I don't know what question to ask. So it was just so good to, I mean, what a great problem to have that you have no questions because you're doing a stellar job. So thank you so much
Awesome.
for sharing and also being
Yeah.
a late comer to jump right in and share out what you're doing. And you're doing a fabulous job. And we're so thankful to have you here.
No, thank you for the opportunity. I love being able to share this stuff with more people. And if anybody does have questions at any time, they can feel free to DM me through Twitter and I can get back to them.
That's awesome. Thank you, Jacqueline. Hopefully we see more of your amazing work using hashtag Global Maker Day. We'd love to see it. Thank you again. All right. So we are back here with a bunch of classrooms. I know Nancy and Linda are going to be joining us next. They're going to be doing some really cool stuff with augmented reality, which in my opinion is awesome. We also have some VR happening here in the background with Curran. He's jumped on the Quest. And we also have a lot of these students that are actually building. Tell me what you're building.
We're building air hockey.
Air hockey. So we have different games and activities that are being built live here. Oh my gosh, that's so cool. I love it.
And that's the winning game. When you win, you shoot
Oh,
it.
when you win. That's so great. There's such cool stuff. These kids are here in the background just making the best games all out of cardboard. As a matter of fact, they have some cardboard cutters. They have the tape. Mary Alice earlier said her best quote was, we need to duct tape the duct tape. So there's a lot of duct tape and activities and glue and cutting tools and all this great stuff that these kids are working on right now. Very cool. So I'm ready to let Nancy and Linda, do you guys want to share your screens? I see you, Nancy. Ah, yay. And then Linda, if you want to go ahead and share your screen as well.
No camera.
All right, Linda, you're unmuted. Oh, I'm going to mute you here. Oh, no camera. Okay, great. So she should be joining in audibly. Perfect. And I have you guys going started. So I'm going to spotlight you, Nancy, although we're also going to hear Linda here in the background, okay?
All right. So we are playing today with a first grade class. Everybody say hi. Hi. So this is my first grade Shutt Khalil Community School. And we are just today for the very first time playing with 3D Bear. 3D Bear is an amazing app that you can use to create augmented reality kind of pictures. So we have a challenge for you. You can create on 3D Bear using the cards. Jamie has them downloadable for you. We also have them in this form that we sent to me. And we have 3 cards that we're doing in our first emoticon. It must include plants and trees, and it has to have castle. So these are 2 of my students. Matthew, say hi, Matthew. Hi. And this is Jonah. Say hi, Jonah. Hi. So we just started out, and they've already created this amazing picture with their castle and their plants and their emotion, their emoticon. So now that they've already finished that picture, they get to go play and do more of whatever they want. And we'll bring some other kids over as they're working to show you what else we have and what else we're doing. So Linda, do you want to tell us a little bit more about 3D Bear and what you've done with it before? Whoops. So Linda, go for it.
I don't think I hear Linda yet.
Okay.
Linda, we have you, your video should be able to work once you're ready to jump on again. And your audio, we see you're unmuted. I think we kind of hear you in the background, but you're not speaking yet.
Well, I see her video coming on, and she has older students. So we thought it would be interesting to show the different older kids can make with 3D Bear. The challenge cards have characters, places, curveballs, there's preferences, lots of different things to help you get started, like create a healthy meal. So lots of different things that can help you get started with your challenges, or you can just let kids make. This class is actually going to use it to make some pictures pictures of weather, because that's what we're studying in our social.
I can't see.
Okay, Linda, we can see you now. We see your cloud, the top of your ceiling. So it looks like you're working on getting that down. Perfect. And if you want to go ahead and speak, we will unmute you. So if you want to go ahead and speak, you're ready to rock and roll. Oh, we see your kids. Hi, kids. Perfect. All right, Linda, we can hear the kids too. Do you want to help take this away with Nancy?
Nancy and I have cards to do. 5 of our students decided to sign. You can like to share there. So, Aileen, can you show yours first? It should be up on the screen.
Linda, we can hear some background sound, so you might want to mute where it is on the video playing, maybe in the background, and just keep the audio on for your screen in the Zoom. So we'll let you take it away. We're actually having a hard time hearing you, Linda, because you're kind of far away from where the device is. So as you guys are sharing, just make sure you're close enough so we can hear you well.
Okay, so that was Aileen. And Joelle, do you want to bring yours up?
Linda, I think we're getting some feedback in one of your videos. So you must have it playing on YouTube or on the website right now. You just want to shut that off because we're hearing it from there and we're hearing it from Zoom.
Ah!
There we go. Let's try again.
Okay.
Sounds good. Yeah, that's perfect.
Eric, can you bring yours up? Okay, you can talk.
Eric, can you present your video?
This is my video. I put a castle here. And put a bunch of different types of trees. I put different types of trees here.
How hard did you find it having the choice cards where you were told what to present? Did you find that hard or easy?
It was pretty easy because there's a variety of different trees to choose from. So I did most of them, and I put a little grass. And my character was smiling. He was happy, and I put stone and a flower bank here. And that's it.
All right.
That looks great.
Awesome.
Rayon, can you come up and?
Our next student volunteer, Rayon. Can you turn your screen so we can see Rayon? Awesome. Tell us about one of the challenges that you did.
One of the challenges was that basically this is my video, and one thing challenging in here was making trees.
And was it easy to use the cards?
Yes.
And what do you think you learned about?
I think I learned a lot about 3D Bear and how to use it.
Awesome. Thank you, Rayon. And our next student volunteer, Joelle, come on up and show your work. Can you stand up, please? Okay. Joelle, tell us about what you did in 3D Bear.
I put a person saying hello to his friend, and there's a pumpkin, and there's a strawberry patch over there, and there's a castle over there.
All right, awesome. So our augmented 3D reality with a castle in our hallway. Thank you, Joelle.
Remember what you were supposed to choose from, or what the different character cards were?
What were the characters?
There was a person saying hi to his friend.
Okay, awesome. And Casper, come on up and share your 3D Bear creation as well.
Mine is a royal castle with 2 guards in front of it.
And what was the challenge?
I made a castle with 2 little person looks like a guard.
Mm-hmm.
So with some trees next to it, so it looks like a royal palace.
Mm-hmm. How did you find using the augmented 3D reality?
I don't really know actually.
Well, you have things in a good perspective, so
Mhm.
you find it hard to place them all, so
Yeah.
they were kind of the right size
Yeah.
and in the right places.
Yeah, there's a little bit of
And how do you like creating in 3D Bear?
it's fun because you can make new things, see each other's creations and
And how did you find doing the challenge cards? Did you find that okay?
it's okay. It's fun. It's a little bit hard, but it's fun.
Okay, good. I noticed when I was looking through our Flipgrid videos, there's a lot of extra videos that are popped up in there in the last few days too. So I think they've been experimenting a bit with 3D Bear.
Awesome. All right. Anything else we want to add on from our classroom presentation?
I can't hear anything Bear saying.
Hi, Linda. We have a couple, some students here that would like to share their work. So here is their work. The teachers in the background there, but they have their emoticon and their plants and their castle thing. So this is Ian. Can you say hi? Hi. And
Hi.
Isaac. Hi. And Noah. Ethan's brother Noah. All right. So what was your favorite part of 3D Bear today? What did you like about it? Did you like having something to start with, to know what to start with? Are you excited to go create whatever you want? Go create whatever you want. All right, Linda, let's see some more from you.
There's right now. We're not participating yet.
We're not.
Not live yet. I'm just logged in so we can make sure we don't have any difficulties. It's like we actually see them. We don't see us.
Here is one of our other students. This is their creation. Oh my God, a little movement in there too. This is Sophie. Say hi, Sophie. And this is Lauren. Now, Sophie is an experienced presenter. She's been to ISTE with me to present. She was an official presenter last year, and she's been with me for 3 years now. And this is Lauren. Did you like 3D Bear? Did you like it? So she didn't let you. Well, it's your turn now. Go make whatever you want. Estefania, do you have something? Come on over. All right. So here's their picture that they made. Look at that. Excellent. So what did you make? Can you make a weather picture for me next? Something that says weather? Excellent. Go ahead. All right. Back to Linda.
Share hers because she didn't actually get to use many words when she was describing her 3D Bear challenge. Aileen, can you stand up and present some of your 3D bears using your descriptions? Because we were still trying to figure out the camera at that time. Ooh, nice and loud voice, Aileen.
I put like a castle and I put like a person who's looking around.
Okay, and what was the challenge for that one?
To like use an emotion and a set thing.
To use motion? All right.
An emoticon.
And emoticons, awesome.
So that was the person with different feelings, and then she had to use the setting, which was a castle, and they had to include plants and trees.
Plants and trees, awesome. All right. So,
I don't know. Is there any questions? much. Do you have questions from about the other class? Yeah, they're in Miami, Florida, and I guess we should have said that we were in Toronto, Canada. But we're being muted anyway, by the looks of things. I guess it's going on our iPad. Oh, they're speaking now too.
We can hear you right now, Linda. Are you guys ready to share from Nancy's side then?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Won't let me unmute her.
Hello. So Mikey and Salo just made this one. So Salo, say hi. Hi. Mikey, say hi. Hi. So what did you like about this?
Nancy, we can't hear the students so well.
Or you could just make it small. Okay, yes, Jamie?
We can't hear the students real well because of the background noise. If you can have them get a little bit closer to the microphone.
All right, hold on 1 second. Salo and Mikey, can you come back for a second? Everyone else. Silo, so they want to hear you again. Stand right here. Can you tell them again? Yes. Uh-oh. Everybody close up for just a second. Close up for just a second. No, you're here. All right, because no, you're here. All right, so here we go. Let's try this again. Silo, tell me what you like most about this.
They come in they look like they're in real life, and they're actually put them, and you could do like Halloween stuff and like that.
And what did you say about making it
Big and small. You can make big, small, very tiny, very big, and that straight here.
Okay, Mikey, what do you like about it?
That there's like a lot of games that you could play, you could like put like an alligator or like or something like that.
So you can make your own pictures and you like that? Cool, go play. So everybody look at me, close your iPads for just a moment. Give me a thumbs up if you like 3D Bear. Give me a thumbs up if you think you could make your reading story that you are reading, if you could make it in 3D Bear. Could you do math with 3D Bear? Thumbs up if you think you could do math. Could you do science stuff with 3D Bear? Because you said animals, right? So could we use this in a lot of different ways? Yeah. All right, guys, can you give me just a minute to be quiet? All right, so we get a thumbs up from everybody over here for 3D Bear. And like I said, this was our first time using it. Good job, first graders. Give yourselves a hand. All right.
Okay, we're ready for Linda to add in. Linda, do you want to jump back on? Or mute? You're still muted. Let's see. Okay, you're good.
Couple of the students have questions.
Did you put the figures on for one of them? There was like a figure on the person. How do you do that? Like there was a figure on top of the person.
So it sounds like you guys have a question for Nancy's classroom. I could see Nancy in there right now trying to rile all of her makers together. Nancy, if you want to hop on and answer this question, it sounds like they had a question for you about how you layered things. I don't know if she can hear us. She might actually be muted, but I might be able to answer that question. What was the question she had?
When we did our 3D Bear challenge, only 5 students. The others how you can layer augmented reality on top of reality.
Okay, so it sounds like the augmented reality that you're laying on top of your reality. So you are seeing your real world in 3D Bear, and what they're doing is they're allowing a 3D object to be on top of that. So the technical background of that is complex, but it's simple for you to see on your end that you guys can easily just drag and drop those different 3D characters onto your space and interact with them and walk around them. Nancy, I know that we had some questions here from some of the students, so I just want to give you a chance to come in.
Another question. Oops, sorry.
Oh God. Thank you, Kim. What app are you using?
So we use 3D Bear. And it's the first time we've ever used it in the class. I showed it to them last week, but it's the first time they've ever touched it. And I think they did pretty good for it being their first time.
Yep, they were amazing. Oh, I'm muted.
Oh.
You're not muted, Linda. We can hear you.
Oh, okay. I keep looking at the screen and then seeing the mic off button, so I think we're muted. They did amazing for grade ones. These students are grade 4 and 5. So even though it was new to them, it's probably about the same amount of time that they were on it for a week, but they really enjoyed it. One of the things they were impressed about the first day they saw it was how there were shadows on the floor when they picked objects up and put it in their reality.
Yeah, when we played with it Sunday, Jamie did AR, VR, and EDU with us. And when we played with it then, the teachers and they're like, look, there's a shadow. It was like an amazing moment for them to see that that happens that way.
Yeah. So our last question.
Last question, and Jolly. Just do it.
How do you like how do you get the figures onto the?
That's part of the app.
That's part of the app, and Jolly.
I wish I could tell you. I have no idea.
So I think we're probably going to wrap up. Would you guys like to say goodbye to everybody in Florida?
Bye.
You all did such a great job. There's certainly a lot of making happening, both in Canada, which I thought was a cool part of this. You have a school that had the older kids up in Canada, and then in Toronto, and then we have some younger students that are here in Miami, Florida. So really neat to kind of see how the kids reacted differently. I was amazed at how well those turned out. Some of the images that you guys showed, the content that they were making and building was amazing.
And I think it was amazing that some of the kids figured out immediately how to make it bigger and smaller. I never showed them that. They just figured out how to do it. And some of them had the thing where you can turn the animals around. So they had that figured out too. And I never showed them that. So that's my thing is I never have to know everything. Hi, Sam. He's behind you. Hi, Sam.
Hi, Sam. We just heard hi, Sam from Nancy right there.
Sam had 3 cousins presenting today with me earlier today. So
you had 3 cousins presenting today with her. So yeah, with Ms. Pinchev, 3 of your cousins were presenting today. Pretty cool.
Yeah. But they picked it up right away. They figured it out, and they didn't even ask me. I think 2 groups asked me, and they were like, how do I make it start? And they went, never mind, I got it. So this was something super easy for the first graders to pick up. And again, I don't have to know everything because they have a lot of experience with tech and using things for play. So I just showed them how to use it for learning. So
I love it. I was actually saying that earlier. Curran was doing something with virtual reality, and he had the remotes. And a lot of times teachers have a hard time jumping on. I go, don't worry, your kids will figure it out. Yep. They know they've been doing gaming. They got those remotes down. So a lot of times you just give it to them, and they naturally just have that curiosity. They're going to test everything. So in most cases, when it comes to augmented and virtual reality, you're going to see them jump right ahead because they're ready to jump in. But if you think about baking, we naturally have that in us, right? Like we're ready to go. We're ready to be makers, but somehow along the way, we get a fear, we get caution, we get told, no, that's not okay. No, that's not right. something stopping us from that curiosity of just jumping in and trying.
Yeah.
And we kind of learn defeat, and in that defeat, that risk taking goes away. So I love the fact that our kids have really been invited to take a risk, and that nobody did anything that was labeled as wrong, right? Like every one of those augmented reality creations were pretty
And they
amazing.
figured out how to look around. They're like, oh, I left it over here. And so they would go, no, you have to go this way. Which
Yeah.
I thought was amazing that they figured
Oh boy,
it
and I
out.
show this to teachers all the time, and teachers are like, whoa, it's broken. It's like, no, hold on. Let's just give it a shot. I think it's over there. So exactly right. So thank you guys so much for taking these challenge cards. I'm going to show these challenge cards. Do we have this, John? Yeah. Mary Alice is handing them to me right now. Thank you. And these challenge cards were created by Mitch. And Mitch does a lot of work with 3D Bear and decided to make these challenge cards where there's different things that you show. It has to show anger on this card, or you have another card, it has to be, the location has to be on a farm. So having these cards that they all receive, like what is the place, what is the curveball, like words have to rhyme. Like that would be a challenging one for our students, right? So, and the character has to be eating pizza. So, do you have like these different ideas and concepts in each of these cards? And as they get them, now I would have thought that the kids would have really struggled with these cards, but it sounds like they were all like, oh, it was easy. And I just love that, because for me, if I got 5 different cards of things that I had to build in augmented reality, like I think I would have struggled. I would have struggled to tell that story, but I just love the fact that they jumped in head first, and really you're representing a global connection here, that you didn't know each other beforehand, and you were able to come together and really explore this together. I know Linda's an ambassador with 3D Bear and has had a chance to share out some of the amazing things that she's doing regularly, and hopefully Nancy, also for you, you'll have a chance to share out what your students are making pretty regularly. And all of these cards are linked in our challenges, so you're able to go in and take those challenge cards, print them out, and use them with your students as well. So I'm excited. We're at 11:02. I know we have our next group coming in right now. We have Becky with Stanley that's going to be representing Stanley Black & Decker, our event sponsor, and I'm ready to have her take it away. So thank you, Nancy and Linda, so much for sharing. All right, Becky, you can go ahead and open up your video now, and you can get your audio going. You can unmute yourself, and then we'll be ready to share. And I'm just going to give you a little bit of background here as she is as she's getting that set up right now. So last year, if you guys recall, if you participated in Global Maker Day last year she was actually one of the recipients of you having Stanley Black & Decker's Makerspace. So we had some challenges that went out to Stanley Black & Decker. There were classes that signed up. Hi, Becky. And they actually submitted also to be a recipient, and their school won. So they're going to be showing us all the cool stuff that they're working on and what they're doing. And we are actually of course, in our makerspace here live, we have just a lot of students doing some really cool stuff here. Lots of creativity ideas flowing. Can't wait to see what comes out and then actually is created in the process. So Becky, I'm ready to let you take over and share out. I'll be muted, but I'll be here in the background, so feel free to reach out if you have any questions.
Okay, sounds fantastic. So the first thing we're going to do is just spend a little bit of time letting you see everything that we have in the makerspace, because it's pretty amazing. Everything that we were able to put into our makerspace because of the funds that we were able to get. So, pardon me, go ahead. So it's pretty loud in here. We're working on a couple of different projects. We have some students that are working on some levees, and we also have some students that are working on pumps. And I'm going to give them a chance to talk to you about what it is that they're doing as we are walking around here. So just one moment. So this is our makerspace here. And we have 5th graders and we have 8th graders all in here right now. And so we have a green screen over here, and we're very excited to use that to make videos. Something that a lot of students have expressed they're very excited about is our Glow Forge. We are We haven't fully unpacked it yet, but we are dying to get into the Glowforge and use that. Some other tools. We have a number of these Craftsman tool chests, and inside each one of them, we have screwdrivers, we have wrenches, we have pliers, we have saws like what you see up here. They've been using these to cut some of their wood. We have a great number of clamps as well. We can see we have some good work going on. So that's the short version of the tour. We're going to see more as we're going along for sure. But there's a couple things that they're working on. Our school is very closely associated, very closely tied, I should say, with Aqua Africa. So we've done fundraisers with them before to help them build wells and to be able to do advancements that they need to better their communities. And so one of the things that we're exploring now is levees, because in different places in Africa, they're actually experiencing a lot of flooding. And it's been a real challenge for them to deal with the flooding. So we have some groups that are working on building levees here out of some just regular materials. And then we also have a couple of groups that are working on pumps. So far, we've tested a few of the different levee systems. We haven't had any successes just yet, but we've had some absolutely fantastic failures. We've had some wonderful learning experiences coming from this, where we are very close to having a true success, where we can see no water leaking through. So this is Grayson's team. So Grayson, can you talk to me about what your group is doing?
Well, we had cups, we cut them in half. We duct taped them. We filled them with sand. You can't really see it, but it's like in there. It's like we combined it. We put them together. We stack them on top. We have sandbags on the sides.
Okay.
And then we have toilet paper rolls.
Okay.
Those are on the sides. And then once we add all that together, we just smothered it with duct tape.
Now tell me the purpose of smothering it with duct tape. What are you trying to accomplish?
To hold it and compress it all together.
Very nice. Very nice.
And it like blocks water.
Great. So was your first test successful? No. Tell me what you learned from your first test.
Well, it breached on the bottom.
Okay.
Yeah, it breached on the bottom, so my group is trying to put in duct tape on the bottom, and we're also making like this mixture with water and sand. Trying to split it and drink like a waterproof.
Tell me what the wood and sand are going to do. Why are you combining those two together?
Because if it's like you know how when you're building a sandcastle, how you get sand wet, and then it like all sticks together. Well, we're doing that to try and get like it all to stick.
Very nice. Very
We're
nice.
not sure it's gonna work.
Hey, you've got to try new things, right? I love it. Okay, we're going to come over to another group over here. We think we might have a success. So we're going to check out this levee over here. So we can see we have water on one side, and we're looking
water
to
raises
see.
and we have more pressure. That's when the levees start to breach. I think it's holding.
Oh,
we don't have a breach
nice job.
yet. What river are we right next to in Bellevue, Nebraska?
The Missouri.
The Missouri River, right? The mighty Missouri, the longest river in the United States. Can you back up so she can zoom in there so she see? We're dry so far.
All right.
The levee has not been breached.
Is there anyone from this group that can tell me about their design? Go ahead.
Okay, so we use a lot of duct tape because the duct tape was water resistant. And on the inside for like the main sturdy base right here, we have a bunch of popsicle sticks to the sides, and then we have had cotton balls and more duct tape on one side and yeah.
Great.
No. No. It came in through the yellow tape. It
Oh,
came in through the yellow
no.
tape. It came in through the yellow tape.
Oh, see? So what happens, guys, after time and more pressure from the water, it can begin to breach. So initially what you think is a strong levee, water is the most powerful force on the earth, and that pressure finds a way to get through, doesn't it? Yeah.
So what's your next step, guys?
Yep, gotta improve.
Going to improve it and get rid of this yellow tape.
Good plan. I like
Go
it.
back carefully.
Okay, let's look at one more group with the levees over here. My friend Audrey. My friend Audrey, can you talk to us about your levee?
Yeah, so what's going on here is we are trying to cover, we use cardboard as the base of the levee. We use cardboard so that it would be waterproof and water would slide off. But our problem here is that the duct tape has little holes in it. So it's breaching through the bottom and stuff. So we also put sponges on the top so that if it goes over, then we'll be able to soak it in. And there's a cup in the middle just for extra room.
Okay, so
water can go in.
so the cup is just there to provide extra storage space for the water.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Very interesting. I like it. Have you guys tested yet?
We have tested 2 times. Yeah.
Did you have some success?
The second time there was less of a breach, and we got to our 3rd cup of water, and then there was a breach. And the first time it was our 2 drops, and then it started falling apart.
All right. All right. Very good. Thank you so much. All right. So those are the levees that we've been looking at. We're going to switch over now. We're going to take a look at our pumps. We have 2 groups that are working on designing some simple 1-way and 2-way pumps so that when we have flooding, we have a way of dealing with the water. We have a way of getting rid of it, moving it so that it can't cause further damage. So we're going to move in and take a look at those groups now. Pardon me?
Sorry.
Hello, my group, my pump groups. Can you guys tell me what it is that you are doing?
We are making this the spring, this little tip right here, outward so that we can. This is the part for our little pump that we're making.
Okay.
So this part of the spring that we're bending outwards is going to be used to be put in here, because we basically have to replicate this piece right here. But this spring is too small and will just fall through. So we are bending it outwards so that it will sit right on top of that part right there.
That's some great problem solving. I love it. All right.
So in our pump, this is we're basically trying to replicate this right here, and the pump comes out this way, and water comes in this direction, and then comes out this way, and these are both pumps or plungers, I mean, which is what we were working on over there.
All right. So this model that we have here, can you hold it up for me to see? So this was supplied to us by a family member who works as a plumber, because we were having a bit of a hard time figuring out exactly how we could make our own pump. We were having some issues with it, and he said, well, I have a homemade pump. I can show you what I've got. And then all we have to do is try and find ways of replicating it and understand how it works, because that's one of the trickier parts with it. So thank you so much. Christian, can you talk to me about what you're doing?
So right now we are cutting PVC pipe back in the other room so that we can get the correct size for the little T, so that it can we can have the suction supplier come on this side.
Very nice. So what's going to happen after you have that cut?
We're gonna find a way to add a little thing here so that provides suction, so we can suck the water through the pipes and then push it back out the other side.
Fantastic. Right. Christian, can you talk to me about why this is important?
This is important because with a levee, the water just stays there after it's been blocked. So with the pump can take the water out of the area and then replace it in another area where it can be sent off either in a river or some type of lake or pond.
Fantastic. I love it. So you guys keep on working and let me know if there's anything that you need to help you be successful.
And also subscribe to the
Anush, focus. All right, so we're going to go back over into our makerspace now. It looks like we have another group that is testing. So we're going to see if we had any luck from this group. We have some success.
We have a breach.
Oh no.
That's all right. We're going to go back, and what's our next step then? Improve, right. We just did our test, and now we're going to improve our design. Because what's this called when it starts to leak? A breach, right. And what river are we next to? Missouri River, the longest river in the United States, right. Our city borders right up against the river. All right, off you go. Just don't touch it. Water, okay.
Christian, can we watch your group? Okay, so this is Christian. We're going to follow him over to his group while they get ready to test. So go ahead and lead the way. Not ready just yet?
No, we're not.
Okay, that's just fine.
Can you show the design and tell? This is handled by your design.
Yep, we did that once.
Oh, you did that?
Yep.
Okay, guys, are you ready now? Just for the second time.
I would,
Okay, what do you
I
want
would
to
love to see how this goes. Audrey, can I stand right where you're at?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Thank you so much.
Go.
Here we go. We're watching. See how it
Water is
goes.
the greatest force on earth, right?
Yeah. Is it leaking?
Nope. Nope. No breaches.
That's the raw so the camera can see.
So far, it looks like we have a successful design here.
Oh, no. It's breaching.
It's we got a breach.
Oh, no.
That's all right. Guess what the Army Corps of Engineers are dealing with these days.
I'm gonna go. No, don't put that in there.
So we've had
Oh, I see.
So again, we're having some successes. We're having some learning experiences. We're having a lot of good experiences. And we're definitely getting there. All right. So let's see if we have one more group that is ready to test, because I believe that we are close here. Oh, you guys added some saran wrap, or is that tape? So tell me what the tape represents in real life.
Maybe some sort of plastic so the water won't breach through.
Okay.
Also there's wood under the plastic sort of thing.
Okay. So are you guys close to being ready to test?
Yeah.
Wonderful. Brilliant. I'll be there in a moment. Mr. Menzel. Mr. Menzel, if they're not ready, this group is. I'd love to get this recorded.
Oh
Water there. Okay, why don't you come around, Caleb, so you can see over here. Okay. Well, this side.
Yes.
See if the levee will hold the water. If it doesn't, what's that called?
A breach.
A breach to the levee, right?
It's working.
We have a breach.
No. Oh,
it went under the tape.
It's all right. So what step are we gonna go back to?
Create.
I improve, right? Yeah, because we just tested and want to improve our design. That's all right. You're not the only ones that have to go back.
Now, guys, I have a question for you. Duct tape is more or less waterproof. That plastic tape is more or less waterproof. How can we have so many waterproof things and still have water getting through? No clue.
Because some of the waterproof, there might be a small hole in the waterproof stuff.
Okay.
that might make it not sticky or ruin it. Like right there, there's a little hole and the water got through, and that caused bigger holes, and the water just kept coming through.
Right. Very good. Very good. All right. I don't think we have any more groups that are ready to test quite yet. Oh, we have one over here. Mr. Menzel, how's it going?
Well, so far it's holding.
Can we take a look?
Yes, let Sam step in.
So far,
So good.
Holding.
so far, it looks like we have a successful design.
We don't see a what? We don't see a breach. Right.
Are you going to add more water?
I'm going to, because I want to see what
Alright.
that additional pressure is.
All right. So, can you guys tell me about your design?
So our design was using the duct tape because it was water resistant, but then we put a bunch of those toilet paper funnels in the sides and used a bunch of popsicle sticks. And in the bottom of the funnels, we put in cotton balls and some tin, and inside the funnel was also cotton balls and a little bit of tin with
All right.
with popsicle sticks in it.
Let's take a look. Go ahead.
Because when we add more water, what are we adding more?
Pressure.
Pressure and force. Water's the greatest force on earth. They're holding their breath.
This is scaring me.
Let me turn this a little bit to try and get a better view.
Should I add some more?
Yes.
Let's see how strong this levee is, right?
Imagine instead of a breach.
Oh, that would be a major breach.
I don't know. I think we might have our first levee that's holding. It's called the Army Corps of Engineers, guys. All right. Yeah, I'll beat you guys. I'm gonna add a little more. Should I add one last?
Yes. Oh, it's just hot.
All right. I think we might have a
We've
winner
got
here.
one.
Oh no, we have the tiny breach. We have the
Tiny
smallest
breach
in the
right
world.
there.
Don't
Right
these
down.
most cities have little lakes in them? You know how some cities have little lakes?
Oh no.
It's leaking.
Now,
So
are you
towards
guys
the back.
surprised that it is leaking from somewhere so far away from the actual source of water? Your source of water is right here, but your leak is all the way over on this other side here.
Yeah, and we see what leaks coming from here.
How is that happening?
I think it's traveling through the bottom and trying to find a way open. So there's most likely a leak in here. Most likely
not
on the
on top of it,
side
buddy.
where it's not very high.
I don't want to see it on there. So move it
Okay.
off.
Most likely where it's not as high. And then it
Even
might
if you're not using it.
find like holes in the wall and also coming through the bottom and trying to find a way out to the other side. Below the
Alright.
pressure.
Now we're gonna have to find a way of dealing with that.
And I
Alright.
bet we can.
I believe you can. You keep at it. You're doing great.
We have to dump
All right,
it out.
here's our next group getting ready to test over here.
This is water.
Wall 2.0.
All right.
This is water.
And you guys haven't tested yet at all, have
No, we tested once.
you? Once?
We have a very sturdy looking levee over here. This is
All right, here we
quite
go.
the thick
Water
levee.
in here.
That looks like it's gonna work. Yeah.
Yeah, water mixes in. Don't fill us
I'm gonna
now.
need some more.
So we just need to get a little more water to test. Sometimes levees can hold a little bit, but when the floods come in and get too high,
Yeah, because the
We start to get
sandbags
real
are
damage.
back. Then even if it did get over here, it would still just stay under the tank.
Yeah, just be still under the tank. Nope.
No water.
Yeah, there is. Yeah, there is.
Where?
I think there is. Let me see.
That ain't water. The water isn't even getting through here.
Yeah, like all.
Yeah, sandbags
all right,
are.
Mr. Menzel's coming with more water right now.
Sandbags
Let's
are
see where he's at.
Yes.
All right. More water?
Yep.
And by
Let's
adding
get this
more
over
water,
with.
what's going to happen?
More
Here?
pressure, which equals more chance of a breach. Hopefully not.
Oh, guys, look at it. Just like
So far, it's looking really good.
Is this water?
You see a little on that side?
Yeah,
So maybe the middle or the other side of the dike is open. Not dike.
Oh,
Okay, look where it's leaking.
you can see how it's
Oh
different
no,
color.
we have a breach.
Plug it.
That does not work.
Dude,
That does not-
So you gotta go back and do what, guys? Go back and prove, right? Because we set our
It got
test.
through
Now
sand.
we're backwards.
This is their mental. We did better than our first try. We did better than our first try.
Yeah, see, that's good. It looked like it held better than the first time.
All right. Wonderful.
So we just have to wait for the water to get over here.
So we have a slightly larger setup here. We have a very interesting setup. They did this very differently from the other groups. We have a ramp type system here. Can you guys tell me about why you did what you did?
At first, we were just going to have almost a mound, like a giant road, to keep the water back onto the floodplain. But then eventually we added more on this side and smoothed it out to make almost a ramp to keep the water back.
Okay. Can you guys talk to me about what tools that you used in the makerspace that helped you be able to make this easier?
Well, we used the soft
Okay.
Yeah, we can use the clamp.
And we also got sand and duct tape.
Okay. So we had some consumables like sand and duct tape, and some wood, and you guys used the saws that we've got. Very nice job. All right. Rosalind, can you go get Mr. Menzel and see if we can add some water to this? And we're going to give it a test, and we're going to see how it goes. So which side does the water go on?
The water's gonna go on the side with the ramp.
Okay, so the water is going on the ramp side, and we're hoping to keep the other side dry. And we're going to see how it goes. There should be some inside these. There weren't. Check back. Check back here under the stairs. Wonderful. So, can you guys, while we wait for Mr. Menzel, can one of you tell me why it's important to learn about levees?
We do live near the Missouri River, and we should be learning about how to keep water out of places. And this is a good engineering thing to try to be able to keep things out, because it's kind of hard to get water to not go over here.
Why is it hard?
Because there are so many ways it could be. There's so many ways it could be. It could be here, it could even just come over. So we want to keep working on it.
It's a fluid. It'll go wherever it
Yeah,
can.
Exactly. Fluids like to go wherever they want to. All right, Mr. Menzel.
You want the water over there. Okay, all your group presses so they can see. Why don't you step over there?
Trying to get a good view here.
And I'll tip it like this, guys, so I don't splash.
Watch the corner.
So far, it's looking good.
How's that side?
Ready?
It's halfway
So like, I heard you say it's halfway. So if it's a smaller float or a flooding at the beginning.
That's not maybe what you're
Oh no. All right, so your next step is to improve, find out where the breaches are at and find ways of controlling them. You're off to a good start, guys. Okay, we're gonna go back in and check with our pump group one last time. All right. Can you guys tell me about what you've accomplished while we were out?
So we made a little like here, and we're now working out how to make the suction. How we're gonna get the suction in the tubes.
Very nice. And that's one of the trickier parts, isn't it?
Yeah.
All right. Fantastic. All right, I believe that that's all that we have to show to you today. If you had any questions or anything that you'd like us to talk about, we'd be more than happy to talk about that.
Hey, Becky, great job. We were watching and hoping that those levees did not break because that was like, oh no, you know, it was just like every time it broke, we were really sad. That one that really looked promising for a while.
I know.
With all the duct tape.
Very close, very close. So we're gonna keep working and we're gonna get there.
That's right. They've started the process and they are doing some trial and error right now. And it's great. Becky, do you want to share a little bit about what it's been like to be able to get this grant and the opportunities of bringing in this Stanley Black & Decker products into your space?
It really is amazing. I mean, we are just blown away by all the wonderful tools that we have to use. It's not something that any of us as teachers have been exposed to before, having these kind of resources available to you. Screwdrivers for every student, drills for every student, sanders for every student. So it's not, okay, it's so-and-so's day to use the sander and everyone else's day to watch. We can have everyone experiencing these learning activities hands-on at their own speed when they're ready to, and it's just absolutely fantastic. I've had students that are talking about all the different ways they're going to use the Glowforge, all the different things they want to cut out on it. I have the students who just are very theatrical and they can't wait to use the green screen. There's so many things. We're having a hard time wrapping our heads around how do we size down to just the things that we want to do, because if we could, we'd spend every day in the makerspace. And that would be a lot of fun.
I'll tell you here, they have the bells turned off for this event. And it's really funny because all the kids are like, but I didn't hear the bell, so I don't have to leave this makerspace. The bell's not on. Really smart kids. Because you're absolutely right. It's really hard to get them to leave when you give them the opportunity to make and give them an opportunity to be creative and have access to these tools to create some really cool stuff. I mean, for sure, you're going to see a different dynamic happening. Has there been tools that you haven't figured out quite yet?
What's that?
Has there been any tools that you haven't figured out quite yet?
We're getting there. The Glowforge is not up and running yet. We still have to take out the last few pieces of styrofoam and hook up the tubing. But I already have a couple projects that I've been working on Inkscape that I'm excited to have those set up for models for my students so that they can start working on those. And then other than that, we're just slowly rolling out more and more tools as we need them. And for the most part, they're pretty user friendly. So we're able to just get in there and give it a shot. A little bit of common sense and give it a go.
I love that. And I love the challenge that's happening because this isn't just for Global Maker Day. This challenge that they're presenting is actually something that is connected to Stanley Black & Decker's major project where people are also going to win and have the opportunity to have these kinds of amazing things. I remember last year sharing out, sign up. This is a way for you to sign up and participate. And to actually see that happen this year and see these maker spaces actually getting these tools with Stanley Black & Decker, and the fact that they have been with us now 2 years helping to support and sponsor this event, it's just incredible. So right now we have your challenge going out for representing Stanley Black & Decker's design a product that meets a need in a society or the environment. So if we're looking at where we can really use these products, it's fun to make it. But what your students were just showing is that they're actually designing something for the challenges that we actually face. As a matter of fact, I'm going to bring on Amy Storer here because she's in the southern part of Texas, and she is certainly experiencing lots of, like your family has experienced a lot of the devastation from flooding and levees breaking. And yeah, so I'll go ahead and change this over. And if you want to share like how this was kind of an inspiration for you, Amy, as well. Yeah.
I was watching, I was thinking about my hometown, which is in Southeast Texas. It's called Finette, Texas, which is not too far from the Gulf of Mexico. And we have experienced hurricanes and floods since I was a kid. And just recently, Hurricane Imelda, I think I'm saying that correctly, devastated my area. And so when I was watching your creations, I thought these kids need to suggest these kinds of things to the people that build these levees in my hometown. So thank you so much for fighting the good fight. And I'm serious when I say they need to share this with some people in South Texas.
Definitely. We actually have Joy Schwartz on as well that's been participating. She's been an active participant of Global Maker Day and a presenter with her students in years past. And she was devastated. Her whole house flooded because they had to let that levee release in order that it wouldn't be a devastation to the community if it actually broke. So some of those things that we're facing right now are very real in Texas for sure and around the world. So we really appreciate Stanley Black & Decker stepping up and coming up with a way that's actually going to solve these real world problems. So we love it. You're making for somebody else. And I think that's a really powerful way to put this technology and these resources to use. So thank you so much, Becky, for sharing,
All right,
for being part of it. We appreciate
well, thank you very
it. All right. And I know we have, I'm going to go ahead. I have magnets here that are kind of taking over right now, but we have our next presenter, but I just want to also show some of the stuff that's also happening here in the background. These kids have been making and creating, and even over here digitally putting together some resources. And, you know, it's just neat because we're walking around kind of having a chance to talk about what's happening here in the background with the students, while we're also here with you online. If you are not already posting hashtag Global Maker Day on Twitter, make sure to get your kids sharing. You have a global audience, an authentic global audience to share with right now. So definitely post out what your kids are doing, share out, give them the opportunity to get feedback and insight and connections across the world. So we're really excited about that. We want you to join in and participate. So make sure to use hashtag Global Maker Day to share out what you're creating. And I know our next presenter, and I apologize, Tori, that we went into this a little bit, but I'm going to go ahead and give you a chance. Let me get connected back to my headphones. But I want to give you a chance to jump in, and you can share your video now.
All right. Looks like we're connected. So, Tori, I see that you're muted.
Hello.
Perfect. We can hear you now. And if you want to go ahead and add your video in now, that would be great.
It says that the host has stopped it.
Okay, I did stop it for a while because it was pulling up. So if you want to go ahead and let me see. I'm going to go ahead and let you hop out and hop back in, and I'll see if we can get you back on video. So I apologize. All right, so Tori's going to hop back out, and while she's hopping back out, we're going to get her back on video because we did have to pause the video up as a video that was taking place during the Stanley Black & Decker presentation. So as we're working on that and getting Tori back online, we see a lot of folks actually sharing on globalmakerday.com. We have questions that have been coming through mainly about how to participate. We did something a little bit different this year. Instead of having you join in and share from YouTube, we have, let's see, all right. All right, Tori.
Can you see us?
We do. We're ready to let you go. Perfect. We're ready to let you roll with it, and I'll be here in the background.
Okay, sounds good.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye. So my name is Tori Cameron, and we have 5th graders in the STEAM lab today. We're in East Bridgewater, Massachusetts. And guys, keep working and I'll bring the camera around, okay? They're all very excited. So we've been working on creating pieces of technology from colonial America, and the kids have a engineering design process that they're going through to create their pieces of technology, and we did a little research on the different types of technology. In their regular history classes, they learn about colonial America in 5th grade, so we're tying it in all together. And I'm going to bring the camera around so you can see what they're building. All right, here we go. Oh, I probably should tell you. So I'm probably going to have a few kids come up to me and say that they need tape. What I actually did was for this type of project, here you go, there's your foot. They actually, for part of the engineering design process, they have to have a list of supplies that they're using. And they have $50 that they can spend. So they actually are filling out a purchase order. And every single item that they use from my store has amount of money that they can spend on it. And then they can't spend over $50. So they have to be resourceful and they have to make sure that they don't go over budget or else they won't be able to finish their project. So we're learning about budgeting and we're learning about engineering and how engineers don't have an unlimited amount of supplies. So while we're chatting, I'm sure I'll have a few more kids come up and say that they'll need some tape.
I just want to say we're listening in right now on your purchase order process and with these students being mindful and careful about what products that they're using as far as the quantity that they have available. That is a word of wisdom, because I can't tell you how many people worry about the supplies that they have and the availability of those supplies. So I absolutely love the fact that you do that. That's such a great idea.
Thanks. It was actually something that I added this year. We did a project last year, but this year I added the kids in some tape.
Yeah.
Okay. This year I added in this part because I had learned from some of my Twitter TLN that they had added some budgeting in, and I love that because kids really need to learn how to budget, and they also need to learn that there's not an unlimited amount of supplies, and it'll help them throughout their whole life. All right, so we're going to walk around, and we'll see what the kids are working on, and I'm going to bring my dock cam and my laptop around. All right, so here we go. Want to see yourselves?
Yeah.
So you can see what's going on. Okay, tell everybody what you are creating.
So a pitchfork. Yeah, we're creating a pitchfork.
Which is a type of what?
A type of gardening tool.
Yes.
It is. Yes.
Used in colonial America. And how are you building it?
So we have toilet paper, and paper towel rolls, and we're using the paper towel rolls and tape for the handle, and then we have cardboard for the holder, and then we have the toilet paper rolls for the card.
And what's all this on the table? They have all these.
The hay.
Oh, perfect. So you even created hay. Let's check that out.
So we would put it in a pile.
Very nice. Wow. All right. We're going to keep checking out what other people are building. And this is only the second lesson out of 5. So the kids are just starting their projects today. All right. Tell us what you are making.
We're making a windmill.
A windmill, okay. And how's that going?
Not the best, but good.
Not the best? How come?
We kind of just ran out of tape. Yeah, we just ran out of tape. And our handle isn't the greatest. Yeah. It works. Run into a good amount of
No, it doesn't. Did you run out of tape and are you going to buy more? Or did you run out of money?
We have $20 left. So.
Okay. But you're trying to be resourceful with your tape because tape costs $5 a foot.
Yeah.
Right.
So I think we should buy another. It can turn. It can turn, but like the handle won't make it turn.
So what's your vision here? How's it going to end up looking like a windmill? What's going to go on with these squats and everything?
We're going to use. We probably would use half of the tape with some popsicle sticks to hold it together like that. So we can actually use the handle to turn the windmill. And then we can use the rest of the tape to hold this top part up.
What's the top part going to be? The roof. Your windmill's going to have a roof. Kind of?
We're going to have to use these for support.
All right. Well, you guys keep working, and we're gonna check out another group. All right. How are you doing? All right. Hold on. Let me get in a good spot so everyone can see. Okay, ladies, nice and loud. Tell us what you're making. Let me see the front. Oh, wow. So they're going to use tinfoil to make it look like there's smoke coming out of a chimney. And why did you choose a chimney for colonial America? What did they use it for? And I love that you even created a little mantle with some pictures that we can add some pizzazz, add some color. Yes. And look at inside. We have a dying fire. Very nice use of popsicle sticks. I love that you said that you're going to be using improvements. Okay. So throughout the engineering design process, is it okay that we go back and we make improvements? Yes, we want to.
And then after I do my introduction, we go around and start interviewing everybody. And like, this person right here, do you know who this is?
And you were a little worried at first that your box wasn't going to be enough cardboard, right? But then what did you end up doing?
So how do I start? Okay.
Nice. All right. Thank you so much. We're going to go check out some more projects. All right. Who are we going to? We went to the windmill. Come around. All right. Oh, we don't need to be loud. People are listening in. All right. Let's hear about your project.
Oh, yeah, so ours is like candle thing, which is like it's
A candle thing. Can you be a little more specific?
No. It's a pitchfork, but instead of the pitchfork, it's a candle. It's like a candle holder because back in that.
Oh, like Lumiere from Beauty and the Beast? Is that kind of candle holder? Okay.
Back then they didn't have lights, and they had to put candles in their room so it would light up.
So it's not a pitchfork, it's a candle. But it looks like a pitchfork if you do it upside down. Okay, so how do we make it look more like candles? What are you going to do?
We could make so we could make like a stand on the bottom, maybe. And then, yeah, maybe cardboard.
And what can you add on top? It looks like you started to add some things. What's sticking out?
Fire.
Looks like little fire. So can we add some more to the fire?
Yeah, I was gonna say, but I didn't really know how to like put it.
That's okay.
So, yeah, that's what we're gonna do.
Perfect. I like it.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, guys. All right. Come around. Hello, hello. And what are you creating? Can you tell us about your fishing rod?
We're gonna put like a cap right here and like a rod right here. So we're gonna wrap this around the cap, and then whenever we're reeling it in, it's just gonna go around the cap.
Okay. And what's this?
String.
Okay.
Throw it out.
All right, very nice. Anything else you want to tell us? How are you going to improve it? Because right now,
we're making a.
Hold on a second. I'll be right back.
So, what up? Hi. So we're gonna like cut some. We already cut some of the string right here. No, we've not. Okay, so we're gonna cut some of the string, so we can throw it out. Yeah. And then we're gonna have that rod drilled in, but we don't know how to throw it out right now. Yeah. We might need extra string. Yeah. So to improve it, we're just gonna trying to make like the reel. guys have extra?
No, we have extra tape.
Extra. More. Yeah. I'm just No, we have some. He's rushing around with some of our group.
Okay, go back to your group. I know it's exciting to be on camera. Go back to your group. Okay, so how are you going to make some improvements?
We're gonna make a video so they can actually fish.
All right, are you going to make any fish?
Maybe.
Maybe. We have a few more days.
We're gonna need a fish.
We have 3 more days that we can keep building, right?
You need a hook to get to the bottom of it. 3 more days.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. Let's go to our next group. All right, hello. Will you please tell us about what you are creating?
We were creating
Okay.
about conditions of weather.
Oh, conditions of weather. Okay. And why did you choose weather?
I have a lot of poems that they're mostly about weather.
And so you were very knowledgeable about weather. Nice. Okay, perfect. So why did you decide to make a dictionary?
Because it can help people like know the meaning of life and like either like what like weather means or like what anything of meaning means. That's why we decided to make a dictionary, because that can help people in life.
And in colonial America, did they use dictionaries?
Yeah.
Okay. Did they have Google so that they could Google the definition of a word?
No.
No, they did not. So yeah, we use dictionaries a lot more, right?
Yeah.
And what's happening on this side? It's very nice with all the different colors.
We did these colors because
What is that side of the book for?
the side of the book is for like,
Or are you still building it?
well, we're still building it.
Okay.
But
What's your vision?
like
Yeah, that's okay. It's hard to be on camera. Do you guys want to add anything else? We're still building it. I like that you have a binding.
we have a human.
A human on the back. Oh, what is a human card? That's cool. Okay, very creative. And you're still building.
Yeah, we thought of putting like a person here because usually like any of like these books, there usually is an author on the back of like a book, and like we're not finished because we didn't like do anything like about the author in the back, because like
all right,
even though dictionaries don't really have that, but we thought of including it because maybe sometimes we can learn something new about a person.
I like it. And technically, since you're writing the dictionary, you can be the authors, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I like it. Very nice. All right. Did we get everyone? I think. Did we get every group?
Yeah.
Would anyone like to talk about STEAM night? Okay, if you attended STEAM night, why don't you come on over here and let's chat? You want to chat about STEAM night? All right, stand right here.
Hi, I'm going to talk about STEAM night. So I think it was super fun with all the different activities, and there's also a bunch of stuff there too.
Yep, so we had a bunch of different businesses that came from East Bridgewater, and they all had different activities and different tables where they talked about how their jobs and careers and businesses relate to STEAM. And we had all sorts of different activities in the STEAM lab where you could make and bring some things home. And what was your favorite part?
I'd say probably my favorite thing was making a basketball net in the cafeteria. My favorite thing was like that, bungee jumping thing.
Oh yes, we had some gymnastics that came, and they talked about how there's a lot of science and sports, and learning about your muscle groups and anatomy, and they had a really cool jumping apparatus where we could test it out. All right, thank you very much. Would you like to talk about STEAM night? Come on in, camera.
My favorite part was, I think, making like the basketball hoops and the football hoop, the field goals, and they were in here. So you got popsicle sticks and pipe cleaners and like straws, and you could make those. So that was
Awesome. All right. Is there anything else you'd like to add? No? All right. Would you like to talk about STEAM night?
I wasn't there.
Oh, just here for moral support? Do you want to talk about STEAM night?
I wasn't there.
All right. Okay. Anyone want to talk about the clubs that we have? Anyone in club? Okay. Tell us about what club are you in right now?
I'm in Girls Who Steam.
Girls Who Steam.
And last week we did.
We're using the green screen to make our videos,
we're
right?
doing videos about Steam, and we're using green screens. And then the week before we made slime.
Nope, not just any slime. What kind of slime do we make?
We did glitter slime.
Yeah.
And we also put together
And what are we going to be doing in the future? Do you remember?
we'll be making like spongy, so
Yeah. Yeah, we have a whole bunch of sewing machines. Perfect. All right. Thank you very much. All right. So the kids talked a little bit about STEAM night. We had STEAM night last week. Massachusetts had a whole week that was dedicated to STEM, and they encouraged different schools to do different activities and different businesses to do different activities. And for our school, we decided to do a STEAM night, and we had 400 people end up showing up for STEAM night, which is amazing. And so we had a whole bunch of activities, a bunch of businesses that came, and it was incredible. It was so amazing to see everyone with their families and building together and being able to take home information about different activities they can do at home, and understanding that there's a lot of STEAM everywhere, even if you don't realize it. And then we talked a little bit about the different clubs that we have at our school. We have a Girls Who STEAM club, and we also have
Hey, Tori, it looks like you are paused right now. I don't know if there's an internet connection. Oh, there we go. You paused just briefly, but it does look like we're approaching the end. I will tell you, we already have a question.
We actually have to head to lunch, so I have to cut you off.
Perfect. You guys have a great lunch. We will follow up with you on social media, and thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay. All right, guys. So here we are back at Global Maker Day. It is, the headquarters are slowing down, just like Tori right now. I'll go ahead and, there we go. Just like Tori right now, we are running into lunchtime. Okay, great. I just heard her there in the background. Thank you, Tori. Bye-bye. All right, so with that, we are working on right now our next presenter, and we have just a lineup. I will tell you that I don't know how we do this without Amy in the background running all of this for us. Check this out. She wrote that list, and that's just half of the day.
I can't wait to.
The other half is.
No, not yet, not yet.
Oh,
Can we?
it's a surprise. The other half is a surprise. But here we are right now. Tori just finished, and her challenge was super cool, creating that colonial American technology out of cardboard. How cool is that? And I just really appreciate these presenters coming in and sharing their knowledge. I loved hearing about what she did for her after school program, that night, that STEAM night that they hosted, and how much the community was really excited to participate. I know we have Arlene coming in next, and I see her in the background. She's probably like, oh, I can't get on video yet. Don't worry, you can. I'm going to make sure you can. And so she'll be able to join in and share here in a second. Again, this is our makerspace, which is starting to look slim right now because all those kids are eating. But we have had a great time, again, focusing in on the challenge with Stanley Black & Decker, of course, looking at what our, there we go. The challenge that really goes in and makes an impact in our community. So I love seeing those kinds of challenges. What problems are we running into and how can our students be the ones that solve these problems for us? So Arlene, if you want to go ahead and just get your video on and get unmuted, and we'll be able to transfer that over to you. I want to introduce you to one person that has been behind the scenes, literally behind the scenes, because we haven't been able to find him all morning. That's Craig. And Craig has been joining in and sharing and been part of every single meeting, has been making sure along the way as we started this really in January, our chat started, and it has progressed throughout the year, and just getting to know him and his crew and everything that they're bringing to the table. So innovative, customized for his students, always looking at what's best, and just being an avid supporter of innovation within his teachers, bringing that into the classroom. So we're so pleased to be here with Craig, and what he brings to the table for Global Maker Day for sure is not just impacting Sheikh Khalil here at their community school, but it is impacting now the world. So we get a chance to learn from them and grow with them and hopefully connect with them. So make sure to connect with them at eHalil on Twitter. And they're doing a lot of stuff, a lot more on Instagram, right? Would you say? Yeah. Did you want to say anything?
We're blessed to have you, and so thankful to be part of the maker community and getting students to learn while doing and explore. So thank you so much.
No, thank you. Yeah, this has been wonderful. We told Craig all morning we were going to say, oh, we're going to get on to Craig because he leaves when it's chaos, but all of a sudden it's quiet and he's like, hey, you guys doing all right? No, we're just kidding. It's been wonderful. There's Arlene. Awesome. So her video's going. We're ready to transfer this over to you, Arlene. How are you looking on video so far?
Hello, are we going live? Do you see me?
You are live. Are you ready to take it over?
Thank
Wonderful.
you so
We'll
much.
be muted. We'll be
welcome. My
muted
name's-
listening in the background, okay? So feel free to take it away.
Let me turn it up. Okay.
Sorry. My name is Arlene. We're coming live from my classroom. We're about to meet our live global makers. Our host behind us, our cameraman, is going to take us around and interview our students. So welcome, welcome.
So first up, we've got this student over here. Do you want to tell us about what you're doing, but talk about your internship a little bit?
So a couple years ago, actually, I went to New York and I ended up meeting with an app developer, Sophia. Shout out to you for Morphe. So this is the app that she developed. And it's a 3D modeling app. You got shapes, you got rulers, really useful tools like rotate, align, you can scale it, you can see it from different views. And then I'm using Poly Printer. It's about to print. And what I did was I combined the cone with a disk. I went into 2D to 3D, went to type, and then put yeehaw, because Texas. Then I put a little handle on it so you could spin the top. Export it as an STL to Google Drive. Went to my Google Drive, put it in this slicer, and it just slices it so that it is a compatible method for my 3D printer. Put it into the 3D printer, set it, and click print, and here it is. Starting print right now.
Starts with that. Very cool.
Download Morphe. It's a really cool, easy tool to use, and just be creative, getting 3D
Right.
printing.
So download Morphe. All right. Jacob, do you have anything?
Not really, but to say, keep on imagining your things and do well in school.
All right. Cool 3D printer, and good job. All right.
Okay. My name is Alina Garwacki, and I work every day in the Student Studio with the Silhouette and Cameo and sticker maker. So right now I have trick or treat set up. It's a little sticker. And we're gonna put it on our little trick or treating bag. It's pretty cool. So you print out the sticker. So you can use a design. You can either like make one if you're really artsy. I'm not. So usually I just find like a free one off the internet or the Cello Design Studio if they have a special sale going on or something like that. And you're gonna come over here and click select trace area, and this black box is gonna come up, and you just highlight your sticker and it'll turn yellow like this color. I already did that. So I'm just gonna get rid of that. And then you're gonna come down here and click trace. And when you click trace, it's gonna do this red outline and you're just gonna drag the black and white. It's easier if it's in black and white because the color it sometimes messes up. And then you come over here to send, you find your vinyl. We use a vinyl that looks like this. It's orange and it's glossy. So you find vinyl glossy and you make sure your Cameo is plugged in and ready. And then you just put your cutting mat in with the vinyl on. You make sure it's all smooth. It cuts. It doesn't take very long at all. This one took, I think, like 1 minute and 30 seconds. And it cuts out. You come out and you thread it.
All right.
And then you put the transfer tape on.
Cool.
You pull it off and you put it on the bag.
Yeah, let's see that.
Okay, so this one's a little tricky because it has letters and it's not seen to want to stick on. So you're gonna have to help it a little bit. Yeah.
Just go slow and it'll come off.
Yeah. Hopefully.
Because the transfer tape isn't very sticky, because if it was that sticky, then it wouldn't come off on the thing you want it
Right.
to come off on. So you just have to be patient with it.
Cool. All right. Well.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let's see what's going on over here. All right, Lizzie, would you like to introduce yourself and tell the world what you're doing?
Hi, Lizzie. I am currently working on our embroidery machine, getting it up and running. So I'll set up one of our other sewing machines, and then I'm going to work on just understanding how all the tech works, making sure I can get all the pieces correctly in place and understanding the technology that goes with it and systems, and then move on from here. Currently, it's just kind of guessing, walking along with what it says, and then from here, I'm gonna then go to this machine, set it fully up, and then I will work on one of my other projects I have set up, which usually is like an embroidered piece of a pocket or something.
Cool. So how did you learn how to use the machine?
I was actually taught by my grandma and my mom. They both sew, and my grandma taught me how to use a machine. And then from there, I just looked at the other machines and realized they were very similar. And they all have like steps. Like they don't leave you in the dark. It's like 1, 2, 3, et cetera. So there's instructions, but you do need to know how to use the machine before you decide to tamper with it, because otherwise you end up with broken pieces.
Yeah, it might hurt yourself.
Yeah.
All right, cool. Will, what are you doing?
I am helping her set this machine up so that we can get to sew.
All right, cool. All right, we'll move on to the next part. Hey, all right, Aaron, would you like to introduce yourself to the world?
So I have been trying to braid and make things with just the 4 fingers, like Zach is doing right now. And I made this long piece of line, hopefully to make it to like a hat.
All right, cool. So explain to us how you made this.
So like he's doing right now, you just use your 4 fingers and you thread it through each time, and you start getting this cool design that he has. He also switched it back and forth with colors. And yeah, and you just keep going until you figure out whenever you want to stop.
All right, cool. Seems interesting. Okay, Trevor, would you like to introduce yourself to the world and let us see what you're doing?
Yeah, my name is Trevor White. I live and playing with this thing. It's called a lathe. This one we usually use to make pins with, but currently I'm exploring the different tools and how to use them. So like, for instance, this is a cutter. So what you do, whenever the lathe is on, so you turn it on and this all spins up. And with this, you hold it sideways and you can cut out lots of wood. Sometimes it can be kind of noisy. So, but yeah, you do this and you can cut away at wood divots like you see right here on these little bumps. And after you're done playing with these, there's also a lot of other tools. You can see the book collection over here. Then you, because whenever you finish with all these, your work, it's typically very rough. So you get some sandpaper. This is 150 grit, and you take this off. You're trying to lay this back again. It's good to put it a little slower. And your sandpaper, and you just start sanding. And whenever you're sanding, you never want to stop. Like, because if you stop, then the sandpaper, you can see the grain in the wood, like of the sandpaper, which you don't want. You want to like preserve how the wood looks. So as you're sanding, you kind of move back and forth. You do that, and you move up to higher grit sandpaper, and it gets finer and better looking. And then eventually you'll apply it's like a resin on top of it. It seals the wood and it makes it look really pretty.
All right, cool. Very interesting. All right. All right. Henry, would you like to introduce yourself and tell us what you're doing?
My name's Henry, and I'm working on a floating island scooper in Tinkercad. So
Cool.
yeah. And since it's floating, I'm making these waterfalls that will support it, so it looks more realistic.
So, how'd you make this, Henry?
I use Tinkercad.
Yeah. All right, cool. So, like, what was your process in making it? What was like your design?
I just started with like this base area right there.
And you just built upon on it?
Yeah.
All right, cool. All right, very interesting. Okay. All right, Kiki, would you like to show us what you're doing?
Sure. Currently, I'm working on a fantasy sketch that or at least I'm sketching for mine. It's a project we're working currently in our art class, and I'm a little bit behind, but it's looking good so far, I think.
Great. All right, cool. Yeah. Might not be able to see it on camera as well since it's very light.
Yeah, it's still kind of in the beginning processes.
All right, interesting. Wait, are we not? Okay, Olivia, what are you working on?
Right now, I am working on hand sewing a dinosaur, which this is going to end up being a stuffed animal or a plush or whatever you call it. And so once all of these, I'm currently making a spike right now, but once all of these are done being sewn, I'm going to sew them onto the inside of this seam. And then once those are done at certain intervals, I'm going to sew this seam together, and it'll eventually make one long dinosaur. So yeah.
Cool. How'd you get the bumps on the fabric?
This was just a fabric that I found at Joann's. It's like a baby blanket fabric. So yeah.
All right, cool. How'd you sew on the face?
Well,
Did you use the machine or hand sewn?
no, all of this is hand sewn. And this the little dot right here is just hand embroidered, but it wasn't very hard.
All right, cool. Yeah, I know. I asked Mrs. Shelton. She said that we're still live, so feedback. Yeah, but I don't know.
You want to go like check on the print?
All right, so this is the 3D print that is currently going on. Yeah, so Jacob, do you know how about how long these prints take on average?
Well, it depends on their size and their shape. I remember printing a dog back at my house, and it took about 3 hours.
Yeah. So it definitely isn't fast.
Yes, but it's fast enough to make it on like a it's not gonna take like 10 hours or something, but it's
Right. So what are some of the things you can do with 3D printing? Are there any limits to it or anything?
well, don't want to make things too small, but not too big as well. Just make them into like separate pieces to make a big item. Just think of it as a Lego puzzle. Make smaller things to make it even bigger.
Yeah, all right, cool. I'll come back to you soon. All right. So how's the final going?
It's really good. It looks so cute and it went down really well and everything transferred over like it was supposed to. And now we're ready for trick or treating. And you can like put little goodies in it for your favorite STEAM teacher. Yeah, it's really fun. I
Alright.
love it. It's really fun.
Cool. Talking about STEAM teachers, let's talk to Miss M.
Hello. Yes, so I am in here during I-30, which is our 30-minute flex time. And I think that my main role is problem solving and figuring out technology, which is not necessarily my strong suit, but everyone's teaching me a lot. So we're working on figuring this out, which is our, you want to explain what you're doing?
It's
Press? Yeah.
it's for t-shirts, so you can get like any images off like the internet, and we're trying to figure out how to do it right now. So I'm not an
Cool.
expert.
Yeah.
So,
Hey.
okay, so are you wanting to put it on this t-shirt?
Yeah.
Okay, so pick that up. You want to make sure you put your t-shirt down first. Okay. And then you're going to take your design.
Does she need to put it onto the transfer paper first?
You do. Sorry, I thought this was just from the silhouette.
Oh, gotcha.
Okay.
So this
Well,
is
you're supposed to
start.
print. So this
out on that and
is. So you need to actually print onto the transfer paper.
So we
Print.
did.
Okay.
That's the light, because we're doing it light.
So right
Okay.
here, we're gonna.
So then let's see if it'll work. Where do you want to go?
We do a lot of troubleshooting.
Oh yeah. I bet.
Which is a good thing.
Are you
You
good?
learn
Are
a
we
lot
on
in
it?
troubleshooting.
How do you use the heat press ever?
No.
Okay. So does it tell you how long and what temperature?
It says, well, we're doing light, so it should be 200 to 210. I feel like.
Yeah, at the very top. Yes. Okay. And then for 20 to 30 seconds.
It has two
Sheets together. So I've never done it that way. I've always done it printed directly on the paper and then.
Did you do dark?
I did both.
Okay, so
Your way is probably the right way. Yeah, this is off of
I mean, I guess it's
Give it a
not
try.
Just try it, right? But have you set this for how long you need it to be?
no.
Okay, so if you hit the middle button, mode, it's
Oh,
going to allow you to do the temperature. What you want at the time right now is set to 20 seconds. So
That's
okay,
Yeah.
so we can start. We can start here. Push it down until it locks. All the way down. There you go. And then the timer will start. And then it'll beep when it's done. And we'll see if it works.
So what is the design supposed to be?
It's birds working.
Cool. All right, so we're gonna be able to see what it looks like.
Yeah.
What's
Hopefully it'll
the
work.
temperature?
And if it didn't, then we'll figure out why. Just pull really hard. All right. Okay, so it didn't come off. So. Imaging paper. See, it doesn't say it's transfer paper. So.
Oh, it does not.
All right, so let's see. Maybe you do have to.
Yeah, all this is lazy dark.
Okay, let's see here. All right, so.
All right.
Press two sheets together. So 20 to 30 seconds.
Do anyone else that would like
Lily
to
does
show them?
something.
Lily's next.
Lily. All right, Lily, would you like to tell us what you're working on?
Oh, I'm making it down.
Making an alien.
Yeah.
All right, cool. And how are you doing that?
Try hand sewing it.
So what's a pin sewing?
I don't know. Allison taught me.
All right. So you just use like. So, okay, so you're basically just sewing with pins. So what's the difference between that and hand?
I don't know.
Maybe we can ask.
What's the question?
Do you know the difference between pin and hand sewing? Is there a difference?
So she is hand sewing. These pins are just to hold the alien together. So I don't never heard of pin sewing before, but hand sewing is just sewing without a machine. And the pins are just here because she has 2 pieces of fabric, and if you don't have the pins, then the fabric will separate and it'll fall apart, and then you won't get the right shape in the end product. So.
All right. Well, cool. All right, back to here. How's the project going?
Iffy.
Well, I mean, you know, there is no like real failure.
I figured out that I was missing a couple pieces.
She got it.
Excitement.
All right, so what do you have here?
We are making design using Tinkercad.
All right, cool. So what's this here?
I am designing a house.
All right, cool. Hey, Will, would you like to share the world what you're doing?
McKenna would like to.
Huh?
McKenna would like to.
All right. Dylan, what are you doing?
I'm doing Tinkercad.
All right, seems like everyone's doing Tinkercad. All right. All right, Jacob, what's progress on the print?
All right, so I gotta say that the progress would probably be about a little bit more than 50%.
All right. What do you think it was like when we came over here last?
Well, it was about at least 30 to 40%.
All right, so this is a relatively small thing.
Yes. Smaller it is, the quicker it is.
All right, cool. So what's the process that the printer takes for 3D printing? Why does it do like the lines on the inside, like how it's doing?
Well, you know, lines are to fill up the gap inside, so we give it the extra strength and weight to it.
Cool thing about Polyprinter is that it has a lot of algorithms in it, so that you can see that in my original design, this is what I'm printing. It doesn't have anything under it. You go beneath the board. It doesn't have any supports. But as you can see on the 3D prints, Polyprinter, it does the work through its algorithms. You can see those little supports about right over there. Right, where's my phone? Right there. There's little tiny supports under the top.
All right. Hey, T, you want to interview people with me? Okay, fine.
Yeah, like this. See, it almost started to come off.
It's almost there. But no, if we put it,
I have no idea what I'm doing.
this is, I can see it, like it's definitely coming off. Now it's gonna be the trouble of like lining it up.
What's your favorite? No, that's.
So can you just search up anything and print it off?
As long as it's okay. So, Teague, find whatever you want. I guess make sure it's not. It has to be black and white. It has to be black and white.
Can we put it into grayscale?
I guess we can. But do you want that? That is the real question.
Oh no,
First time.
So we got 6 minutes, and I can get up to my time.
All right.
You can, like, I would do it up to like 300.
300.
And that's what it takes for the vinyl. This is through for about 305.
So what's the progress with this?
So I'm gonna try to make some type of rubber hat. So whenever you fold it up, it makes it look like that.
Uh-huh.
He's still expanding on this thing.
Yeah, once I get to a certain length that I'm happy with, I'm gonna try folding this into thirds and then braid it together so
Cool.
that it'll look interesting.
All right. Go back to Trevor here. Trevor, what's the progress on the woodwork?
I am turning it down. I've made a grip up here. And then back here, I've kind of made a little bit of design. All right.
Hey, Logan, do you have anything to share with the world?
Yes, I do. I'm currently creating a castle on Tinkercad.
So
And
how'd you make the castle?
well, usually you want to start off with like something small and then, you know, make it bigger. And I started off with, I went to basic shapes and I scrolled down to like this one little area. I don't know what it's called. And I found like a castle or like a little brick wall.
Oh wait, no.
And then once I was done with that, making like the rectangle like outline, I got a cylinder, and then I put that on here, and then I made it to the perfect like width or girth of it, and then I made perfect height. And then I merged it.
All right, cool.
Sure.
Yay! I got it working. I did put facing on it, so that's why it's crinkly. It's a test run. It's very much a test run. But it is running, okay? It is running. I was missing a needle, a screw, and I improvised with it. So it's not gonna crinkle like this next time. It's an embroidery machine. It does it for you. And this is coming from a person who usually does hand embroidery, which is on a circle and takes forever. But you know, oh my God. It's like, it's done.
So what happens if you get your finger caught in that?
Yeah, that's not good.
Don't even say it.
Yeah, well, what happens if you get your finger caught in that?
Probably a lot of blood.
Oh.
A trip to the hospital, probably. Because it would
Yeah.
probably puncture you.
What does it do? What does it
Yeah,
do?
so you gotta be careful with this.
You're supposed to do it.
I think it's trying to, but I need it to not.
All right, we'll go back to you. Mrs. Shelton, would you like to add something?
What I would like to add? Oh my gosh, it has been so amazing watching our global makers present on Global Maker Day. You've seen this is what happens on a daily basis in the STEAM studio. It's just amazing. Most of the students work on passion-based projects that just come from their hearts. They really want to create. They come in here looking for a place to escape and create and just allow for their passions to shine. And I love watching their love that they have in their heart come through into these things that they make. And I don't know, any questions, Cole? Any questions for?
Yeah, okay, what do you think?
Yes, we do. Actually, we do have a quick question over here. Hi, Arlene, you're doing an amazing job. We are loving the space. Can you guys hear us okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. We were checking out your screen printing, and that was funny about the sewing machine and not getting your finger in there, because that's an important fact. You don't want to get that, or a trip to the hospital, as the kids said. But we are curious about screen printing as far as like ages that you recommend, as far as the ages that they would start at, the cost that they're dealing with. I know I'm over here right now with the Makerspace lab folks at at Sheikh Khalil School at our host school, and we were talking about the screen printing and just kind of curious as to what recommendations you would have for that.
Okay, so there are a lot of different things going on. So if we're looking at the silhouette, if we're talking about this, you can actually, you can use the vinyl to either, depending on what you purchase, you can either use it to put on paper or onto t-shirts. And this would be very appropriate for elementary on up because the machine does all of the cutting. And then when they go to heat set, of course they need an instructor to help with this part, but their designs would come through very easily. And that setup, you'd need a laptop, you'd need the Cameo or the Silhouette or Cricut or what have you. And so if you've already got a laptop, which most teachers have already, then you just need to spend probably about $200–300 on that Silhouette machine. That would be the easiest way to go about doing that. This setup right here, this is a sublimation printer, and that's what they were currently working on with this design here. I don't want to touch it, I don't want to mess it up. This is a little bit more expensive, $6,000 setup to get your heat set press and your computer equipment and the printer and all that. But what we've done, because we don't have resources, so we write grants, and actually this whole STEAM studio was funded by our Alito Educational Foundation. We wrote a grant to the foundation, and we received $25,000 to purchase all of the equipment and supplies to get started. However, I know not all of you have educational foundations, so you can look at doing cultural trusts in your area. We have Texas Cultural Trust that we can write grants to that would fund something similar. And if you don't have that, you can look towards the government. They have lots of different grants. I can't think of the specific grants that you have to apply for that, but you can look that up online. Any other questions?
Did you have like the age recommendation on like safety wise, because it is pretty hot? So what would you say as far as that goes?
Okay, so I would say maybe they're 13, maybe middle school, high school age to use this independently. In the classroom, you can also use an iron. So again, that's middle school to high school age for that part of this. But if they're just making the stickers, then that can start even earlier. There's no heat needed for that. So I would say probably 4th grade would have the dexterity to be able to do this.
We really appreciate it, guys. You've done a fantastic job and sharing out your makerspace, and all those kids very active and engaged. We appreciate you so much.
Thank
you. Everything that you work on, do you share this out publicly where other people, because you're in our neck of the, my neck of the woods in Texas, correct?
Right. So this year, I'm not sharing out as much as in the past, but yes, we've been really constant with doing things on Twitter, sharing out on Twitter, Facebook. There's a lot of different groups that we share out. I'm an art teacher, so we share out to a lot of the art teacher groups that are out there in Facebook. On Facebook, Art Teachers is one of them. There's about 16,000 people there that we share out with regularly. But the ebb and flow technology. Sometimes we're better than others, and right now we've got a little bit of a lull. But yeah, definitely.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eileen.
No problem.
Joining in. Very cool.
So, bye.
Bye-bye. Thank you, guys. All right. We have, and I know that we have international folks joining in. I'm going to go ahead and get reconnected here. All right. Okay. So as we have international people that have been jumping in and showcasing what they're doing, they are working on projects all over the world. And I know our next presenter, Angel, is probably having a difficult time. He's trying to join in from Dominican Republic. And sometimes with time zones and such, that could be a little bit challenging. So I know that he is going to probably be joining us maybe later. And we are just going to keep rocking and rolling because we have a lot of things happening here in this space that we have not been able to showcase a whole lot on. So while we're waiting for Angel to join on, if he's able to make it, we'll go ahead and do that. Let me go ahead and get this over. Okay, so we're actually going to go ahead and showcase some of the stuff happening at Sheikh Khalil. So I'd love to hear some of the projects you guys are working on and just learn a lot with you. but you got to talk real loud.
Okay.
Can you do that?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do it.
Okay, so this is an Arduino circuit. It's like a basic circuit that you can also do it on the computer if you can't like have it on if you can't have it. So this is the program called Tinkercad. Tinkercad is pretty much where you can do it all, but just in the computer if you don't have the like things in real life. So this is how you do it on Tinkercad. It's really the same thing. You just connect it with the mouse and you drag the things from here. And then here, if you want to do it live, show this. You have the little Arduino here. This is the Arduino and this is the breadboard. The breadboard. And you get the Arduino and you get one of your wires. You connect it to the 5V, which the 5V connects to the positive in the breadboard, and then the G and D stands for ground. Connects to the negative in the breadboard. Then you get the resistor, which you put one side in the positive.
I don't know if they can see you down there, so let me make
Put
sure that
one
we're.
side in the positive
There
and
we
one
go.
in the other section of it. And then you get the push button.
Does it
which-
matter where it's going in the other section?
Yes. So no, it doesn't matter in the other section, but when you put the resistor on that same row, you have to put the push button there on like one of the little legs, because it has like 4 legs.
What's a resistor?
A resistor, it has like volts and it lowers the volts on it.
It's going to resist some of the voltage
Yeah.
because the LED she's
Too
using
hot.
is less than 2 volts, and
Yeah.
she's bringing 5 volts of power.
Oh.
So that we don't burn it out.
So you get the little push button, you put it on this, on another side of it.
Naomi, don't forget to plug in your.
Yes. Wait, I don't think it's going. I think
They go in?
I need another push. Doesn't matter. It just needs to be mostly on one side. Then you get the LED. You put the positive side.
Make sure to speak loudly so they
Oh,
can hear you.
Okay. So you're gonna like how it shows it right here. The push button and the positive leg of the LED have to be on the same like side, kind of. So you just put it right here. And then you get another wire. Are there any wires? Oh, thank you.
How do you know if it's the right type?
It just really needs to have both of the little sticks.
There's male wires and
Yeah.
female, so these are the
Oh.
male that we're using.
Okay.
Some of them like don't have the one of the sides and it only has one side, but you need both.
Okay.
And you connect the negative leg, which is the long leg.
No, the shorter leg.
The shorter
The
leg.
long leg is the positive.
You connect it like it has to be on the same row. You put it right here. Then you put it. Then you put this right back into the negative side. Then you get like a little wire, this long one. You connect it from the Arduino. It has a little thing to connect it. Then you just need a USB cable. Like to plug it into your computer.
Oh.
And then you click the push button. I think this LED might be burned out.
Let's see. check it out. Okay. So you have the long leg here. Okay, and then this area should connect to the row that.
Yeah.
Oh, yay!
Yay! Good job.
This website is called Picard. These are just your basic circuit.
That's great. Okay, Osama, I'm going to mute you. Oh, there you go. Good. He's muted in the background. Awesome. Okay, so we're going to go ahead. Do we want to move over to the next group or? Well, first off, what got you into this? Do you enjoy doing it?
Yeah, I guess it's kind of. This one is the most simple one. There's ones that need code,
Yeah.
which are harder because you need to like find out the code. I can show you. I have it on my
Yeah.
the space. So this one's like more complicated. It has more LEDs, more resistors, more wires when it loads. So
Yeah.
this is how this one looks. You can you see how this. Oh, you have to put certain restrictions, right? But this one is always on. If you do it correctly, this one of them will always be on. And when you click the push button, the other two flicker off. And when you stop, this one turns back on. And then here there are some more resistors, more wires, but you always have like
your code.
Oh, and then here's the code. We did this in class. But like these, when you have the 2/, you will see that it's like a little note for yourself. So the code that is really what you need is right here, like the ones that are in orange. And sometimes, like what we did in class, you had to on a website. What was the website called that you like put the code into your?
We used the web portal from Arduino website
Oh,
to
yeah.
push the code into the Arduino.
So you need so you like put the code into the Arduino, and then like they sketch all the code, and then when you build this in real life, then this will be here, and then this one will be always on.
You'll be testing it, yeah.
And one will be flickering.
That website is create.arduino.cc.
Okay. What made you cut? How did you even find out about all this? Is it a lot of research, or were you already into it?
I mean, I'm already into it.
Yeah.
And the kids loved it.
Yeah. Very cool. All right. Who do we got next?
Hi. So I'm just to piggyback on the Arduino. So we are introducing it this year in middle school, but leading our students into high school because we have an honors engineering program, and that's where our students are like really dive into Arduino and to coding. And once they learn the code and they learn how to program that board and multiple lights and push buttons, they then innovate ideas, and the code gets stored into the board, and they can then program, like have things light up and build around it with the 3D printing or physical building and have a project come alive. I know that earlier, one of our high school students, you may have seen, I think it went out on Twitter or something, one of our high school students had done a project with stoplights, and they programmed the whole thing. So it doesn't need to be connected at that time to the computer if all the code goes in. So it's really given them, opening their eyes to like the whole innovation and building and coding coming together. So,
yeah.
Okay, I think we have one more student right now. One of our seventh grade students that wants to talk about her.
All right. Hopefully she can talk real loud. Are you ready for that?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Okay, so
You want to share your name?
My name is Tali.
Awesome.
And I'm in 7th grade. So we are working on a project that is like a 3 to 8 minute video in like saying a problem. Like you have to like tell people that there's a problem like pollution or plastic in the water. So me and my group, me and my partner, I was doing more pollution and like transportation. So there's many things that cause pollution, and that's what we're working on. And
So do you want to share what you're working on here?
So we are doing here our script for our 3-minute video. Here's our script.
You might just need to talk pretty loud so they can all hear you.
So here's our script, and we wrote a lot about pollution and what happens in pollution.
Uh-huh.
And here are what like not the script, but like the order we're gonna do stuff like we're gonna talk about pollution and the problem, and then you'll hear music and see pictures and pollution in title. And then these are our solution for pollution. So we're basically making a video that like tells people that there's a problem in the world and they can like help solve it.
So I like that you're scripting out your video. So in a video process, whenever you're creating your video, having a plan of putting that video together. Do you guys know where you're going to go and start filming any of this?
So first I'm using the app iMovie, which I know how to use because I have done projects on it.
Yeah.
So we don't have the video yet, but we wrote in the script, and there's gonna be like pictures and like little videos of while we're talking about like pollution, and there's gonna be like pictures like about what we're talking about.
Cool. So you're going to bring in some pictures, hopefully get some video that you can get in there, and then you'll be explaining in the process. I love it. That's great. Thank you so much for sharing. Another project that they're working on that ties back into their main Global Maker Day Challenge, and that is designing a product that meets the needs in our society or in the environment. So that's working back with the Stanley Black & Decker concept as well. So very cool. All right. Do we want to talk a little bit with some students that are making? You guys want to share what your goals are and what you're working on right now? This is their lunchtime? Okay. Well, there were kids here already. This is their lunch break. They came in for lunch. Why don't you share a little bit about what you're doing?
So we're making.
I'm going to try to get you close so that we can hear you real well.
Like type of things that shoot out. So you use a pin, you clip it on, and then when you unclip it, it shoots at that basketball thing. And if you hit the red thing, you got 1 point. And if it makes it in,
Ooh, that's challenging.
you get another point. But also these are a little bit like too aggressive, so we're trying to make them a little bit softer.
Okay.
And right now we're working on another one
So why are you guys making this?
for a cardboard project. We're going to make a cardboard arcade.
Okay, arcade and STEM. So even like propelling something forward is part of the challenge, right? You're gonna have to have a little bit more or less resistance.
And we also have to have an electric piece in it, but we haven't had the class to do it yet, so we're gonna do it.
So that you guys came during your lunch to be makers. Yeah. That's what. Do you guys do this all the time?
No.
No, but this is awesome. If you're that excited about it to work on it during lunch, that's amazing.
Because design is one of my favorites.
Design is one of your favorite classes. Did you guys hear that? That was from a student. All right, so why don't we go ahead and come over here? What are you guys working on?
Me and her are making like a rocket ship, and we named it like there's a little rocket ship, and then it goes up,
I
and the
love
marble
it.
can fall through the hole, and it has to get up there.
So why did you come in today during your lunchtime to work on it?
We needed more time to do it.
Okay.
And like right now, I'm making like a little box to set the marble thing.
Very cool. So where are the point values? Is there some points that are worth more, or what's the goal?
You have 3 tries to make it in this. If you make it in this, you automatically win a prize.
What are you guys shooting in?
It's in a rocket with a marble. Where's your rocket? It's over there.
Okay.
There's the marble inside. We're gonna put string,
Uh-huh.
and then you put it. If you get it in this, then it falls on the other side, and it's not good. It means you lost one of your lives. If you get it in this, that means you win a prize.
Cool. All right. I'm like climbing down with the kids right now, getting all in. So as we're going through, we're learning a little bit about what they're doing. The arcade game seems to be a big hit here. I think because kids like to play. I don't know. What do you guys think? But our kids want to build those games too. And so to see what they've designed and created, do you want to share a little bit about what you've done?
Sure. Hi. So this is a ping pong table that we designed, but it's kind of like a soccer tennis kind of thing, because it's like you have to it could double bounce, but we can't like get past this zone.
Oh.
So
And
we
how
made the net.
Because you have to make it different than like soccer, tennis. So
Mhm.
they start with 3 points, and if they score, they lose a point.
Whoever gets to zero first wins.
Oh,
And
so it's
then
a league.
whoever- Yeah.
Can they ever get negative?
No.
No negative?
When they get zero, they automatically win.
Oh,
And
can
then
they
they
can
get
they
like a
score
prize.
fractional points? Like
Oh.
fractional parts, or is it all just whole numbers?
Whole numbers.
Whole numbers. Okay. All right.
Oh, that's like we can't tell.
Did you guys ever have any
Bye.
issues with any of this?
Oh yeah, he got burned 2 times today.
Yeah, just today?
Right now.
Oh my goodness.
Last time I
It,
also
it
got
looks like
burned.
you're not having any luck right now, even with your other fingers, right?
Yeah, I got burned right here.
Oh.
I got burned right here.
Oh, well, you guys got to be careful with that, but you're learning some good lessons doing your activities. Do you guys want to share? Or you guys, oh, is
We
this,
already did.
but what is that? Is that part of it?
Yeah.
So what is that part? Is that how when it lands, where it
When
goes?
the ball falls, it comes into this.
Cool. Awesome. Okay. All right, guys, we're walking around just kind of learning what is happening here back at Sheikh Khalil School. I know we're getting close to our next presenter here. Osama will be joining us. And there's just a lot of activities going on. So right now, the challenge that we have is design your ideal makerspace using real room dimensions. So that is really challenging, because when you think about what space you actually have available and what that space could look like, it has to be flexible. I can tell you, I've been in this room a couple different times now, and every time I come in this room, it looks different. The layout's different, the tables are different. The seating is actually really different too. Do you want to share a little bit about that?
Sure. Hi again. So this space we had the opportunity to create a few years ago. It was transformed from a different use space, and myself and Mrs. Forster sat down, and actually I can show you for a moment. We started on paper, just like we ask our students to do. So we actually measured the space, drew it out, and then gave our plans and worked with the people here at the school who are helping us build, and actually went from plan to plan, then looked online, kind of saying what type of furniture do we want, and chose, how each space was going to function, if it was static or if it was going to be mobile. And we knew that we needed an area that had some computers that were going to be there. Before we had, now we have more Chromebooks and more MacBooks that are laptops, but originally we knew we needed some desktops. So we have an area that is our digital workstation. So kind of over there, right now everything is consumed with cardboard, because we're in our amazing cardboard challenge. But that is our digital workstation. If anybody needs a computer, they can just work right there. Here we have our hot glue gun station in the center, and that will also serve as could be soldering or other functionality. And then we have a lot of supplies all along. We have 3D printers. We have a few sewing machines as well. And then, as you said, our tables are moving all the time. So every day the kids can come in, depending on the project that they're working on, the tables get moved. We have stools, we stack them, we can spread them out. Kids are working on the floor, standing, sitting, depending on what they're, what project they're involved in. We have more than one class that happens in here. So at least 2 classes going on at one time. So about 30 kids, 2 to 3 teachers, depending on who's around. We all pinch hit for each other and love to help out. And we try to plan our space so that if one grade is working and spread out on the floor, the other grade might be in a coding project, so they'll be sitting at the table. So as to alleviate kind of the traffic in the room. And the kids learn to work in the controlled chaos, and they love it. They learn how to focus, even with all the noise around them. They do everything from graphic design to coding, to building the cardboard, to learning how to solder, to the Arduino programming, and all kinds of things in our space. So we have time for one more.
Yeah, we
the
have
circuit
plenty of time.
playground.
Yeah.
Okay, so currently our 8th graders, I'm going to show this in their absence because they're on a field trip right now. But our 8th graders are working using code.org, but learning how to program the Circuit Playground Express. This is a really cool little device. This is the fun part when they plug it in. They love seeing those lights. But then they actually had to learn, how do I do something with this? How do I make this come alive? How do I program it so it can light up on demand when I want it? So I'm going to just demonstrate an example here of kind of a one screen app that they needed to do. Let's just make sure we have some volume here. Okay. So we're going to, so the way this works is it plugs in to your USB, or if you need an adapter, and then it's giving power to this little device. Okay, you can get this on Adafruit. Okay, so you can check that out. And you can program it in multiple platforms, but we were doing it in code.org. Called the Circuit Playground in Unit 6. So my students work through a series of instructions so that they can understand.
Hold on real quick. Hey, Osama, if you don't mind just turning off your video real quick as we're going through and explaining here, and you'll be starting in about 5 minutes. So we can see everything on your screen, which is fantastic. You just want to go ahead. Perfect. Thank you so much. And we're going to finish over here.
Okay, so for their challenge, as they worked through, and they needed to learn how to code so that they can actually code the one screen app. So it kind of simulates a phone, and then interact with their Circuit Playground. So I'll show a little demo I have here. It said, check out the pictures of these foods and try to guess which one is my favorite. So you're gonna have to look at the light, all right? And right now we're only coding this one little light, all right? We're at the initial stages, okay? The kids are going through a process. Eventually they're gonna code sounds and colors. So as they click, the screen changes here. Okay, and the light is changing. There's different flashes, and that's going pulsating really fast. And the screen kind of changed to like a hooray, excitement background. So our students had to take that and kind of give their own twist on it. All right. So, all right. So this kid did a little true or false video game. Is it working here? True or false? Okay. The game is working if the LED is pulsing. Okay, let's see. Play the game. Okay. So they're asking, well, let's see what happens, right? All right. Okay, here we go. Uh-oh. All right, so they had to program all kinds of things. Everybody did their own take on it. And if you see the coding that they had to do in here, they had to really understand the event here. Okay, here we are with another little quiz game. So they, went through and they were challenged with coding and getting it to function on here. Eventually, they're going to turn this into something else and actually build around it.
Very cool. That's awesome. I know that I mean, this has been great because as we've been sitting in this space, we've been learning with them. The students have been coming in, sharing what they're doing, but honestly, they don't have time to share with us. Yeah. They're like, okay, can you leave now? I got to get back to making. And it's so wonderful because they are not just doing a project that they have to complete. They're doing it because they really love it. I heard somebody in the last group say a passion-based project. And I think that's exactly what this is. This is something that one is potentially inspiring something in students that they never had an opportunity to do before. They would have never known had they not been in your classroom. So it's just really wonderful to see all these different, I know we have different grade levels, 6th, 7th, and 8th happening in here. The fact that they work on different projects and there's 2 different classes going on at the same time, like that would drive any teacher crazy. But the fact that it works here just shows that these kids really own this space.
Yeah, I mean, it's a culture that we said in order to make this space happen for our department, that was our solution to that problem, right? So we had a small space before and it was 1 class at a time, or somebody had to be in a regular classroom. So the solution was we can make it work. We'll teach at the same time and we'll get the kids on board with us and they'll learn how to learn like that.
Yeah.
So that's expected when they come into this space. It comes with challenges, of course, but by 8th grade, 6th, 7th, 8th, they're used to it.
Yeah.
So it's really
That's
a great
wonderful.
experience. And they're in here twice a week, all year long.
Yeah, this has been
And sometimes at lunch.
well, and the fact that this space changes every, we think we're working on one thing and then all of a sudden a different group comes in and different projects being worked on, and The room looks different. The different items are pulled out, the different resources.
And I want to mention, we also have a kind of backyard space. We have a
Oh.
hydroponics garden. You want to
Yeah,
take a quick
let's
look
go.
out there?
Okay, I know Osama's going to be
Okay.
starting here in a few minutes. And
Right there
I'm
with,
going to bring,
Mr. Savage.
it's what we're going to walk out to.
Yeah.
Okay, come on out. Here we go, here we go. All right, you ready to share?
Are we live?
We're live.
All right. Hello, everybody. My name is Mr. Savadesh Sheikh Hillel. I teach the 6th grade design in STEM. I just want to show you guys our hydroponics system.
Wow.
And maybe a little explanation on why we chose the hydroponics.
All right.
In that, as the population of the world grows, we have to learn how to incorporate and grow more food and pretty much give them the same amount of land, because we can't just carve out more farming area without disrupting the whole ecosystem. So this is the system that we kind of use. It's actually developed by the guy that does Living the Land at Epcot. It's a drip feed hydroponic system in the sense that this water tube is fed from a blue reservoir, holds water, and water, different times of the day, flows through the tube. It ends here, but if you see these little drip lines coming out, they drip from to the top of each tower, and they scroll all the way to the bottom. So, so in here, oh, she actually planted the seeds today.
I planted it.
You did? You planted those seeds? Hello. Great job, guys. Great job.
So yeah, you'll see they're all labeled. We have beans, strawberries, more beans, cilantro, Chinese kale, tomatoes. So this system pretty much grows everything. The fertilizer goes straight into the reservoir, so it mixes with the water.
Wow.
And it's pretty automatic. You don't have to bend down. And you don't have to worry about weeds. So that's another reason, a good benefit of this
So you
system.
won't forget to water them.
We won't forget to water them.
Because I kill every plant out there. I need the system. I need
eat
it.
every plant out there. So.
Great. Thank you so much for
that's our-
sharing. That
our
is
little hydroponic
wonderful.
system.
You guys could see here how far back that goes and all the different things that they're planning. When do you anticipate starting to see some of this coming?
Next week.
Next week. When was
Yeah.
this finalized?
As far as
Then when did you finish planting?
we planted seeds today. Most of our crops will sprout within a week. So we should start seeing sprouts, if not by the end of this week, then next week. And in a month,
It'll be here.
It'll be ready.
Wow. And here in Miami, they can do that any time of the year. Whereas most of us around the country or around the world have to be very selective when we plant our plants. So I'm excited because Osama is on here. Osama, I know that right now you're muted and you have your video off, but feel free to go ahead and switch over and get your slides going. We're so excited because we have our global presenters, and this is just the best. We get a chance to really hear from and see the things, the making concepts that are happening everywhere, especially even on the physical education side. So Osama, do you want to go ahead and get on your video right now? Perfect. And then we can't hear you because you're still muted. So if you want to unmute yourself.
Hello.
Hi, welcome.
Hi, Jamie. How are you?
Doing awesome. We are so glad you're here with us today. And
Yeah.
I will be in the background for you for you to be able to ask any questions, technical questions. But while you're going, I'll be muted and we'll have our video camera off so that you can rock and roll.
Sure. Yeah. So I had some technical issues. I couldn't even connect to the internet at my house. I have to drive back to school.
Oh
So
no. Well,
so
what time is it for you right now?
now it's 9 p.m.
9 p.m. Thank you so much for joining in from your school at 9 p.m. This is wonderful. Thank you.
It's fine. So I did prepare a presentation about social media for teachers and how we use that to create a PLN. But I think when I watch what you guys doing today, it's more about student agency and what the students are doing. So I think gonna change that. I'm gonna show.
You're a maker. You're going to adapt however you want to take this.
I thought that would be better. I show, for example, what social media did do with me and how I did use it. So how can I connect with educators and something for the students to use, like the maps, the Google Maps, and what's the potentials of using the Google Maps. And I need to be showing some of my students what they make in PE before, kind of to reflect on their global issues that you want to face and they raise. So
sounds good.
So I'll see, I'm gonna start to share my, this is gonna work. Let's see now. So
Go ahead and turn off my video so that you can get that going. Make sure. Yeah, we
okay,
can
let
see
me-
it.
okay, good. So I'm gonna start with the visit map. So mainly the visit map is just a Google map. So I've been in social media for a long time, in Twitter and Facebook and around to grow as a educator. And from Twitter, after a while, I just start thinking, I'm connected with all people around the world, but it's good to know where they are actually live, or work. So then I went and I created a Google map. So if even this is good for the students, then I show even what's the potentials. All you have to do is just you go to Google Maps, then create your own map. You can look Google My Maps, and then create your own maps. And then I create lots of maps. One of them is where I have more than 1,000 educators now, is the visit map, which is mainly the PE teachers from around the world I'm networking with. We're talking about more than around 1,000 educators from 76 countries. We're all connected on the social media, but also on this amazing map. So if I open the map, for example, and can even the kids, I show the kids even later how we can use. Now, around more than 50% are from the States. So if even I zoom in, and I have a challenge for people who are watching now, if you go to the visit map or the physics or even the educators map in here, if you go to visitmap.com and then click to educators map, I want you to open the map and check where do you live and who's the closest educators to your house or to your place. Do you hear me, Jamie? So I think you're somewhere in Florida,
Yes,
am I right?
we can hear you great. Sounds great.
Yeah, so where do you guys live or
We
work?
are,
Which
you know what,
school?
we're actually all in different places, but we're located right now at the host school in Miami, Florida.
So if I open the educators map, for example, I just want to maybe even for you to check where is the map, so this is, I believe this is Florida, Miami, somewhere here.
Yeah, so if you go down, I believe are we below, we're below Jackson, towards the southern part, Hollywood, right there. So Miami, we're in between Hollywood and Miami.
So for example, if I click on this one, you're gonna see that's the teacher's name. When did they join the map? Where's the school or which area? What curriculum they teaching, and which even like
so
stage.
like grade
This is
level.
primary. So go to the other one, and you can see if that educator have a map or he got a resource that he want to share, a website or Facebook page like in this one, you can access that. The idea of this map is that educators from all around the world, for example, I'm teaching IB, I'm teaching in an IB school, and I teach primary. So I want to connect with those teachers who teach the same subject, for example, English. I got to use this map and connect with them. Now, for the kids or anyone want to create something similar, I'm going to show you them. So you create a map just by click. If you go to my maps, you click create a map, and then you can easily start importing. If you already have an Excel sheet with people's that you can easily just upload it from your drive. If you don't have such thing, you can start collecting the data using a form, a Google form. And from there, you can import their details to the map. Now, the other thing we use the maps for, after that, we start thinking, what could we do that for? Then we did think about the world games. So there's loads of games that around the world that people play. And when you do such thing, like you talk about culture and see what people are doing, it's interesting to know what the other parts of the world do, like in physical education. So in this map, for example, this is in Peru. This is the name of the game. And it explains briefly what the game looks like. And even you can Google it and get more details about it. So that's briefly the Visit Educational Map and the Google Map. Now, other things that we can use the map for is the Mystery Skype. I'm sure you are familiar with the Mystery Skype. Am I right, Jamie? Do you usually Skype with other schools? And do you play the Mystery Skype? Sure, if you can hear me. Okay, no worries. I'm gonna show you now is that what our kids been doing in physical education. So kind of reflect on that as a primary kids before they go to middle school, they need to make a project. And the grade 5 kids were during physical education, they want to send a message, and every year they were thinking about something different. So this was a few years ago. I just want to like to share this with you. Okay, so this was one of the videos. Can show another one, something similar. So interesting. So I'm gonna go back to my original presentation. So let's see how that's gonna go. This one, since we have time. Okay, so I'm gonna go fast through this one. So social media for educators, and I believe like most people watching this one or joining us are already so using the social media and how did we connect. Just one of the things that you ask sometimes that the people who subscribe to the really post content or not on Twitter. And I always have the question is why we're doing things, why we're gonna have Twitter or why we have a PLN. That's kind of where we start from. Gonna go fast through this one. This is one of the interesting things, like I always find, is that we always in the beginning of the year as educators become excited in the beginning of the year, and we have all these great ideas, and after a couple of months we go back to our routine, then we get tired, and by the end of the year, I think we just can't wait till get over it. I'm just gonna show a couple of videos, if you don't mind.
No longer are schools solely responsible for providing professional development for teachers. In this day and age, we can choose to be professionally developed in a number of different ways. And it's about taking initiative and wanting to grow professionally. So I've seen a lot over the years. I've seen teachers want to apply for PD and waiting for the acceptance from admin or the approval that they'll be sent to PE conferences that they want to go to, and oftentimes they're refused, and they're left feeling actually quite frustrated and upset because they don't feel valued as professionals. Their requests for professional development are being turned down because the school doesn't provide the funding. So instead of waiting for those moments of frustration and being upset, you can choose to access professional development through social media. And that's why this professional development experience is such a powerful one, because you have chosen to take part in this. They're real innovators, people that are willing to take risks and that spend their days, not punching out at 3:30 from school and going home and just forgetting about school. It's about those people that go home and their minds are constantly churning and thinking about ways that they can get better at what they do. So you need to continue to professionally develop yourself by taking advantage of opportunities such as this. Yes, the face-to-face interaction of workshops and conferences is irreplaceable. I agree with that. But I use the analogy in my workshops of the sparkler, and the sparkler lights brightly and it's flashy and right. But what happens to the sparkler? Exactly, it burns out. And that's what happens after workshops. You go to these workshops that are amazing, you're fired up, you write notes. I've got my journal right here, I keep with me wherever I go. And I'm always writing notes on things to make me better when I'm at those conferences. You go back to your school, and you implement these changes, but slowly and surely over time, fall back to your old routines. And our old routines are not bad. I'm not saying that they're bad. They're actually good practice. But it's the whole idea that face-to-face workshops and conferences, they don't sustain themselves over time. The effects of these workshops and conferences don't sustain themselves over time. It needs something to fill the gaps in between, and that's what social media, Twitter, is striving to do. Fill those gaps and bring educators together. To me, and you can disagree if you want. To me, I'll never waver from this belief. There is no difference between personal and professional. Who you are as an educator is who you are as a person. And if you don't take pride in leading the best life that you can and making a difference to others in your life, then I think you're not going to be the educator you can be. So I believe that your pursuit of mastery in teaching is really your pursuit of mastery in life. And it is the absolute greatest profession in the world. And I mean that. It's going to be an amazing moment of learning for all of you that will continue on and on and on. And the connections that you make will help you become a better educator. So that's all I have to say for today. I wish you all the best of luck and enjoy the journey. Bye-bye.
So I think there's loads of things I wanted to share, but I think we got the message. And if you're not already as an educator on the social media, I would encourage you you can even go to the Visit Map, and there's a page talks about social media and for educators, and the different ways even to connect with educators around the world. So I would encourage you guys to go there and go to that one. So Jimmy, are you still around? I need to share this one. One of the ways also we connect and we link it even to the learning is the Mystery Skype, using the map to arrange meetings with other schools and classes. And it's a fun educational game where the kids can try to find out more about the other school. So
Hello, this is grade 3 SB and we're from planet Earth. Hello, I am Navya from grade 3. Don't paper scissors. Do you belong to Europe? Is your language Hindi? Is your language Hindi? That is what she's asking. Yes! Is your climate hot? So, can you repeat? Is your climate hot? Is your climate hot? Yes! Near the Indian Ocean. Are you near the Indian Ocean? Yes! Is your currency rupee? Is your currency rupee? Is your currency rupee? Do you come from India? Can you guess our city? We do belong to India, but can you try guessing our city? Are you in the capital of your country? No. Is your currency dirham? Yes. So that currency is dirham. Okay. Is Urdu the common spoken language? your city surrounded by a body of water? Is your city surrounded by a body of water? Yeah! Is your city Mumbai? Is your city Mumbai? No! Is Arabic the language you choose? Surrounded by water bodies. Are you from New Delhi? No! Is your city Kolkata? Kolkata. Is your capital? No! Ahmedabad. We have enjoyed playing this game with you. I hope you have a nice day.
So that was the mystery Skype. One more last thing is that I want to encourage educators to join the educators map. So if you go to visit map, then you go to the educators map. It's great to connect not only in social media as well, also to know physically where other people are around and try to connect with them. Sure if this is live or it shows kind of delay. So Jamie, are you still around?
I am. I'm here.
Yeah. So do you have any questions or any?
Yeah, we really like the fact that you collaborate, or really you're a connection for physical education teachers all around the world. I think it's really neat. I'm surprised how many are in the US connected. So
Yeah, well, there's around 500 PE teachers on the state.
that's amazing. What about globally? Do you know how many countries that represents right now?
Yeah, 76 countries.
76 countries.
Even if you look on the side here, I'm not sure if you can see that, there's 76 countries. The list is unbelievable.
Wow. When did you start this?
About 4 years ago. And that's after like the success now I just did start just like a few months ago to do an educators map. So the educators map just started even a couple of months ago, and we have I just started with the PE teachers, and we have a couple of literature teacher, art teachers who just joined the map.
So your
So
goal
we
is to eventually get all different subjects, all different
Yes.
locations. And what
Exactly.
they're doing is they're just putting in their information to be able to connect with other people around them and globally.
Yeah, so all they need, they fill up a Google form with basic information about what subject they teach, which grade level, which curriculum, and then we just pin them on the map, and then they can connect with each other.
That's pretty amazing. That's an awesome system you have set up, and certainly global. And I love your emphasis on social media, because I will tell you more often than not, teachers are resistant to getting onto social media. I think there's a lot of things on media that's really sharing the dangers of social media, and that's true. There are dangers, but it seems to be the only emphasis. There's a lot of positive that we all receive, as well as you receive, by connecting and collaborating across the world. And I think that it really depends on how you approach your social media, the opportunities that we have to be able to work together across the globe. And I think it's just really cool what you're doing. Thank you so much for sharing that.
No, more than welcome. And it's great to guys to connect with you. Like even without social media, I wouldn't even know about the Makers Global Day or what's happening. You know, I want to develop as a professional and as a person as well.
Absolutely. And I hope this will be an inspiration for your students as well to be makers in their classroom. So thank you so much for joining in. We appreciate you coming in.
No, thank you. Sorry, it's the time difference. Otherwise, I would like. It's good. I'm in the school now. It's 10 at evening at night, so there's nobody around except the security guys. But maybe in the future we can record something or do something like live even with the kids.
I would love that. Yes, please. Next year, let's plan out something so we can get your students represented for sure.
Yep.
Awesome. Thank you, Osama.
No, thank you. Have a good one.
All right. We are really excited to be here in this makerspace. So again, we hit kind of a lunchtime crunch and lots of students in their classrooms. But as they've been kind of coming and going, I will share that Curran over here had a chance to start working on a maker project. What was your maker project?
I'm trying to build like a basketball arcade game on a cardboard.
And how quickly did you have to accomplish that?
5 minutes.
5 minutes? What? Were you successful? Not really? What about the saw? You got to use the tool for the first time, didn't you? Man, what was that like?
It's cool.
It's a lot of fun, isn't it? That's awesome, Curran. So even Curran's back here playing. And while we're doing that, we have teachers over here just playing with some VR, academic VR, or Face Your Fears VR, one of those. But what we're seeing here is a lot of activities, lots of play, lots of engagement and learning. And we are learning so much from all of our presenters from today. We're excited because while we could not have our amazing Canadian presenter, Derek Tangretti, joining in today, he had some technical issues to be able to connect today, but we have an incredible organizer, our host goal from last year, Michael Drezick, that is going to be sharing. So we're super pumped about that because he's just, he jumps right in and he always has some really cool ideas. So Michael, we're excited to see your session and see it live. And it's so weird not to be there with you on Global Maker Day, but I'm hoping by next year we'll all be together again. And if you want to just let us know, whenever you're ready to take it over, go for it. There we go.
I am coming here live from John T. Waugh Elementary, where we hosted Global Maker Day last year for 2018. And hey, everybody. And I will tell you that this Global Maker Day for me has been quite an interesting experience. We jumped on this morning with a class of 4th grade students, and they watched the opening session by Nancy right there from Miami. And then we jumped into the session with David Lockett, and we how to code this microbit watch. When we looked at the demo and the website on MS Make Code, it looked like it would take about 20 minutes. I am not lying when I say with these 4th graders, we have been working on coding the microbit watch all day. These kids, I wasn't expecting that that's the way that our Maker Day would go, but they were coding, they were debugging, they were learning, they were helping their classmates, they were teaching each other. Right, I don't have a planned presentation or session as I wasn't planning on presenting today. What I do have with me in this classroom is a classroom full of students that are probably doing what other classrooms around the world are doing right now, which is basically taking on these maker challenges or working with a classmate on them or a teacher here. We have a couple wonderful teachers in the room, or making their own up. I heard a few of the students asking if they could create their own challenge. I'm gonna just take you around the room and we're gonna talk to some kids and we're gonna see what kind of making is taking place. And we're gonna go from there. And I'm excited to go back and catch some of these sessions that I missed earlier while we were busy coding our microbit watches. So what we have here, I'm gonna go with, is any of my students working on a Buncee right now? All right, I've got somebody here. We are getting into Buncee, and what do you have going on here?
Right now we're doing artwork. I'm trying to do a piece of art, so I'm trying to do things like making a flower thing right now.
So this is the challenge regarding designing a piece of artwork that showcases your passion. So any piece of artwork, passion, something that you really care a lot about, something that maybe you want to do as a hobby or what you want to do when you get older. So if we're into outdoors, you know, maybe she likes outdoors here. So we're getting into some creating, doing some digital creating, a lot of digital creating. We also, I'm going to get back around and share what other students are working on. Here we have some students. What these students, can you tell me what you're coming up, what you're trying to do here? What do you want to do with those plastic bags?
We're trying to make a scarf. A scarf, or I'm trying to make right now a shirt and cut it with these scissors. I'm making pants.
So one of the things that we had talked about was repurposing just materials that we have around the world. Some are trash. There's a lot of things maybe just end up in a landfill or off to recycling. We are having the students research how to create a blanket for the homeless out of plastic bags. And you heard that some of them are also thinking, can I make this into a shirt? Can I get creative with what I can do with all of these plastic bags? So I already see them tying them into knots and really trying to maybe design and prototype what they want to do. I'm gonna, let's see, you could hear the bags over there going hard at work. What are we working on over here, guys?
We are doing a buncee that is about student badges.
Okay.
But we're trying to make, well, robots that help us with, we're making robots that would, well, want to explain it?
Well, you're designing your own student name badge.
Yes.
Is one of the challenges, was to create your own student badge.
Yes.
And what are you putting on it?
We are trying to make robot pieces and stuff that helps community.
Okay, so you're into robots, and I see yours over here has the city. I'm assuming maybe we'll get our using the photo feature. When you add an item of a photo, you can get your own face on there, so you could even put your face on one of the robots. So that is what's happening over here. What exactly are we working on over here?
Well, this wasn't a challenge, but I decided to make like a index card tower.
Okay.
Index cards.
So we are inspired. We don't have a ton of cardboard in this classroom, but what we are trying to do is build the tallest freestanding tower we can with just simple index cards. So we kind of put a twist on the Maker Day challenge of going with the tallest freestanding cardboard house and measure it. So I'm going to come back to this one in a little bit and see exactly what progress has been made in terms of height. Can you use tape, or are you going to try to do it without any tape?
I'm gonna use tape.
Okay, yeah, tape would definitely help that. All right, I'm going to come back to you in a little bit. I'm going to see what's going on over here. All right, here we have Mrs. Polian working with some students, and they are building virtual worlds inside of CoSpaces. What do we want to build here?
I'm gonna build like a forest with cabins, or even a town with forests.
All right, so we're bringing our imagination to life here, building a like a fairy tale scene in a way, or maybe you get something you turn into a book, or what are you thinking? Or just for fun?
Just for fun.
Just for fun, and that's what Global Maker Day is all about. Yeah, we're playing. Oh, that's okay. And over here, you can see we have a city scene. What do you want to do with the scene?
I'm gonna make it with a lot of people.
Okay.
I feel like I want to do, and then I'm gonna put like stores.
And I challenge you to add some code to your scene to see if you can make something magical happen. All right. I'm going to also bring about a demo here of what our students, I'm going to actually pull in Mrs. Polian. Oh, Mrs. Polian, can you help me just explain what happened here real quick? This was a Halloween themed maker project that we did with an elementary classroom. So we repurposed some old cardboard boxes and some dowels and we've got some pipe cleaners, and we've really got into the Halloween spirit here.
Yeah, so Mrs. Krupe and I from our 4th grade class went to a maker space workshop, and they made these automata robots out of cardboard. And so we were like, oh, let's do something fun for like Halloween theme. And she had a science unit related to spiders, so we kind of all went together and we made these little simple robots. and you just turn the wheels and they're supposed to move up and down. And this has been through a few car rides, so it doesn't look so pretty anymore. But the kids had a blast making them, and really had to learn how to
moving parts.
Yeah, moving parts and how things have to be put together, and patience because we had a glue gun. But it was a lot of fun.
And if you were here tuning into Global Maker Day last year, you may have seen the pumpkin experiment. So this year we kept it a little more clean. We didn't have any pumpkins exploding all over the school, but we had some cardboard exploding all over the school. And here you can see this one was prototyped with a styrofoam cup and some googly eyes. And this one over here with some Velcro pieces. So that was a neat experience for our kids. So really, we are just in the heart of, like I said, I don't have a formal presentation. We are just in the heart of making today and enjoying Global Maker Day for what it is, which is really just getting kids creative and then sharing their creations with the world. I know we talked about having an authentic audience, and this is a special day for that. Let's see, I've got a couple students working over here. Ladies, what are you working on over here? Trying to find a background in Buncey. Which challenge are you taking on? Are you doing the badge, name badge? The other one that we talked about doing is, and what do you think about making a placemat for a food shelter? Could you make a placemat for a food shelter creatively? On Buncey, they just got up. You see them here, they're working. They just got really excited when I mentioned that. So I know we have a group working on the name badges. I think they might shift their direction a little bit. So a lot of this is happening in groups and in teams of students, but I forgot one student just flying solo over here. What are we working on? So also in Buncey, which challenge are you taking on? Robot. So he is doing a build a robot challenge. And if you go ahead and hit the plus sign over there. So if for those of you that maybe haven't used Buncey, I'm going to angle at the screen here. You go ahead at the plus. And if you type in robot, if you type in robot in the search, what comes up? So if you scroll down here, what you'll find is all kinds of different robotic pieces. But aside from that, if you keep on going, eventually what you'll find is pieces to actually create your own robot. So you've got arms and legs and heads and even a Buncey Man robot and things like that. So we are just using this time to get creative and to have some fun, which is perfect for this day. Thank you. I don't know if anybody else on the panel there or at Maker Day HQ wants to chime in. Like I said, because I didn't have a formal presentation shared, I just wanted to use this time to capture some of the action of what it would look like inside of the classroom, just making and collaborating.
Yeah. No, what we really we loved all the different projects that were happening. Just like we were talking about before, it's really stemming student interest, so that student passion perspective is really nice. I wanted to actually spend some time showcasing the Buncey options. Is that okay?
That would be amazing. Yeah.
Awesome.
And,
Okay.
yeah.
Let me go ahead.
And I wish I had my microbit watch, because I will say, going back to the microbit watch, which is our challenge that we got fixated on with those grade 4s. And I said, is this too much for you? Is this too long? They said, no, we want to keep going. They went to lunch. They came back. They kept building their code. I mean, they went at this for a good couple of hours. Now I had to leave, but they're cutting up their t-shirts and their jeans, and they're so excited to know that they actually made a watch. And they said they found the mistakes, and to actually transfer the code we were using Chromebooks, and so from that code to transfer, when they saw the microbit lights blink when their code was being transferred, to shaking the microbit, to seeing the watch come alive and it only reading 0:0, and then to using the A button to change the minutes and the B buttons or the hours and the B button to change the minutes, and then to learn about how many milliseconds it is in that a minute takes, so that they had to work through their loops. And it was just, I mean, that was, I wish I could be in that room right now also sharing, because I know that's happening across our district. But so this is a completely different look at things. But yeah, I would love to share. I think sharing the Buncey challenge or whatever we have out there would be amazing.
I'm sorry, we just captured that live, actually. We have a teacher in the background getting a little jumpy.
Oh, I didn't see it.
Oh, you can go back and watch a replay, no worries. But what one of the things that I will point out is the fact that, you know, the diversity of what's actually happening across your campus and your district alone. I saw Deanne there, who obviously was a huge help last year with Global Maker Day. She came in and brought in some stuff. But even from last year, what they were doing, this year, what they're doing, it seems like it has spread drastically, as well as just really targeted more of that. Where are we understanding how to use Maker in the curriculum? Because that's one of the big questions. Like, great, how do you actually tie that together with the curriculum that's being
I mean,
taught?
I know our art teacher at the school I just came from just learned how to bring her art to life with the iJack app. So it will scan the picture of her art, and they're using Do Ink animation, and they're using Chatterpix, and they're using some of those tools. They're actually drawing monsters on the iPad, then making a physical monster, and then animating that with the technology with an overlay of augmented reality, which will be an amazing showcase at our parent night. So to see how it's spread that way into the art curriculum. I know we had another classroom that just shared at the Mini Maker Fair here in Fredonia, New York.
Yeah.
They had built an elaborate marble run, and they had like a funnel, and they had part of it, they collaborated with the music department so that when the marble would go down, it would actually play some music, and they actually had it playing like a xylophone down the line. It was really neat to see the collaboration between art and music teachers, and then having the kids have fun, because then the kids would share their ideas, and then they'd bring them to life in that marble run, which was fun to put on display. So. You know, I guess it looks a little bit different in every class. That's what I love. I was getting the same questions that you were probably getting is, you know, what supplies do I need? How do we make this a success? And we just really just jump in and make, right? And share.
Absolutely. And, you know, I think it looks different for everybody. And while that may feel uncomfortable, you know, I think that's where we need to be, is that it's customized for our students, not for our teacher preference, but for our student preference, right? We're finding to meet the needs the best way we can to help our students really make connections to learn. So I will say with seeing your students and seeing them pretty active, again, I can't emphasize this enough. Students across the world don't want to be bothered with explaining. They just want to keep making.
I know. I don't know bad. I'm just getting in their way. Yeah.
I know. It's so cool to see that. So I'm going to go ahead and show Buncey, if that's all right. I'm going to go ahead and screen share, and then I'll kind of explain a little bit about what's being offered.
Because I really feel like, even though, you know, it was such a versatile tool for us to tackle some of these challenges. You had the name badge, you had the design a piece of art showcasing your passion. I mean, that could be physical or that could be digital. So, I mean, I think a few of these different challenges, even to redesign an eco-friendly space, I mean, you could have built that up digitally. So, I think it's a great time in the remaining 10 minutes.
Perfect. All right. I'm going to go ahead and screen share here. My screen.
I'll mute only because we've got a lot of activity back here, and then I could jump back in if needed.
Perfect. Let me go ahead and get that Buncey board up, and then I'll share our screen. Okay, so looking at this, I know that we have been in collaboration with Buncey from the beginning. They have been our preferred landing page because the flexibility of getting our kids to make, but also the flexibility of using a tool like this in our event allowed us to have our embedded video from YouTube, as well as other slides explaining what's happening for the day. So if you haven't already been to our website, I'll go ahead and show you what that looks like right here. And on our website, when you scroll down, the way that you participate essentially is all right here. This landing page is everything. So you can come here and you can push play and watch us live, of course, but then also where people are probably having some challenges, and this is a little bit different this year, is that you can go in and you can look at all of the different sessions that are happening today. Like, for instance, next we have Taking the Making on the Road with Amy. She'll be sharing their new STEAM bus that just is getting released for the first time today for Global Maker Day, which is really cool. So we have different things. Of course, we're going to have a wrap up with the organizers that will be joining in tonight, 5 p.m. Eastern, for that short time, because Nancy's doing some really cool stuff with the staff and sharing about ways that you can bring maker spaces concepts, that maker creativity options into every classroom. So she'll be sharing a little bit about that. We'll highlight that and bring it in. But in addition, you also have all of these challenges that we've been doing. And these challenges, again, are not set in stone. They're not made to be rigid. They're not made to be requirements. These are ideas. These are things that you could take and run with. These are things that you can just scrap and start on your own. These are things that you can do every single half an hour if you wanted to. So lots of options here for you to be able to go in. Like last session with Osama, going in and looking at being part of that educator map and getting connected with people around the world. You know, even right now, just like looking at different featured projects in this and how can you take that and run with it and change it. And then looking at our next session, using your own student name badge. So all of that's available, those types of options. Of course, everything that you create, make sure to put out on Twitter using hashtag Global Maker Day. We really are looking forward to what your students create and make, and we can't wait to see all of the ideas that they're going to put out there and inspire other classrooms. Again, with Buncee, there is a way, if you look over through the slides, there is a way to sign up for a 30-day trial. So if you don't already have access to Buncee, you can do that. And then, of course, using your passion, showing, we saw Michael share that within his own group. There was a student working on showing her passion using a work of art using Buncee. And then the different options you have for designing and creating. You can add photos. You can certainly draw on your pages, your slides. You can add different shapes and stickers and even emojis. And I love the fact that it's flexible enough to even bring in some video content from YouTube, for instance, like we're doing now. And even bringing in some collaboration features within and sharing features. There's so much available within Buncee now for your students to be able to be the designers. And of course, we have the name badge that is going to be our next challenge for our Global Maker Day. And in that challenge, you can even do this digitally. So if it's not something you're physically making within your name badge, this is an option for you to do on the digital side. So lots of things that you can do. Of course, if you scroll down, I just want to also remind you on our main website that you can also go down and add comments and ask questions. And we're going in there and we're talking, we're collaborating with you. I love this one. It's Maker Christmas. Thank you so much, Mandy. Mandy's been part of this event. This is her second year. Last year, she was a presenter of ours. Lots of great things that people are talking about and asking great questions. So if you have any questions for our presenters as they're presenting, please go on and certainly share. And then on our Buncee board, this was created by Buncee, and this was specific to Global Maker Day. So you have a chance to get in and add in ideas and things that you want to do, like designing a work of art, showing your passion, like we were talking about. Looking at even creating like your own Halloween poster. I love this one, coat of arms, creating your own coat of arms. So that maker project, even with pumpkins, I know we've done some things last year. Last year, I know at Michael Drezek School District, a pumpkin was brought in and slime exploded out of it and craziness. And it was a lot of fun. The kids had a blast. Lots of fun things that you can do with that. So everything that you see here are options for your students to go in and design and create for their own, even designing their own creation stations. So there's been quite a few challenges of what you can do with this, and you have the chance to do it digitally, even if you don't necessarily have the option of doing this physically. And the best part about Global Maker Day is even if you're not here live today, you can do this at any time. We want to see what you're creating. We want to share what you're creating. We want to inspire classrooms around the world to change the culture of what it looks like for our student makers. They need to be in there. They need to be creators. They need to be the ones that have the ideas of how to change the educational system of that sit and get. That's gone. So really looking at how we offer these and many more options for our classrooms, I think is our long-term goal in all of this. So
I'm going to stop screen sharing. I know we're getting close. We have a few more minutes. Amy, I already see her on right now, and I'll be giving her some options now to be able to add in video. So when she's ready, she'll be able to join in by video and unmute. And really at this point, we can actually get started with her early if she's ready to go. Now, what is very different about Amy is that she's actually joining in live at the first release of their STEAM bus. Look at that. Oh my gosh, that is one beautiful bus.
It's pretty awesome.
Wow, that's fantastic. We love it. I cannot wait to learn way more about what you guys are doing. We're going to be here to collaborate with you, and feel free if you have any questions or problems. Are you guys actually going to be on the road at any point?
We are. We've been on the road all day. We're about to take the bus to another school after we finish here. Can you guys hear me okay?
We can hear you great.
Okay, great.
Perfect. All right. We'll let you take it away, Amy.
Okay, great.
Thanks, Michael.
So you guys, we just want to say hello from Van, Texas, where we created or remade over an old school bus into this amazing mobile makerspace you can see in the background. So kind of the goal was to be able to take makerspaces to some of our campuses that don't have one. So it took about 2 years. All of this was done with our people in-house. So you can imagine it was quite a project as they have other jobs. And this was just an extra thing that our entire school district got behind. And we are so proud of how it turned out. And what a great time to utilize it for Global Maker Day. We have students on the bus right now that are all doing really cool STEAM challenges that we want to show you. So we're just going to walk around and show you a bit. And then after we finish going through the bus, we want to talk a little bit more about the process of how we came to this awesome makerspace. So I'm actually going to pass the phone off to Mr. Johnson, who is our technology director, and he's just going to follow me. So come aboard the STEAM bus. I think they can see that. So right here, we have students working on an outside space. We designed the bus so that you could have things going on outside and inside. These students are designing some glow-in-the-dark name badges, which was our challenge. I think they posted that as well. So we'll show you exactly there's some electrical components they have going on and they're creating here. So what are we putting on these? Everybody going with their name? Oh, my initials. I put my name a little hard. A little bit closer. There we go. So we've got a little peace sign. We've got names going on. Very cool little maker challenge. So these are actually, we saw these at ISTE. Jamie, we were there this past summer, and Brown Dog Gadgets had this school set up there. And it's just a simple STEM activity that any age group can do. We've done this with littles all the way up to, these are junior high students, 7th and 8th graders. So, well, let's go inside the bus and show you this makerspace. All right, welcome. You can see we've got all kinds of things going on. And starting with our Ozo bus here. We have a whole group of kids that are coding. I know it's a little noisy in here, so we'll just take you through it and then we'll continue to talk outside the bus. We've got Euclid coding going on over here. How's it going, guys?
Good.
Good.
Running a sensor and a battery.
We have a little bit more coding on this table as well. Oh no, we're gonna get
It won't sense the light.
Does yours respond to the light?
It does not. I mean, it should, but
something's missing. We gotta.
What are you doing?
Come on to the back.
Oh my God.
We've got some slime baking going on here. This is one of our kids' favorites. You can go on and do your these guys have made their slime. They're just kind of hanging out, waiting on their next station. So come on back out of the door. Okay, so as you can see, there's a lot going on in that small space. That's been one of the challenges, is how do you design or how do you plan for a space that's that tight? And obviously we want to utilize everything on that bus from the, you probably saw there were 6 monitors on the bus. We have Wi-Fi, we have the capability to, lots of electrical. It's clearly, it has a refrigerator, it has a sink. And so we just want to utilize all of those things when we're planning these events. So that's what we had going on in there. Lots of making slime. We had the name badges and then the coating with Ozobots and Cubelets. So I'm actually going to let my boss and one of the guys that was involved in the process tell you a little bit about how we got the bus, because that's one of the things everyone's asking about. You're a school district, you know, where did the money come from? How did all of this work? So I'm going to turn it over to him and let him tell you a little bit. Okay. So
hey, Jamie, how are you? So to tell you a little bit about our bus, I'll start right over here. Chevron is a huge sponsor of Van Schools. We have a history with oil in our town. Goes way back into the 1920s, and Chevron took over what was once Pure Oil. This was a Pure Oil town. Pure Oil was the company. Well, now Chevron owns Pure Oil, so they are very supportive of our schools. They gave us a great amount of seed money to get the bus started, so we featured them prominently on our bus. I don't know if you saw the tables inside, but we have them on our tables as well, but we couldn't have done this without them. Other people that we couldn't have done this without is our students, because we gave our students a great amount of say in what this bus would look like. We sat them down from the onset and said, hey, we're thinking about making a mobile makerspace. How do you think a mobile makerspace should look like? What do you think it should look like? So a lot of what you just saw inside the bus, that came actually from the minds of our students. So this bus right here used to be a bus that was used in district, and it was getting ready to be retired. And so we just gutted it. And we have some pictures to show you of that. Funny story about this bus. When I used to coach, this is the bus I would take my teams to football games on. And the very first year that we had this bus, which I think was 2004, that means it's time to rotate. I actually had a little fender bender in this bus. So I guess you can say that this bus and we've come full circle. So we've gone from wrecking the bus to now making it into a mobile makerspace. Well, let's go inside and we'll show you what the bus used to look like.
it's actually right here.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so you heard the honk, and that just means we're in transition. So all the groups are rotating. We have a fresh group coming outside, and then all the groups inside are also rotating. So we did want to show you what the bus used to look like. We have a picture. I think I can video a picture. Let's see if this works. Yeah, there we go. So this was the original. Hopefully you guys can see that. You can also see our students were the ones that began working on it, stripping it, taking out all the seats, taking off the yellow. The only thing that we did not do, correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Johnson, is the wrap. We sent it off to have professionally. The artwork, we are very proud of that. Our students are on the inside. Our art department is the ones that actually designed the STEAM letters. So they did have a hand in it, but we had that professionally done. So we're going back in the bus.
Yeah, let's go back and we'll show the art.
All right, we're going to go back to the bus. Okay, so here's some of our artwork. Let's see. I think they can see that. Maybe is it showing here?
That's our graphic design class. So this was a
We can see
fully
it all, by the way,
inclusive
Amy. We see it all. It looks
project that So
fantastic.
many different.
Oh, you can or you can't see it.
We can, and it looks awesome.
Oh, you can. Okay, good.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Learning is very loud.
Exactly. It's very loud on the bus, so forgive us if we can't hear you well. And it's also, we're on the phone, so it's kind of hard to know what you're seeing, but hopefully you were able to see that. So.
Absolutely.
So, Jamie, is there anything else that you want to ask or that you would like to see? We can step off the bus if it's a little less noisy.
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay.
So, as you're stepping off, I definitely have some questions for you. I see Jason over there with you. I'd love Jason to join in.
Yes, here he is.
Behind this, I know that the bus was donated, correct?
Yes. Well, it was
Well,
one of our buses. Oh,
yes.
I'll let you know.
Yeah, it was one of our fleet buses. At one
All right,
point.
I'm going to go to a room so I can hear you guys a little bit better too, because maker spaces are, you know, they're noisy as they should be. Okay. So what really stemmed the opportunity for you guys to convert an old bus into something like this?
What was catalyst? Just the discussion.
Well, we were trying to decide the best way to get maker opportunities on all of our campuses. And so we felt like, why don't we just create a bus and take it from campus to campus? And that was said, frankly, tongue in cheek at first, but then after thinking about it, we thought, well, why couldn't we do something like that?
Yes. Well, I'm sitting back watching your video, by the way, and I'm saying, this is something that I'm not watching somebody else do. I feel like this has been a vested interest on my part too, because I've been able to work with your teachers and even your students and some of the concepts that were really going to be helpful in this bus and of course, other activities, AR, VR stuff on campus.
Sure.
But how did you decide what was going to be important for the bus? Like making those decisions about what to include?
Well, again, our students played a large part in that. You know, we wanted them to have a voice in this. We wanted our teachers to have a voice as well, but even more importantly than the teachers.
Oh, we lost your video, it looks like.
Hold on.
Oh, I think we're coming back.
There
There we go.
Even more important than teacher voice is student voice. So we wanted students to have a say. So we asked them what needs to be on here. We had a good idea from our makerspace at the high school, what students found the most engaging, what activities they learned the most from. So we wanted to make sure we put those activities on our bus as well.
How did you guys, what is the goal as far as budget goes and maintaining the bus and keeping it going? Well, like transportation cost and really just having all of the supplies available on hand?
Well, we have quite a few maker activities scattered throughout the district that we're pulling from right now. So let me speak to this for a second. You know, half the things that we do in education and in life for that matter, if we sat down and said, okay, do we have enough money to do this, 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 and this? We would never do anything. So we knew that this was going to be a challenge financially, but we have a very supportive school board, a very supportive superintendent, very supportive school district. We said, let's go for it. Chevron helped us out tremendously with this, and we're just kind of filling in the gaps. And then the hopes are we take this all around our school district, and we've been very busy in doing that. But when we take it to another school district, just like they would pay anybody else a professional development fee, they can pay us a fee to bring the bus into their district, and that helps us provide maker activities for our own students here.
That's amazing. How did you work out the transportation? So like the safety, are kids ever inside while it's being transported, or is it always just stationary?
Yeah.
Let's move it just a little. I think they can see you better. There we go.
There we go. It's stationary. We can't transport anyone on the bus.
Okay.
It's not designed for that. We would probably be ticketed very heavily if we did that. So only, in fact, when we made all of these changes to the bus, You have to have a truck driving license just to drive it now. You can't even have just a bus license because we raised the height, extended the length, and it's even wider with that huge TV and the awning on the side. So it kind of complicated things, but again, it's very worth it.
What would you change if you know everything you know now?
That's tough to say, because I mean, I don't want to speak for Amy, but I'll say I've been very happy with it. What I hoped for in my mind, it's pretty close to that. When the kids said, the kids put forth the vision, and the finished product is very close to that vision. The greatest thing about this bus, though, to me, has been the journey. It's been working with our maintenance staff. It's been working with the art department. It's been working with our innovation team of kids. I've never been a part of a project that brought so many people together. This bus is a makerspace product itself. This is a product of making. So it's real world making, envisioned, and we just couldn't be any more happy with it. For sure.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I'm just going to agree with Jason on that. It really did come out, we talked at length about everything from the table heights, being able to adjust it for young kids or, taller kids, how you would move around the space. And so we met many times, and I think we did get that part right. Of course, every time we do something, we think, hey, next time we need to bring tape or, let's make sure the water is filled. I mean, there are little things that we're learning along the way, but it has come out really beautifully. So.
How have the students responded other than just the awe of the bus? Have you had any students like making any recommendations and things that they hope to see?
Well, the students are very complimentary of it. It's kind of funny as an adult. One of the things I noticed right off that I thought, oh no, I don't know if we got this right, is we have some really cool lighting. And I say cool meaning like low lighting. Yeah. And I thought, oh my gosh, I don't know if that's going to be enough. I'm used to a classroom environment, and it's probably the number one thing that kids like is that video game feel. So, we've had feedback even on the lighting. The lights are cool. They can change different colors. So things like that an adult might think, oh, this is not good. And then the kids love. So
have you
one other thing?
No, go ahead.
One other thing we've been able to do with this bus is when we take this bus to our elementary and our intermediate school, we use our students who are planning to become teachers when they graduate college. We take them with us to help with the lesson, and they love this. We thought that we might get, they would come out once or twice and they'd be done with it and then want the next group to come out, but they want to come back. So when they come teach the lessons with the elementary students, they almost argue about who's going to get to come back and do lessons the next time we have the bus out.
That's pretty awesome.
So the implications of this have gone so much further than just makerspace. It's touched our district in so many ways.
I remember the beginning conversations that you guys were having about this idea, and to see it all come to pass. I mean, it's just phenomenal. It seems quick, to me, it seems like it's been a quick process, a turnover, and watching this kind of come to life. Have you guys had any interest outside of Van as far as getting that over to their districts?
We have. We actually, we are going to go to our region center. So our region would like to show off to the other school districts what we're doing. So we're going to be doing that in a couple of weeks. And then we booked at a school in Tyler, actually. So Tyler, Texas is having us in January. So the word's getting out. People are reaching out to us. We're really excited to take the making to them as well.
And we've had to say no to a few districts that were just too far for the bus because it would eat into too much time and travel. And as big as this thing is, as you can imagine, it costs a lot of money just to move this vehicle. So taking it someplace that's, 200 miles away, it just wouldn't be cost effective for us. But the interest has been there.
That's amazing. Are you guys thinking about making a couple buses so one can go on long road trips and one can stay local?
You're joking about that, but that's been discussed already. So
wow.
we'll see where that goes.
You know what you guys can do is have like a little trailer in the back or something that pops open and does stuff so that you can actually bring it on longer road trips without all the gas and the efficiency of that. That's so cool.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
For sure.
Well, don't forget to contact me because I want to be a part of everything you guys are doing because that is,
Let's
I'm
go.
so thankful to see all the folks that have been involved. And I know you're missing one person in this video.
I know, I'm not sure where he went. He's a busy guy. We did tell Glenn that we were going to get to see you, and we haven't seen him yet today, but hopefully he'll come at some point. He's our other instructional technology specialist for you guys that don't know, Glenn Herview. He's been involved, and he's a friend of Jamie's. So.
Yes. Glenn's daughter was a nanny to our youngest, and they are family to us because of that. But a really great community. Jason, you've done an incredible job. Amy, you've done such a wonderful job being I think that you guys are just a fantastic district doing wonderful things and for you guys to come and share, we're just so thankful. So thank you so much for participating in Global Maker Day for both years. And hopefully maybe next year you'll be showcasing your next new thing that you guys got going on.
I hope so. Hey, we'll have the bus at TCA also.
What? No.
Yeah. In the expo hall.
Okay, now we know we got to talk because I have some ARVR sessions that maybe we can work something out.
For sure.
For sure.
That would be great. Okay.
Yes, come see us at TCEA. We'd love to see you.
I sure will. Thank you guys so much again. Have a great day.
Jamie, do you want us to walk through the bus one more time for anyone that's
I
just
would love that. Yeah, I know you can't hear very well inside there, so we'll just be quiet. But if you could walk through and show kind of the different elements, that'd be great.
Okay. You bet. We'll do another walkthrough so you guys can kind of see where we're at in the process. We're still at Van Junior High. The plan is in about 15 minutes when we wrap up with you guys, we're going to move the bus over to Van Middle School. So we will have gone to every times change. We will have gone to every one of our campuses that don't have a makerspace. So, all right, I think we're rotating here, and then we're rotating, and we'll show you guys around. All right, back in the bus. You guys, the whole world is watching. They want to see what we're doing on this bus. So what are you guys doing, Mother? You're about to find out?
From what I know, we have to color into certain lines. And then it'll make a robot go in a specific pattern.
Exactly. So you're coding those little mini robots, correct? Awesome. Let's go see some other activities.
These are your sensors, so you'll need all of these to So like this is a motion sensor. So like you'll need to have something moving to get those cuboids to move. These are like these roll. These are what's going on.
So awesome. Okay, so whatever action. Okay, basically it's a robot. Y'all are like slime experts, right? Showing the world what we're doing in Van ISD. Look at the back. Yes. Oh, Jamie, we can show you a picture. We got a picture of Glenn.
That's the first meeting we had about what we wanted the bus to look like.
That is awesome.
Yeah, so we had a design team with students and teachers and instructional technology specialists. So you got to see a little bit of Glenn anyway.
And then give the bus a
All right.
I really like
Guys,
that
if
there's
you-
two different entrances there. So it helps kind of keep the circulation of students a little bit easier for them to get in and out.
Yes, so we did. We added a door. Of course, you know, all these things, we just kind of dreamed up, and they made it happen. It's really amazing that we have very talented people that work in our district that could do all of this. Add doors, throw in a refrigerator, make it Wi-Fi capable. It's just been amazing to see an old school bus become this awesome bus. Hey, I did want to tell you, because we were so, I guess, grateful to Kennesaw State University. They have a bus, the I Teach Maker bus, and they were very helpful in answering questions. And we actually patterned some of our rotations, how they make their curriculum work. We patterned that after them. So I wanted to definitely say thanks to Kennesaw State. And then also we have a website. So if you're at all interested in just learning about how we did this and the story, photos, it's vansteambus.org. And you are welcome to go there and check it out and just see how we've made this happen in a rural school district.
That's wonderful. And I actually added your handle to your name here in our inside of Global Maker Days live stream. But is there a handle that might, like you mentioned where the site is, but what would you say as far as, do you guys have your own handle for the bus yet?
We don't. We have a Twitter handle for I think, Jamie, I'm going to tell you wrong. It's our instructional technology department. Yeah. That's how we're communicating about our STEAM bus. Okay. But that's something I'll have to get to you. I'm not exactly sure the name of it. So
yeah, make sure to tag us in the things that you guys are doing and some spotlights.
Absolutely.
Hashtag Global Maker Day tag Global Maker so we can make sure to get this out, because I will tell you there's been a lot of interest and people, looking into the same concept, and I'm sure people are going to want to communicate with you.
Very good. We love to help. We were so grateful that people helped us, and so we'd love to share what we've done.
Wonderful. Thank you guys again. Is there any other things that you want to share before we head out?
No, thank you so much for having us and spotlighting us and this kind of new endeavor. I think this is happening. I'm hearing about more buses, and just what a cool concept and a way to bring making to some districts or even classrooms that don't have that going on. So yeah, thank you for having us, Jamie.
Thank you. Have a wonderful day in Texas. Love it. And
we'll do it.
Thank you again for sharing.
Absolutely.
All right, guys, we're nearing, we're sitting here going, I can't believe how quickly this day has went. And here we are, we're still, look at this. So this is the best part right here, is seeing your students on some virtual reality. So while you might say, oh, VR is just a consumption tool, that's actually not true. There's quite a few things that you can do in virtual reality, and just coming out here. These kids were going crazy. I was like, what is all this commotion? This is more than making, but apparently it's the enthusiasm of some virtual reality. So there's lots of activities, including Tilt Brush in this Oculus Quest, where you can actually design and develop 3D objects. You're able to draw it. You're able to export that out to Google Poly, and then you can even import that from Google Poly into other platforms, both augmented and virtual reality. So lots of cool things that are happening and opportunities to make. And what do we have going on here?
Gentlemen would like to share their idea.
Yeah. All right, we're going to try to get them to speak loudly enough so they can overcome.
You're doing
all right.
I think we're inspired by your story.
Okay, do you guys want to share very loudly what you guys are looking at?
Yes. Okay. Yes, we would. So this is a cap that'll help people that lost their fingers brush their teeth.
Whoa!
It scans your mouth with a battery, and it's connected with a brush, paste, and water, and a sucker that can suck up the water after you brush your teeth. And it'll scan your mouth, so when you're brushing, it brushes all your teeth.
That is awesome. That is such a great idea. I mean, the challenges you would never know that people will face if they're limited. Even accessibility. I know we're going to be talking, we have a lot of sessions. Guys, thank you so much. That was a fantastic idea. All right, we have one more here that we're going to listen to. This maker area is popping right now. All right, here we go, ladies. You're going to have to speak very loudly, okay?
Hi.
Almost yelling.
So we did something that's gonna help the trash.
You guys are going to have to yell, like yelling.
Something that's gonna clean up the trash from the ocean. The plastic. So we did. It's like silicone. It's like really long. So you like put it in the ocean and it's holding. But like a lot of them in the ocean. Like this, and that's the anchor holding it down. So then, so it can sink down. So then, when trash is gonna flow through the ocean, that catches it, and then once a month, a boat. Once a month, the boat will take all the trash to shore and then put it in a recycling place and then take it back. Yes, and that's how we can help the ocean.
Good job, girls. Thank you. All right. These kids are getting a lot more enthusiastic as time's going on. Wendy, I see we have about 5 minutes until your session.
I just want to show you real fast what's going on right now.
Yeah, we can hear you fine. We don't see your video on, and I'm going to give you access to that. Let me go ahead and give you access right now. So you'll have access to start your video. If you guys are wanting to start early, we can let you take over. Or if you want to get a few minutes, let me know. We can be happy to fill in.
Hey.
Get started?
Hi, sure. Why not? Today is Red Ribbon Week. So we are, hold on just a second.
Sure.
I'm going to stop my video for just a second.
Sure. So as Wendy's working on that right now, I'm laughing about her view of joining in, but just to see how active this area is, I mean, that brings so much joy. And to hear the kids come up with ideas that are genuinely going to affect people's lives, that's something to me that really needs to take place in our makerspace. We really need to emphasize that making is not for just personal gain, but really supporting other people. Accessibility is something that we are certainly wanting to target. Mary Alice Curran has been an advocate in this organizing team for that. So as we go through, I know we have one more session. I'll show you some of the stuff happening today as Wendy's getting some things live and ready. But here you can see some of the activities that are happening. We've already went through. Wendy's going to be starting us out at 2:30 today, Eastern. And she's going to be working on Flash Maker challenges. So I'm really excited about that. And then following that, Shireen is going to be joining in with Deaf Kids Code. And I'm really excited to hear and see what they're going to be sharing. They have quite a bit that they work on. These kids are brilliant. So I can't wait to learn from them. Wendy, how's it going? Are you ready to go?
Hey, yeah, I just wanted to explain my hat. We are doing, this is Red Ribbon Week. And so today we are getting our heads on straight. So you're going to see some interesting headgear from our guys. Hey, this is our Maker Monday group. Can you say hi? Hi. So today they're going to be involved in a Maker Flash challenge that we want to share with everybody. Can I flip around? I'm trying to figure out how to.
Sure. Are you on your mobile device?
I want to do it on the other side. Can I not do that?
Are you on your mobile device?
I'm on a not a mobile device. So
you might need to just actually turn your device to face
around. So I'll do that. Okay.
Yeah.
Dynamite. So guys, so I just want to make sure if you can see yourself, then we can see you too. Okay. So but I can't see them. All right. Can I switch with you? Can you switch your screen with me?
Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and let you take over and we'll let you run with it. Thank you. I'll be in the background if you need me.
Thank you. We're looking forward to it. So again, if I can see you all, can y'all just wave? Everybody wave at the TV? Yeah. All right. Very good. All right. So this is my Maker Monday group. This is a group of kids who have been involved since the very, very beginning of the school year, and some of them for a couple of years in a row. And so today we're going to do what's called a Flash Challenge. We are doing a Flash Challenge. So the Flash Challenge involves you guys working, and then there's going to be a twist in this. So you guys have seen a bunch of different challenges before on television where there's always a twist. Yes, absolutely. So we are, so we got flash challenges. So there's always going to be a little twist in the middle of the challenge. You guys in front of you have, so you have a set of, if you guys would hold up your scissors, okay? Some people don't have scissors. We're going to share, okay? Hold up your glue. How are we doing? There we go. Hold up 3 paper clips. And we also have sticky notes. Yay, sticky notes. And the last but not least, we have, yes, we have the index cards. Okay. Yes, I will get you for it. All right. So, and you're not supposed to have a binder clip. That's okay. All right. The next thing is you guys are going to have 5 minutes to create something that is going to have a movement, that will have movement to it. Okay. So that's number 1 is your challenge. But I also wanted something that is going to lift somebody's spirit. Okay. So we're talking about November being kind of something that we give back, right? So it's going to be something that's going to lift people's spirits. Okay. So I want something that's going to make somebody smile. So I want you to think about that. I'm going to give you guys about, 8 minutes on the clock to just start making. I'm going to come around and ask you, like I normally do, I'm going to ask you to, what you're making and tell me about your design process and that kind of stuff. So we got 8 minutes on the timer. Let's begin.
Oh, I didn't have one.
Okay, I got you.
I definitely know what I'm doing.
Okay. So what we're going to do is we are going to, I said, when you guys need scissors, you're going to ask to borrow them from somebody. Okay. So you guys, everybody's sharing their stuff. Yeah. So this group has been talking a lot this year. I mean, actually, as a school, we've been really focusing on, social emotional wellness. And so that's when we're trying to think about, how to help other people. Yesterday, we had a bunch of kids who, they just did chalk all over the sidewalks and making very positive statements. And we're trying to make positive statements around. So that's why I wanted them to do something that is going to just make somebody happy, make somebody cheerful. So I'm going to have some folks here, and can I tell you ask you real fast what you're making?
Yeah.
What you got?
I made a boat.
You made a boat? Okay, so you're making a boat. All right, so remember there's going to be a movement component on it as well, right? Sky, what you got? A frog. Okay, so you got some origami stuff happening on these 2 ends. What about you, Malik? Okay. Oh, a boat with wheels. Oh, so it's like we were talking about the other day, if they had for refugee. Yes. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. We're also reading Refugee for our book club, and Malik was talking about if we had just a chance that if the kids had a boat that had wheels, then they would have been able to get across across their situation a little bit better. Yeah. Yeah. That was you. Okay. All right. All right, Logan, what you doing?
I'm loading an inspirational box where it's just a box with a bunch of inspirational sticky notes.
Okay.
Little
Okay. So there's some movement that's happening.
And I have like little wheels where it just kind of scoots around.
Okay.
So like
So
pass it around.
creating some glee here, creating some joy. All right, Delisha, talk about what you're working on.
I'm gonna make a tent with nice notes in it.
A tent with nice notes. Okay. Think about your movement component. What you're going to do that's going to move on it. All right. I'm hitting you this way. How's it going, Giselle? What are you doing?
I'm making a square full of notes.
Okay. And what's your movement component going to be? So start thinking about being able to add on to this. Hi, Liana. How are you? Good. What are you making today, baby?
Making a hat that's gonna have like a bunch of inspirational words on it.
Okay. So, and do you have an idea for your movement? What's going to move? Okay. Make sure you get some movement. All right, Noah. I know you got something interesting happening.
It's going to be a boat to represent that you can go anywhere.
You can go anywhere. Okay. And you've got some movement stuff happening with this?
Yep.
Okay. You guys have 4 minutes left. 4 minutes left. Let's put some detail in this. All right, Matthew, what you got?
I don't know.
You don't know? Okay, very good. Sometimes it's, we just start making without knowing. And is that okay? Yeah, sometimes the best ideas happen with that. What you need, Sky? No, I was gonna say, let's see what you can embellish on it. Detail, yes. So you have another 8 minutes in order to be able to, another 4 minutes, sorry, I lied. 4 minutes in order to be able to make this even better. So I need you to amp it up. If you want to make another iteration on it, that is great. All right, Israel, talk to me about what you're doing.
Well, I'm making like picture book, which it slides up and shows you different pictures.
Oh.
What is it? I forgot. Like happy things.
Just images that'll make people happy. Okay, so that you have a
And
sliding
words.
movement. All right, cool. All right, you have a few more minutes. I'll be right there. What we got? What? No, we can't do the decorations. Because unfortunately, I know, I wish we could. Don't you guys wish we could see what other people were making at the same time? I know that's always the best thing is us getting to share. We didn't even get to share yesterday, which is so sad. We are getting ready for our STEM night, which is on November 12th. And these guys are doing all the stations. They are rolling with Minecraft as our theme. We've done this for 5 years in a row, and this is the group that runs it. They create the stations. They run the stations, and that they are the founding forces. They're the ones who create they're the ones who inspire everybody around them to feel successful. So this year it's Minecraft, and so we've been so involved talking about that it is, yesterday they were making costumes, and we were in the middle of doing that, and in the middle of that, we just kind of got involved in Minecraft. So. You may use markers and pencils, yes, if you want. Yes, they're right here behind you, but if we want to just kind of follow that or pass that around, as long as we're walking behind. Friends, you have 1 minute. 1 minute. You don't have to finish in 1 minute. We just have 1 minute before a twist happens. Oh, plot twist. Get ready.
Oh no, I'm not saying plot twist.
1 minute with the plot twist.
1 minute.
So this is where the splash shower happens. This is where we're building creativity. This is where we're building resilience. Oh, okay. All right. Let's not throw things around. Yeah, there are no rules, right? You've got 30 seconds before you need to have a stopping place. Even if you're not finished. Five, 4, 3, 2, 1, stop. Okay, pencils down, materials down. Okay, you have a partner with you. You have somebody with number 6. So for example, Noah, whoops, sorry, I'm gonna do it this way. I've got Malik and Delasia. Let's see, 5, no, you're 4. Sorry, Malik and Logan are working together. So they're gonna be partners on 4. Look at your partner, they should be like your corner partner, okay? So here's what it is. Here's where we're gonna get the twist. Stop moving, stop making. Tyree, we're stopping right now, okay? Your job now, listen carefully, is you're gonna have to hand our project. You guys are gonna switch.
I know. Or it freezes. Okay, so let's, So let's go to network.
Sorry, was there a question?
Do ISD.
I keep picking up.
Show available network.
Hey, Jamie, is that you? I don't know. Okay, so here's what we're doing. So you and your partner, you're going to need to explain to your partner, you have 2 minutes to explain to them what your next steps were going to be. Okay, they're going to take over after you got 2 minutes to explain to each other. Okay, so one person has 1 minute to say what the next steps are. The other person has another minute. Okay, so Logan is going to tell Malik what he wants to, what his plans are for the next ones. So he's trusting Malik to take good care of his project. At the same time, explain to Logan what his next steps are.
Don't be a Debbie Downer. We don't have that attitude here, okay? No Debbie Downers.
Hi. So I got somebody who has audio on. So I didn't know whether or not that's what you were intending, whether or not you need to ask somebody. I just want to make sure. That's all. Okay. All right. So anyway, so you're going to have to trust each other. So 1 minute each to ask each other questions and to clarify and say what you're going to do, to switch out. Then you guys are going to switch projects. And you might even want to switch chairs. And then you guys are going to have another 5 minutes on that other person's project to do. And so, how do you feel right now? A little anxious? No, you trust this person in front of you? Awesome. Can you, I was going to say, so think about questions that you're going to ask and details that you're going to give them in order to make it so that your vision still comes through. Now, the person you make sure you ask the questions so that you're clarifying as well. Are we ready? So we got 2 minutes to talk to each other. 1 minute and 1 minute. Are we ready? Let's go. All right.
An airplane's inspirational messages along with
Partner one, you got about 30 more seconds. on it. I keep it. 30 seconds. Make sure you got everything together. All right, 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Stop. Okay. All right, friends, here we go. So you are now switching off so that you are switching your projects and you are handing your project over for the next 5 minutes to the next person. Yes, you are giving it over to the next 5 minutes to the next person. All right, so we've been doing the flash challenge. I will talk to Duncan, and we're going to talk to Duncan and Avery for a minute about the project and what they've done so far for Maker Monday. So we're going to work with that. Okay. All right. So Avery and Duncan, come on over. You guys keep working, okay? Hey. Hey. Do what?
You're sitting there waiting for you guys out there. We're playing checkers. I didn't know you guys.
Yeah, we have been here. All right. See you guys a little bit. Let's see. Turn your body this way so that you're in the light. Okay. There we go. All right. A little closer. A little closer. All right. So get in this shot there. I know. Okay. So this is Duncan and Avery. These are some of our regular Maker Monday folks. Duncan is a generation maker. His brother, Connor, was kind of founded our Maker Monday program. So that was really kind of cool. So tell me what you guys so far have liked. These are both 6th graders, so this is their first year in the program. Tell me about the Maker Monday experience.
Normally Mondays are like hard and they're not the best because normally I don't get a lot of sleep because I can't really go to sleep after the weekend. But Maker Monday gives me like a reason to look
forward to the end of the day. Like your time is also like creativity because especially during class, you're like you can't really make anything. Like you can't really fidget with your hands a lot, and like here you actually can.
So fidgeting with your hands. So tell me how that helps stem out your creativity.
Well, we took a test with Miss I can never remember her name.
Okay.
The counselor.
Okay.
And saying it was a
Kinesthetic?
hands-on learner. Yeah.
Right. So you're kinesthetic learner.
And,
Right.
like, even if I can't do it, I have to like tap my foot or mess with my feet.
Mm-hmm.
And now I can like actually like do something with my hands that actually is creativity.
Okay. That's cool. That's cool. What have you liked making the most?
Cardboard challenges are a lot of fun. I think the costume challenge is my favorite.
Yeah, that's one we just been working. What did you end up building?
I made sort of like some robot armor with a cape.
Yeah.
So
yeah. So how about you? What did
I
you
made basically what you did.
Yeah.
I
So
made the same sort of
so yeah, the robotics are a big deal. Do you want to talk about what your station is for STEM night? For Minecraft?
For STEM night?
Yes.
I am going to be using a merge cube. It's basically kind of like the art more augmented, but you hold it in your hands, you scan it with your iPad or your phone, and I'm going to be doing a game called Dig. It's basically Minecraft on the merge.
Yeah. And what are you
I'm
doing?
going to be doing Legos, which is basically Minecraft like building challenges for Legos.
Yeah. So we've been kind of taking something that was in the actual virtual game, and we're kind of trying to bring it into either augmented reality or real reality, 3D reality. All right, let's see where everybody is. Thank you. Guys, you have like 1 minute left. 1 minute left.
Make the flagpole.
All right. Let's see. Okay. Actually, you know what? I lied. You have 1 minute and 43 seconds left. All right. So that's a whole 2 minutes. Think about what it is. Delacia, what has been the hardest part about taking over somebody else's project?
The cutting.
The cutting? Oh, because you want to cut it the same way that she cut it from before? Oh, okay. So you're trying to be as precise. So being thoughtful that way, that's awesome. Noah, what has been the biggest challenge for Lachey stuff? I mean, sorry, Liana's stuff.
I am really bad at coming up with motivational messages.
Okay, so just trying to be creative in a whole different way. You're very engineering minded, so you got to tap into that warm fuzzy side. So that's a tough one. Yeah, for sure. I agree. How about you guys? What's been the biggest challenge in working together?
Writing so small.
Right. Oh, so yeah, he's had very detailed stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Everybody get on there. Keep them going on. All right. Brayden. So tell me how you're bringing Liana's to life.
So you want to do like a box with.
Hey guys, just a little bit softer, please.
So you want to do like a box with notes inside?
Uh-huh.
So what I'm doing is I'm trying to like put some more in and make a sign.
Uh-huh.
So people know what it is.
Oh, they know this, so it's a label of it. Okay. How are we doing on the movement component? The movement component. All right. How are you expanding on her vision?
More babies.
More frog babies. I see all the babies here. How about you? What are you doing for Skylar? Okay, so sharks in the water, very good. All right. That's interesting. All right. Okay, eyes up, mouths closed. Okay, so here we are. So the second thing. Israel, have a seat, baby. Thank you. I understand. We'll get there in a moment, and I doubt we have that because middle school. All right. Next thing. All right. So the next thing. So now you're gonna get your project back, and you have another 5 minutes, and then we're going to present. Okay. Remember that your criteria has one piece of what?
Is what we can do.
The movement, okay? So make sure that you've got that movement thing happening, all right? So last 5 minutes, you have your project back. So your baby's back in your arms. How do you think about getting your baby back? Yeah, you're scared? Okay. All right, we ready? Okay, 5 minutes, here we go. All right,
They see me right now?
Not yet, but they will.
Are they gonna come, like, are we gonna go, like, are we teaching them and they're teaching
So there are about 800 people around the world that are watching.
She means is like, did you teach these
No,
kids too?
no, no. They're different. They're different. They're somewhere else. Yeah.
Thank you. Great.
Yellow.
A component that moves. How are we doing? Good. Okay, remember, use this last 5 minutes actually last 3 minutes and 36 seconds. Use these last 3 seconds to refine your idea. Be kind to each other, Sky. Being kind to your people, your coworkers. Those are very nice.
I don't know where my phone is. Someone stole my key.
Yeah, those are very unsafe. Yes, that's very safe. All right, keep going. A little bit under 3 minutes now, friends.
It's really the best. I'm making the best idea. Oh my God, this is what people use the chat.
What's that?
Mission Impossible? I give that one hit.
Mission Possible or Mission I'm Space Possible.
I am you. I can say you are nothing.
Okay. And where's the movement? Okay. All right, Tyree, you need to make it move. It actually needs to move. Right? You've got another 2 minutes. You can make something move in 2 minutes. That's not moving. No, moving components. Okay. Nope. I have a need a movement component. Okay. Something has to be moving. That's not with you in your hand and rolling it or throwing it or flying it. All right.
So it's supposed to be electric?
No.
Yeah.
But I'm like, let's not roll things around. Okay.
Please, I had that one idea.
That's a movement.
Go, Jackson.
You're in good shape.
Yes.
That's not one of our supplies, Tyree.
I said push it down. I pushed it down. I didn't push it down, that's all.
Hey, Matthew, why are you apostrophe R-E? Yeah. Look on back there.
Oh.
I know. Just want to make sure. Cool.
Ready.
Woo! How we doing?
I'm so cute.
You are down to the last minute. Last minute. Oh, okay. Well, how about trying to use scissors or maybe do one layer at a time? Actually, probably you're better off doing like one layer at a time. Yeah, you got a lot of layers happening. 38 seconds. Ooh, 30 seconds. All right. You have everything. You have everything. All right, 15 seconds. 10, 8, 5, 3, 4.
I don't know.
All right.
That is music.
Timer. It is. You know what it is. It's the Wonder Woman theme. So, okay, gentlemen and friends. All right, everybody, eyes up. So, here's the deal. You have 30 seconds to make sure that you're going glue stick is completely tight on your glue, that your stuff, that your extra items are kind of putting together in a pile. So let's put our extra equipment in the center so that we can kind of straighten up a little bit. Cleaning up is a major component and a major challenge for any maker group. So that's one of the things that I've noticed a lot, but we just try to build it in as well. So here we go. We're gonna be sharing our items very quickly. Yes. Okay. All right. If you have trash, let's slide it. We're taking this, we're passing it on and trashing ourselves here. Trash, trash. Look at y'all in 5 seconds. Yes. If you have old scrappages, no. Excellent. Scraps. Ski wraps. Okay. Here we go. Clean up, clean up. Everybody clean up. That's what, no. I didn't get it. That's your number. You guys get that? All right. Let's start with group number 1. Group number 1. I would like for you guys, so group number 1 is Braden's group, is that correct? Braden and Lachey's group. I'm gonna just kind of come over there. I want you guys to talk about what it is that you made. And then we have, so what it is that you made, and then challenges and successes that you had in terms of working each other as a partnership. Do I have you all together? Are you both on the screen? Yay, scoot. All right, so tell me about it. Okay, so Lachey, what you got?
I have a box with nice design.
Okay, what's your movement component? There is not really a movement component. All right. So if you had some time or some different components, what might you do that might bring some joy to somebody? Maybe wheels on it. Okay, very nice. All right, Braden, talk to me what you got.
So I made like a hanger that can like spin around.
Okay.
With inspirational words on it.
Yeah, so maybe they could hang that up in their locker, and so it's kind of like a mobile, right? What was successful about the two of you guys working together?
Well, I think we got a lot more like done on this one than really this one.
Okay.
But,
Were you able to communicate your idea pretty well?
yeah.
Okay. All right. Do you trust each other?
Yeah.
More than you did maybe before? Maybe you know each other a little bit better now that you had the conversation. All right. Some applause for these guys. Yay. Awesome. Team 2, Tyree and Ree. Move. Okay. All right. Tyree and Ree. And Bree. Sorry. What did you guys do? And let's talk about like how you guys work together.
I made a little thing. It's like it says you are love, and there's a heart instead of an O.
Okay. So what's your movement component?
I also made a flip book.
Okay, a flip book. Okay, that's not a necessary. Okay, all right, there. All right, very good. All right, how is it working with Bree? What does she contribute to the design?
She thought of the idea of like making a heart instead of a O.
Okay, all right. So that you said that she had to come up with the whole love thing. Okay, fantastic. How about Bree? What was your design, and how did Tyree help?
So it's like a card, and it says live happy, and it has like live, laugh, love, and LOL on it with hearts. I guess my movement component was like this because it like moves around a lot.
But it's kind of funny that way when it kind of wiggles and that kind of thing. So what did Tyree add to your group that was?
So Tyree kind of like put the paper clips to where this would stand up instead of it flopping back.
Okay,
So,
so
like this would be able to stand up straight, and you could put something like right here.
Okay. Oh, so maybe you can put like a picture or something like that. Awesome. Applause for group 2. Okay. Group Trace. All right. Talk about it, Sky. Laura.
Oh wow. So I built this little thing that you can put in your locker or somewhere or on your wall, and it moves, and it's Brody, and he's in the boat, and you can see him, and then there's sharks in the water.
Sharks. All right. All right. So how did Sky help carry your vision to light?
She made this flag, which is really cool, and this shark.
Okay. So did you instruct her on how to make the shark stand up, or did you
self-explain it?
Well, okay. I just didn't know how things were going with that. All right, Sky. Did Skylar know how to build a frog? okay, so just having her make little babies was, oh, down, is that better?
I did make, look at all of them.
All right, so she had some innovations on making frogs, perhaps. All right, what was your story? What did you tell her that was going to make things happy for this person? They're frogs, and frogs are happy, and that way they already have their little movement to go along with that. What were you nervous about giving this over to Skylar?
Trusting her.
Yeah, you do trust her. You guys are best friends. Yeah, it doesn't. But were you pleased with what she came up with? Okay. It remains to be seen. All right, so guys and gals, we have 1 more minute. Can I have one more group share? What one group wants to share? Okay, actually, let's go ahead and let me go with Delasia and with Giselle. All right, turn, show us. All right, are you guys in?
Yeah.
Quick.
So I made like, I guess, a inspirational note that you could like hang in your lockers.
Okay. All right, and what else?
And it's like, yeah. And, yeah.
Okay, and so how did you give yours to? What did you tell Giselle to do with hers?
She put the sticky notes inside just for like, I guess, decoration, I guess. And she put the words some of these.
Fantastic. Well, we've got to go because we've got another class to go to, but thank you guys so much for joining us today. We're so beautiful. Why are y'all moving? Y'all say goodbye and thank you.
Thank you, guys. Excellent job. Excellent job.
Can we be quiet again? Thank you. Hey,
thank
all right,
you
so we
guys
ready?
so much for joining in and sharing. Yes, can you hear me okay?
Thank you so very much. We really appreciate it. It's always a blast. Have a great day.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Okay, guys. We have our next classroom coming in. Let me go ahead and just mute that one. Perfect. All right. So right now we have our next classroom that's going to be coming in. Again, as always, it is active here in our actual host school at Sheikh Khalil Community School in Miami, Florida. And there are lots of things happening. And let me try not to interrupt here, but you can see right here, we have Katie interviewing some of the students, some of the active learning that's taking place back here, as well as students prepping and preparing. We have media coming in today, lots of great things. All right, and Shireen, I can hear you, and I am giving you access to be able to share your video right now. So if you want to get that on, I have one person that really wants to say hi to you.
Okay, she can't hear me because of your headset, right?
Well, you just speak close.
Here we can
Okay.
get an interpreter.
I want to thank you from the bottom
So they can
of
see the
my heart
interpreter. Oh my gosh, the pleasure is mine.
that you are presenting on Global Maker Day. I have such a happy heart.
She said the pleasure is all hers.
Oh,
Thank you. Do you want to sign something to the kids?
We are
I
so
want to tell
thrilled.
them, I want to know, how do I sign Wicked Smart? I want to know how to do that.
She's asking you guys.
How do I
how
sign
you
Wicked
sign
Smart?
Wicked Smart.
And you gotta say smart like you're from Boston. Smart, wicked smart.
Daniel's got it. Okay, Daniel's
very
going to
good.
show you.
It's you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Mary Alice is to thank for this connection, Shireen. We are so thankful. We've been talking about you all day. We cannot wait to hear what these kids have to share and the incredible work that they are doing.
Yes, I can't wait for you to see them. So I'm going to try to position this so we can get nice and close. And so, okay, so I want to introduce you to Stephanie Steiner, who is actually the champion for the Makerspace. She has led the charge of computer science initiatives here at the Indiana School for the Deaf, as well as, I mean, so many other things. And so really, she is the torchbearer for all of this. So I'm going to introduce you to her.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Hi.
Wonderful.
We're trying to get
That's-
things going here. We're moving along. Computer science definitely is going really well. We've got our reporters doing that sort of thing. Makerspace is next up, so we're using events like this to build our excitement.
That's wonderful. Listen, I'm going to let you take it away, Shireen. We'll be in the
Okay.
background watching, and feel free to reach out if you have any questions.
Okay, so I want to introduce everybody to our amazing, spectacular children. So tell them your name.
My name's Matthew.
Did you hear that?
Yes,
Did you
we
hear
did.
that?
I would
Okay,
say
cool.
if she could be closer to the microphone, that would be awesome.
Oh, you know what? Okay, 1 second. I have an idea. So then maybe we do this. Hold on. Can you hear now?
Yes, we can hear great.
Oh, okay. So then which one of you will do? Oh, you want to put it on? Okay. All right. So can you test it? Okay. The interpreter is going to test the microphone. Can you hear?
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear.
Oh, brilliant. Okay, great. Okay. So, all right. So tell them your name.
Hi, my name's Tiana. My name's Leon. Hi, my name is Daniel. My name's Simon.
Come on, tell them your name. Tell them your name.
Hello, I'm Savannah. And this is my name sign. Hi, my name is Mang, and this is my name sign.
Yay. Okay, cool. All right. So who's going to go first with presenting?
I don't want to.
No, come on. You guys have the biggest one. Come on. All right. All right. Here we go. Oh, the ball just went over here. Here you go. Okay. Can you still hear us?
Hello?
Jamie, can you hear us?
We can. You guys
Okay,
sound
great.
wonderful.
Okay, just double checking. Okay, cool. Okay, guys, go ahead.
Okay, so we made a basketball goal that will count for points. And that's it.
Okay, so show us. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
so when you have this ball, the goal is that you will shoot it into the basket. And if you score, then our scoreboard will light up and you will see that here. We just
So-
turned them on.
Yeah, okay.
So now we're going to shoot. Oh, it didn't work. There it is.
Oh, there it is.
One point.
Yay, awesome. Yeah.
And so that's how it works. We do have two buckets underneath that we place sensors on if you want to zoom in here. And again, those sensors are placed in the center of the bucket. And each time they're hit by the ball, then it will trigger the sensor to show on the scoreboard.
Whose idea was this?
It was both of our ideas.
Very cool. Awesome teamwork.
Thank you.
Fabulous. Who's next?
Okay, hello. This project is called a Jeep Wrangler for the Army, so the old model. So how it works is the lights do turn on and it does move as well.
Oh, wow. You got it to work. Woo!
Yep.
Do it again. Do it again. Wow.
So what we did was, how we put it together was we put the wheels on with the motor, and we also had to remember to add the battery pieces.
And it's a wireless system, so it's remotely working.
And we have LED lights on there as well.
Well, you guys killed it. It's dazzling. Brilliant. It's unbelievable. Wow. Phenomenal. Phenomenal. All right. Yay. Okay, now who's next? Girls are next. Oh, okay. Okay. Sorry. There we go. There we go. Okay.
Hello.
This is
Hey,
awesome.
can you tell everyone what this is called? Sure, this is a carousel. And can you explain what we're doing with it? Yeah, the reason, well, we actually use a motor that works like a rotor. And so I saw that piece and that was inspiration for the whole carousel.
And I just love it. She drew all of this.
Look at that. It's a killer project.
There it is.
Oh my God. Wait, look. Oh my gosh, you guys.
Thanks, guys.
Killed it.
Thank you.
Phenomenal. Oh my goodness. Wow. That is incredible. Stephanie, would you like to say anything? Go ahead.
Well, thank you all for watching and we hope you enjoyed it. I wanted to ask the guys if they could share their favorite part of this afternoon here in the Makerspace. What was your favorite part? I just love the draft and like being creative, getting to use our imaginations with everything.
I agree with what she said.
I would say I just enjoyed the two of us brainstorming, working together, sharing our vision for how to make it work, and then actually seeing it turn out.
Yeah, so let me ask you guys a question. So when you started this process today, you had no idea what this was going to be like, right? And I think one of you asked that, is this going to be a part of our weekly schedule? Which is a great question to ask because it means that you loved it. Do you know that the pieces that you guys used to make your motors and everything, do you realize that that is the same stuff that engineering students use to learn in universities? All these materials are the same as how engineering students learn in the university. So what you guys did was actually very next level, high level, amazing stuff. And you guys pulled off these incredible inventions in hardly a few hours. So I'm so incredibly proud of you guys. Anything else? Anything you guys want to say to everybody out there that's watching this live feed? Anything you'd like to say? Yeah, what's your question?
I'm hoping everyone enjoyed this. Was this their first time for doing this? I know for us it was. It was a cool experience.
What about you guys? Was this your first time doing something like this?
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah?
Yep.
Yeah, and did you like it? Do you want to do it again?
Oh yeah, I definitely want to do it again.
Okay, well, that's good news. So I'll come back, okay? Should I come back?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, cool. Very nice. Very, very good. I'm incredibly impressed.
I want to know if we can come back too.
Oh, the organizers of this, they're asking if they can come and join us next time. Yes, of course you can. That would be amazing.
Well, I'm actually going to be in Indiana and Indianapolis here in about a week and a half. And I would love to come and visit these students.
That would be amazing. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do
do
that. Yeah,
Okay,
that would
let's
be
make it
so
happen.
cool. Yeah. Yeah. Okay,
All
we'll
right.
be in touch and we'll talk about that for sure. So the
Okay.
kids are going to be getting ready to go home, so they're cutting it short. But I'm going to go ahead and take this off. So, but I thought that Stephanie and I can talk to you guys to talk about the challenges and all the things that were involved in her creating a maker space here in the school, because I think that that is something that is very fascinating to a lot of educators and people, you know, out there. So the Indiana School for the Deaf was the second school that I had ever done programming in. And I worked with their entire middle schoolers about 3 years ago. And that kind of gave rise to the idea and the magic of the design thinking process and the power of the makerspace. And so Stephanie, you know, got some grants, garnered support, and then, you know, she set up this, you know, amazing space. And it was a labor of love. And no, oh, 1 second. Yeah, they keep all of that. The kids were asking if they keep their swag with their t-shirts and their capes. I'm like, yes, of course. Yes, 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 yes. Oh my God, thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm gonna see you again in the future. Yeah, I'm gonna come back. We're gonna meet, and we're gonna make, and we're gonna create and all that. Okay, cool. Yeah, yes, good, so good, so good, so good. I mean, come on, look at this. This is like next level. This is phenomenal. And look how clever the design is. Look at that. She actually created access. I mean, that's like amazing. That's amazing. This is, I'm just gonna say it's badass because I can't come up with a better word. That's like amazing.
Yeah. So now that our students have to unfortunately head out for the day.
Oh, shish kebab. Jeez. Sorry.
Shireen mentioned earlier, maybe if any of you out there don't have a makerspace in your school yet, and you're like, it's a lot of work to set one up. I literally there happened to be an empty classroom and across the hall from me. I'm the technology specialist, so I usually run our iPad program and do software integration stuff. But I'm a maker at heart, and so I thought, this is cool. Let's do this. And so, is there a budget for it? No, there's no budget for it. Okay, let's do it anyway. And if you notice the cabinets behind us over here, those literally came out of the kitchen when my parents redid their kitchen 2 years ago.
Oh, wow.
I said, hey, save those for me. I have an idea for them. They're not, the paint is chipped. They're all stuffed up. There's some raw edges on it. The giant drafting table we have over there came out of my grandparents' basement, which just getting it out was a trick. And then it's just a compilation, other than like our little bits, that was a purchase that the school made for us. But other than that, we got some 3D printers through a workshop. We actually got them really cheap for like $250, and our students actually built them as part of the workshop with First Maker here in Indianapolis.
First Maker Space, yeah.
Yes, they're awesome.
They are awesome.
But all of our supplies were donated. So I just started reaching out to people in the community. I would comment on Facebook Marketplace posts, people that were selling paints and Legos and that kind of stuff, and just explain, hey, I'm trying to get this makerspace going at my school. I work at the deaf school, you know, budget's kind of small. Would you be willing to give me a discount or give it to me? And 95% of the time, people are like, oh, it's for a deaf school? Sure, you can just have it. So I got a lot of stuff for free. Then obviously the recyclables, cardboard, that kind of stuff.
Hey guys,
Yeah.
I'm so sorry to pause you real quick. I'm going to get on video because there's something I want to talk to you guys about that was just brought to my attention by Katie McNamara, who is one of our organizers. We're just blown away that your makerspace is possible from donations. I mean, you have done an incredible job at pulling together these resources. Wow. But I don't know if you're familiar with the Stanley Black & Decker. So we had they're our main event sponsor this year and last year. And last year, everybody that had signed up, they actually selected 3 classrooms and they won and decked out their whole classroom. This would be a really good opportunity because right now they actually have their challenges out there basically creating to affect your community, to impact your society and challenges that are happening, environmental issues or other issues that are facing. And if you have a group of students that are interested in participating in that challenge, this is an opportunity for you to win a whole
we'll find students to participate in the challenge.
I think we have several students that were like, what are you guys doing? I want to do that.
Yeah, seems like there's like that precious baby has been coming back to this classroom time and again. He's like, why wasn't I here working with everybody? I know.
That's
I know.
true. We understand. But listen, we really want to make sure that you get the resources you need, especially for that little guy out there waiting, saying, hey, where's my making day? So we would love to share out. And if anybody else is watching and you have ideas about grants and opportunities for the school, we hope that that they would reach out to you as well, because this is just incredible. So thank you. But anyway,
Jake-
sorry to,
No. That's good, because I think that, that's the thing, is that, like, you have to have a bearer for the torch, right? You have to have someone that carries the torch. So Stephanie is a believer, and she found a way. She just figured out a way to be resourceful. Many deaf schools around the country, as schools in general, tend to be very under-resourced. So you become very resourceful in figuring out, obviously she's going way above and beyond her pay grade. It's because she's passionate. She wants to move the needle for the next generation. This is her heart and soul, just as it is mine. And, and this tells you so much, that her parents are remodeling the house, and she's like, wait, she's always thinking about how.
Don't waste things. You can make something out of that.
Yeah.
Some people call it hoarding. Other people call it making. I mean,
Oh, that's wonderful. That's
Yeah.
wonderful. Well, I mean, all I know is the fact that your students were able to do what they did without those resources. Just imagine if they didn't have them.
Yes, exactly. Imagine what could happen when they are resourced. This is them being left to their own devices. Imagine what would happen in a highly resourced school. Imagine the magic that would happen.
Stephanie, you're an inspiration to us. I did not want to, if you want to continue, we would love to continue to hear about, what you started off with, your journey to inspire other people to take this same journey. But we're going to be in the background, but I just had to share that because I thought, when Katie brought it up, I thought, oh my gosh, they're the perfect campus to apply for this. This would be perfect right up their alley. So we'll let you guys finish, and I'm sure we'll have some questions for you when you're finished.
I'll connect you guys so that, but yeah, go ahead. I'm curious too about this story, because I've never even asked you, and that's so bad. I just assumed that this furniture and stuff, I mean, I know that you found an empty space, and I knew that the school said, okay, fine, do what you go for it. But I didn't realize that.
Yeah, I mean, and I think anybody, even if you've got a space that gets built for you, by the time you tell them what you want and it gets built, your needs are probably going to change a little. I think that was one of the things I was a little bit reluctant to just go with it. The space has no running water in it. So when we do paint and stuff, it's a pain to clean up. But it's something, and we started, and I feel like if we can get the kids excited to work in a space like this, then if and when we ever get more substantial resources. And our high school building does have some more things. We've got, like, they can take printmaking classes, and they can do some more 3D modeling stuff. But they just, at the middle school and elementary level, don't have access to that kind of stuff quite yet. And so I'm trying to do the homegrown grassroots, and the kids just love it. They don't care that the tables are marked up and covered in paint. And they actually like it because they don't have to worry about getting paint on the tables. I'm not worried about anything being new. And we're able to change. So when we first set it up last year, the table configuration was completely different, and it did not work for us at all. So this year I got rid of 2 tables and found 2 different tables that fit a little bit better. And the flow today, I feel like, was much better. So I think we'll just keep improving that until we find something that's really smooth. And then maybe, hopefully by then, we'll have a little more resources. We're, trying to work with our PTCO organization. Their fundraiser this year is focused on after school activities and funding those here at school. And so I'm like, well, we could make a maker club, and then some of that funding could come to us so that we could provide those kids. One of our other big challenges is getting teachers on board with finding ways to make it fit in their curriculum. I haven't met too many teachers that would disagree that making is good for students. They all know that hands-on, that problem solving, the teamwork is good for students, but it's when can I put this in my curriculum? When can I fit this in? But just today, while the kids were in here working on projects, a couple teachers stuck their heads in, walked around, checked out what's going on. And one math teacher said, I need to figure out how we can get my class in here. What can we do? Like he was pointing specifically at the 3D printers, like, how could we make these work with math? And I said, you have no idea how many things you can do with 3D printers that go with middle school math class.
Yes.
So I said, we'll get our heads together and pick some units, and I will, you know, work on finding some projects for you. But I just think having, you know, I'm really thankful for Global Maker Day and for Shireen for bringing it to us, because this event is a good way to spark some of that curiosity and inspiration, and our other staff too, even if they weren't necessarily here with us the whole day today. They're going to see it. I'm going to take these projects and put them on display in our media center. And so hopefully they'll see those too and talk about, you know, the students will be, I'm sure, telling their friends all about it, encouraging them to share with their teachers as well. Our information specialist was in here posting all this to our school social media. So
I've been
maybe
tweeting.
if we can get a little more, you know,
I've
even
been
more
tweeting.
community support.
I've been tweeting.
Shireen's
What's,
been tweeting for
what's the
us.
sign for tweeting?
Tweeting.
Tweeting, which also means bird. This is Angry Bird, and this is tweeting.
So, you know, just kind of garnering that support, because I always think you could set up the most perfect makerspace ever, but if people don't know what to do with it or how to have fun with it,
yeah,
they're not going to use it. So
Yeah.
I hope that, you know, through events like this, we can show them that it's a lot of fun, and at the same time, how much learning. I love standing back and watching the students and these types of projects work with each other, and one will have, you know, one kind of always has the plan, I feel like, and the other will put on a suggestion, and you just watch their face
the
of like,
visionary.
oh, how can I
Yeah.
not think of that?
And the synergy,
you
the
know,
synergy.
and that going
Yeah.
back and forth.
Yeah. So it's team, right? It's
Learning
team
how to
effort.
develop their ideas as they go, and knowing
Collaboration.
even though the finished product doesn't look like their first vision, it's probably going to be even better through
Yeah.
that collaboration. and
Yeah.
teamwork.
And I'm a very big believer in interdisciplinary learning. So just like you have science teachers, art teachers, history teachers, English teachers, all of these things can be integrated into, I mean, this is storytelling right here. This is storytelling right here. You could spend an entire semester building out stories, building out dialogue and imagination just from this. I think that what is always remarkable to me is the rise of agency that our students are able to display had it been in any other, because I think that there's a tendency to micromanage and to micro instruct. And you know from so much experience that Deaf Kids Code style is just give them basic knowledge and let them loose. And that's when the magic happens, and everybody gets, you know, freaks out, and everybody's nervous because everybody's so used to incremental instruction, and they're like, okay, nobody knows what's going on. Nobody knows, like, but then you see, and that's the thing, is that these kids are born in the digital world. They already know more than all of us intuitively. I think it's integrated in this evolution in their DNA. That, I mean, look at, I mean, I did not micromanage any single kid in today's workshop. These were completely authentic ideas. I showed them how the hardware works. They kept experimenting, they kept prototyping. They didn't ask for feedback. They didn't ask for help other than they were looking for these sticks for the thing. I mean, you know,
Sorting through supplies.
sorting through supplies. They're like, where
Storing
can I get
files.
more of these sticks? How can I cut this tube? You know, things like that. But this was all them. And I mean, you look at this car, for example, very complex. Very complex. I mean, this was, you know,
you didn't get to see it close up, but the way he built the car in sections.
he
the way a real
developed
car
it
would be,
in
it's pretty cool.
sections. I mean, it's amazing.
Anybody that has iPads, the packaging your iPads come in is amazing cardboard for making. It's thin but really sturdy.
Yeah. I mean, it's incredible. The attention to detail in this is really something that is so worth appreciating. And same with this. I mean, for God's sake, look at this. I mean, this is.
And it was fun. I think sometimes it's, you know, we talk about making and how some people look at it as more of playing and crafting, and we're trying, you know, those of us that are knee deep in the maker movement or even deeper are trying really hard to show the academic benefits. And, you know, you talk about soft skills and some people are like, yeah, but they're just soft skills. And we all know they're important, but when you get these kids and you watch them just light up for 3 hours straight at school, like the afternoons, usually when they're sitting in class, you know, half falling asleep, and all 6 of them in here all afternoon just busted it.
They were busting
awesome.
it. They were busting it. Yeah,
That's
they were
awesome.
completely autonomous. Like here, I'm going to show you this real quick too. The attention to detail of this. This is their, oh, shish kebab.
Did you just drop the window?
Wait, I think I just dropped the window.
Oh,
Sorry,
right.
guys.
Sorry about that.
I dropped the window. Anyways, the attention to detail is extraordinary. I know we have like literally 60 seconds. So I'll let Stephanie give her final thoughts on all of this.
I just want to say to the organizers, thank you for making Global Maker Day happen. And obviously to Shireen for bringing it to my attention.
Always.
Because it was a blast, and any chance we get to make is a good chance. So thank you.
Okay.
Wow. Wow. This has been one of those sessions that I think will stick with us for quite some time. This is something that we're all sitting back on just amazed. Your students are incredible. This experience and having you part of this has been something I've been dreaming of for many years now. And we definitely want to stay connected with you and be inspired by your students, Stephanie. And Shireen, thank you so much for making this incredible connection. And I can't wait to see what you do next. And certainly let's stay connected, especially with me going out here soon. I'd love to meet you all face to face. So we'll definitely work something out. There's some things that I could bring to you from Maker, and we'll see what happens on that end. But
That would be phenomenal.
Yeah,
Great.
thank you. Thank you
you.
again
All right,
so
thank
much.
you.
And we hope to see you guys soon. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.
All right. It has been just one of those incredible days. And just when you think the making ends, it continues. We can see back here behind us, it is continuing to be a maker activity. I love the fact that many of these students, the day is over for them, the school day is over, but it doesn't matter because to them, the school day doesn't matter. They want to make and they want to create. So I'm going to go ahead and I'll spotlight my video here so that you guys can head out. All right. And so as we're going through in this makerspace and here in this active area, we are actually waiting on our next student presenter. Ethan is going to be joining in. He is, is he the CEO, I think, of his own company? He is doing some pretty phenomenal things. Another huge connection made by Mary Alice Curran. So he will be joining in here shortly, and we're going to be adding him in as a presenter. And so as he joins in, we're going to be sharing out his challenges that are going to be happening. And while just a reminder about what's happening here in the background, about the challenges that we have. All right. So Shireen, we had the convert trash into a beneficial gadget, which was a really cool challenge. Love that one. Love seeing what's happening there. And many of the challenges that are happening throughout the day have been something that we are just, I'm going to go ahead and promote to panelists here, Ethan. And so we're just amazed about all the activities going on. Here in a little while, we're going to hear from Ethan building the tallest freestanding cardboard house and measure it. And Ethan's joining us from the East Coast, doing some pretty incredible things, as all of our students are. He is our only student solo presenter of the event, so this is really exciting for us. Ethan, I'm going to go ahead and make you a co-host so that you're able to share your screen, and you're also able to unmute yourself so that you have a chance to share everything that you're going to be doing here in your presentation. So as you're getting that working, we're going to be here in the background and getting our students just the opportunity to continue to make. I love it because I walk up to them and I'm like recording and they're like, yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna get back to action. Hey Ethan, how's it going?
Hi, I'm good. How are you?
So good. Glad to have you on. This is awesome.
I'm really
I'm
excited.
gonna go ahead and
So
we're
this is
really,
my friend-
are you,
Oh.
You brought in a friend?
Yeah, this is my friend Will. He's going to be helping out with the challenge a little bit. He's going to be building something behind me, which I'll
Yeah.
have all of you guys do in a minute.
That's awesome.
So I'm the co-founder of 3 Ducks Design. We make architecture sets that integrate STEM education with art and design. So pretty much kids can build anything they want out of cardboard. So we started this back in 2017. And today we're in about 500 schools, which is crazy. And we're all over the world. So I'm gonna have all you kids do this challenge. So what I'm gonna have you guys do is build the tallest structure you possibly can out of either cardboard or any other materials you guys have. And I'm gonna have Will. He's gonna be doing the same exact thing as you. And all these teachers, or all you teachers can ask me questions and I'll answer them while all the kids are building. So if anyone has any questions, then feel free to ask, and I'll be videoing Will as well, so you guys can see what he's doing with 3 ducks.
All right, Ethan, I just want to tell you that I just gave that challenge to these kids.
Oh, okay.
And these students that are in here, they said challenge accepted. So they're working on this right now. We can't wait to see what your friend does as well and sharing out his whole structure. And we're ready. So anything that you want to do right now, I know while they are working on this, is there a time limit that they have?
So we have until 4 o'clock, I think, right?
Okay, so yeah, so are we gonna say maybe 5 minutes
25 minutes.
before? Yeah.
But
that
yeah,
sounds
let's
good.
do the next 20 minutes until 3:55.
Perfect.
For people to.
You guys have 20 minutes starting now. 20 minutes. Yeah.
But the structure, does it have to be like, does it have to look like a building?
Nope.
With windows?
Nope. Doesn't have to have windows, correct? Doesn't have to look like a building.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't have to look like anything specific. It just has to be as tall as it possibly can.
As tall as it possibly can. It doesn't have to look like anything, guys. That's awesome. So they're jumping in on this challenge. They're going to get it high. Now, in questioning with that, do you want to share a little bit while we're letting those kids build about your company? Because that's one of the things that I'm really excited to hear a lot more. Like, what was the start of this company for you? Why did you start this company, and where is it going now?
So I'm only a junior in high school. So I started this actually when I was right before freshman year. It was my sister and I whose idea it was. My sister did a program at Columbia, architecture, and she learned that architects really use like cardboard and basic materials to build their models. And she thought it was really important for kids to do the same and pretty much just learn what architects actually do and do the same thing, because it's hands-on learning, and that's, in my opinion, the best way for kids to learn. And then as a kid, or when I was like really young, all of our holiday presents, we had to build them. We weren't allowed to buy anything, so we pretty much just made everything we could possibly make out of cardboard and wood. So I made my sister like doll houses, and she made me skateboard ramps. So we wanted to incorporate that tradition into like childhood education, which we thought was really important. We wanted kids to get like off of, we wanted them to do all hands-on play and not use like as much curriculum. So when this opportunity came up, we decided to like, take advantage of it and build something that could really make a difference. So in middle school, I learned the basics of CAD and 3D animation. So I used a 3D printer, which we already had from my parents' previous company. And I made a few prototypes of connectors that were able to fit on any 1-ply cardboard. And then after some market testing, we realized that kids really loved it. So we took it to the next level and started going to markets. And within those markets, we spoke to a bunch of teachers who thought it would be really good for education, which we weren't really expecting at first. So then we started trying to get into more expos for education. And we learned that teachers love it, and it's actually educational. So now we've been trying to get into more schools, and we're also starting curriculum. So if you go on our website, we just launched a new standard aligned curriculum. So schools can buy it, and it could be an actual part of the year for elementary and middle schools. So that's
Ethan,
pretty much.
Do you want to share your website? You could screen share on your screen if you'd like.
Yeah, I actually wasn't able to get on my computer, so I'm on my phone right now.
Do you want me to share your website and you can describe a couple things to us?
Oh,
'Cause
yeah,
I
that
think
would be really
I have
great.
a teacher actually asking me right now about your product, so I'd love for you to
that
share
would be
that
really
out.
great. So if you go to the university slide, the purple button at the top,
Yeah.
and then under there should be a curriculum slide with a standard aligned curriculum. So it should be for educators.
All right. Where am I at now with the university? I go here to educators.
And then lessons.
See all lessons. Perfect.
And then if you scroll down a little bit, there should be the newest lesson. There, and then you can click find out more, the green button, and that will show all the basics, or that will show what our lessons go over.
Wow.
So that's our standard aligned curriculum. And right now we're going to start selling it pretty soon, but it gives you the basics on what the curriculum is and what our missions are. And then also if you want to go to shop at the top, it'll show you all of our kits. So we have some smaller kits mainly for homes, so kids can play with it at home. And then we also have the classroom kits, which have a ton of LED light, or the pros have a bunch of LED lights and circuits, so kids can learn about like circuitry and actually apply it to their cardboard house. And then just the regular GoBox classroom kit is a little bit less complicated. And it just comes with cardboard and connectors. So that would be good for a younger classroom. And then for middle school and higher elementary school grades, you can use the lighting. And then we also have some basic curriculums and challenges that schools can get. And yeah.
Can you tell us a little bit about, I'm looking at the major kits here for a classroom kit, for instance. What would be the goal for the teacher with that kit? What would they be able to accomplish with their students?
So students, that will cover about 20 kids, or 25 to 30 kids in this classroom. So each student can get a bunch of connectors. It comes with about 500 connectors in each box, and then 500 cardboard shapes. So kids can also use like recycled cardboard, and it will let them build whatever they want. The pre-cut cardboard that does come with it, it's all cut on a 5 by 10 inch scale. So kids can learn about like basic geometry, and the connectors come in 6 different shapes. So they'll learn if you add like a 120-degree connector with a 60, it adds up to 180 and it's straight. So kids can learn about a bunch of basic geometry concepts like that.
That's pretty awesome.
Thank you.
Well, I know we have a video of for you to play.
Yeah,
Is that
thank you.
okay if I get that started?
Yeah, thank you.
Awesome. All right, here we go. I'll go ahead and push play. I want to make sure you guys can hear this on your end. Can you?
I cannot hear it actually.
Okay, I think it's because I have headphones on. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take off my Bluetooth headphones. So, and then I want to start that over because I just messed up your video. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
All right.
Okay, I'm going to start that over and bring it back to the beginning, okay?
My sister and I are on a mission to inspire children to be thinkers, makers, and innovators.
Hi, my name is Ayana Klein, and this is my brother Ethan.
Together, we developed 3 Ducks Design architecture sets. We have been playing and creating ever since we were little kids. That's why when we were given a little bit of cardboard and our vibrant imaginations, we were able to create anything.
Last fall, we developed a product that encourages today's youth to think outside the box. 3D printed connectors have the ability to transform recycled cardboard into castles, kingdoms, characters, and communities.
One of the beautiful things about our product is that it really does truly integrate STEM, the core science and maths, with true art and design. Through my experience as a pediatrician, there are certainly children that are, better at math and sciences, and then there are other students where their skills lie in the humanities and the arts. Our products, especially with a more open-ended curriculum like architecture or urban planning, design thinking, really allows both students to work on the same project together on equal footing.
Without preset rules, children can imagine, design, create, and reimagine.
3 Ducks Design architecture sets blend sustainability, art, and design with STEM education. We have been humbled by the overwhelming responses from educators, parents, environmentalists, thought leaders, and the huge smiles from children.
I love 3 Ducks Design because I love building everything I really want.
We have won grants and awards, run events at schools, STEM programs, and museums. We have shared our experience with children, encouraging them to become thinkers, makers, and innovators.
And we are growing. In fact, we are outgrowing our ability to keep up with the demand.
This September, we will be launching our first Kickstarter campaign, aimed to increase our in-house manufacturing. Join us on our journey to give today's youth the tools for a better tomorrow. You can help by sharing our story and supporting the cause. Be part of the team that is going to make a difference.
Yay, that is awesome.
Thank you.
Very good. So you have a lot of explaining to do because we're hearing the story, but where is it today? Because obviously you were much younger in that video.
Yeah.
You want to explain kind of the process of where it's been since then?
Yeah, so that was not last summer, it was the summer before. That was our Kickstarter campaign, which actually ended up being very successful. We raised money on that, and we were able to, instead of 3D print all the connectors, we bought injection molds. So we can just tell that the company that we want 100,000 connectors, and in a week they can get them to us, which is a huge step for us because that cut the manufacturing time tremendously. We also, along with that, we bought a die cutter. So instead of having to route each individual piece of cardboard, we can pretty much put it through a big cookie cutter, and it pops, and you can pop out like 20 shapes within seconds. So after that, we decided to start going into schools. So now we're in about 500 schools, which is, it's kind of unbelievable as a kid, as a student, knowing that there are a bunch of other kids playing with it. So that's really cool. And then Yeah, so that we're pretty much working on curriculum now and trying to get into more schools and get out there. And we're also working on a global initiative. So we're trying to get students all around the world to share their buildings and what they've done. And we're making an online platform to help all of them collaborate with each other and see what each other have done. So that's pretty much what we're doing now, and we're still working on more products and new curriculum, but we're also focusing on selling it now as well.
How do you connect with people, like you said, on a global effort to see how they're using your product and creating? Are they usually sharing that on social?
Yeah, so they usually send it to us through email. We initially get with them through LinkedIn, which has been huge. That's really our main it's a big part of our marketing and reaching out to people is through LinkedIn.
Okay, that I just have to point something out. That's not a
Yeah.
student channel at all. So
No, definitely not.
has that been a big jump for you to learn LinkedIn? You're in with kind of the, you're in with a different group.
It's completely different. Like, it's all adults, so it's not like the normal social media for me.
Yeah.
But learning that, it's not too hard to figure out. Once you get it, though, it makes a huge difference. So that really has boosted us. And then on our website, you can, if you want to go to the university, or the teachers can go to the university page, and they can on the university there should be something called the Global Initiative. Oh, okay. And on that, you can actually look at the map to see a few of the schools we're in that are across the world. So I can guide you through that soon if you want. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll get there. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I have a bunch of windows popped up at one time.
That's okay. Yeah, so we're working on getting all across the world right now.
All right, I'm going to screen share and you can direct me
Okay.
exactly where you want me to go this time.
Okay, so if you go to the top,
Mhm.
then if you click on the Global Initiative,
Mhm.
and then then there should be if you scroll down a little bit, there should be an interactive map. Actually, if you scroll back up to the top, it'll be a little bit easier to find. If you go, just hover over that and then go to the interactive global map. Yeah.
Who helped you out with your website and kind of putting all this together? I know your mom's been a huge part of this as well, but I mean,
Yeah,
this is a lot of work.
Yeah, so both of my parents help a lot with the website and the running the company side. And then my sister and my mom, for the most part, design the website. We haven't gotten any external help for the website itself. So those are a few of the schools we're in. And if you click on any of the gold stars, you can actually look at their page. And it shows a little bit about their community. So if you like, the ones in Africa are pretty cool. So if you click on them, it'll actually bring you to another page, and it'll tell you a little bit more about their culture, and it'll show you pictures of what they've made. So that's actually an orphanage in Kenya that serves as a school as well. And it just shows you some fun facts and learning about what they've done with our product.
How did they get access and how did they even find out about your product?
LinkedIn.
Wow.
So we sent them kits for free, and they gave us their feedback and had the kids play with it and showed them pictures, and yeah.
Wow, Ethan, that's impressive.
Thank you.
I can't wait to see what happens with this map and getting more classrooms on board and getting access. So for them to really begin even exploring your product and checking out what's to offer, they would just go to that shop, I'm guessing, and maybe classroom kits would be the best option.
Yeah. We sent them connectors and a big box of cardboard, and we just got feedback, and they sent us pictures of what they made. So it's pretty cool.
That is really cool. I'm going to stop screen sharing because we are 2 minutes away from seeing these final designs.
Yeah,
Which time just flies by when you're having fun.
I know.
Do you want to share what's happening live for you?
Yeah, so I can show you what Will made. So this is what we're working on so far, what he's doing. Yeah, so here, I can show you all the individual connectors. So these are the older 3D printed connectors because we had a bunch of extra.
Yeah.
Oh, here's a newer injection mold one. So it's a lot cleaner looking. And then here's some of the, oh yeah, these are all the pre-cut cardboard shapes. They're all on a 5x10 inch scale. So it creates a pretty neat structure. And yeah.
That is awesome.
Thank
All
you.
right.
Yeah.
Do you want to start seeing what the students are doing? I know they have 1 more minute. He still has 1 more minute too.
Yeah.
To finish building here. How are we actually having them measure this? Are we just asking like tape measure, rulers?
1 minute warning.
No,
tape
1
measure
minute
or
warning.
rulers.
1 minute warning.
Yeah, tape measure and rulers for the most part.
Yeah.
You want something else?
Also for all the teachers, if you want to.
Did anybody participate?
You can tag us on Twitter. If you just put 3 Ducks Design in and show your tower, we're gonna be for the tallest one. We're gonna send out a prize of a thing of connectors. So whoever's on Twitter has to share it.
Hey, the winner was actually going to receive a prize. They were going to get those connectors.
I think it's Curran.
Oh, you got one? All right, let's see.
Yeah.
We are measuring. They said they want you to post on social media using what hashtag again, Ethan?
Just 3 Ducks Design or 3 Ducks.
3
preferably
Ducks.
Preferably on Twitter. That'd be the easiest
On
one.
Twitter. Yep. All right. All right. Well, I see some students. Here's the thing, as they started it, and then they like came back to the fun of their activities that they were doing. But we see some students definitely building some things, trying to build some towers. We got a little bit of a tower here. One was built a little bit earlier too, because they saw the challenge happening.
Oh.
So some of the things that they're using are going to be like glue. In your case, you guys aren't actually using any glue at all. You're actually just using connectors.
Just
continue
connectors.
to build. Wow, look how tall it's getting.
Yeah.
Watch out for the fans. All right, guys, that's pretty awesome. There's lots of stuff going on here. And I cannot wait to see what is posted on social media, because we'll have a chance to see what these students are actually building and creating. And remind me again, it's 3DUX?
3UX, yeah.
Okay, hashtag 3DUX to submit your tallest cardboard design. Wow, that's pretty tall. Can you get any taller than that?
Try. Let's see how much color we can
It might
get.
fall over. It might fall over. Give them 10. 10 minutes. Place them up there.
Yeah, he's gonna need to boost, Mariella said.
Not quite.
Oh, we're like over here watching in the background. That's great.
Thank you.
Almost. Okay, Ethan, I just have to say I'm super impressed.
Thank you.
By what you and your sister have done and the things that you're maintaining and this company that you have built and developed. I think it's pretty phenomenal. We
Thanks.
are inspired by you. We're inspired by the work you're doing, and I hope that other classrooms jump on board. It's so close to that fan. I'm just like, I could see your fan just so close.
Almost there.
Oh, I know. We're like, come on, just 1 more inch.
I think so.
That's as high as he can go. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is a little bit of Jenga, isn't it?
Yeah.
Thank you guys so much for sharing, and it is staying extremely active here, obviously in this makerspace. And for you coming in, I know that, you know, as a student, you came in and shared when you were able to come outside of the classroom and share. We would hope that maybe in the future, your classroom would be a classroom that was sharing from school. And we thank you again for sharing out what you do, and hopefully we can continue to stay connected to you. I know now we're going to be moving over to our next session here soon. So thanks again, Ethan.
Oh, thank you for having me. I really enjoyed that.
Thank you. We'll
All
be
right,
in
thank
touch.
you. All right, bye.
All right. Bye-bye. All right. So we're going to continue this making day as we have just activities galore. These kids are just going. It is nonstop here in this makerspace. And as we're going through and kind of learning and learning from our students, learning from other teachers, learning from really makers all over the world, global makers, this has just been a really cool experience for us. We didn't even have a chance to really reflect on Deaf Kids Code. That was just an incredible experience for all of us here as the organizing team to see that come to play. And even here that's happening live, that activities that are happening behind us, and the maker activities we've been able to participate with Sheklil Community Schools. So we've just had a great day, but the day's not over. We now have our next presenter, and that is going to be Rachel Mann, who's joining us in. And Rachel, I'm going to go ahead and make sure that you are able to share your video. Yes, you now have access and rights to do that. And you can hop on, share your screen, and unmute yourself, and we're ready for you to take over.
All right. Thank you so much, Jamie. It is exciting to be here. And what an act to follow. I had another talk on the other side of Phoenix earlier today. So I was not able to see the whole day, but just being able to jump in and see what Ethan Klein was doing. And wow, it's just reassuring to see what's happening and what kids are taking on. I think back to when I was that age, and I had not accomplished nearly that much, to say the least. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen with you. I'm going to be talking about the innovators and the future belonging to the innovators and to the makers, and all of the different ways to look at this whole making movement, which is a pretty important movement that we're entering into. All right, so here we go. Again, my name is Rachel Mann. I'm excited to be here. I think that this is just a phenomenal event. I do want to warn you ahead of time that my dogs are in the room, and sometimes they get a little feisty. So if you hear me put the screen on mute for a moment, it's because it sounds like with Halloween coming up, it sounds like something from a horror film when they start barking. They're really not that bad, but they do come across that way. All right, so when we think about the future and this whole movement of innovation, it's really tied to what is our future world going to look like? What is the future of work going to be like? And how can we ensure that we're prepared for that world? One thing to keep in mind with that is that according to the Institute for the Future, 85% of the jobs that are going to exist in 2030, so about 10 years from now, couple of months, give or take, will not exist. So we're going to see a much different world than what we have now. And with that, that percentage does vary depending on the organization that's doing the research, but there's a lot of unknowns in the world around us. So it's something that no one can truly know the future, but it is important to think towards that and to make sure that we're preparing for that future. We hear sometimes people talking about this idea of technology and robots taking over, but just be reassured that that as jobs are replaced with that 85%, that new jobs will be created. And we see that all the time, as you'll continue to see in a moment. But there's a really cool website called willrobotstakemyjob.com that can help you to prepare for that future and also think about making and creating some future jobs as well. With that, I was in DC over the summer, and I saw this beautiful building that used to be a company where people would go and they would buy ice. So just an example of something that because of innovation, because of making and progress in the world around us, has evolved into where we no longer see buildings like that. that. And really, we're going to see that evolution in the future too, much more rapidly, where the jobs that will exist, the careers that you're preparing for the educators, the careers that you're preparing students for, those jobs are going to require a lot more technology skills, although they will be meeting the same needs that we have today, just in a different way. Think about the future and think about the careers around us and how industry has impacted the careers. When it comes down to it, every industry of the future is a technology industry. So thinking about how you can incorporate technology into that making process. How can you use that as a way to evolve and take those making experiences to the next level? According to research, just by 2020, a couple months away from now, we'll have 38 to 50 billion things connected to the internet. So what can you make that maybe you can add a sensor to that's going to make it something that is a part of the Internet of Things? We see this all the time in the world around us. We're constantly seeing more and more things that are connected to technology, which is really, really exciting. Some really cool things that makers were behind that they've come up with recently through their innovation and taking different risks. When I went to Apple a few months ago, I saw some new products. All of these are things that people have made and created because they were able to look at problems a little bit differently and see how they can track things using sensors. So for example, I remember as a kid, my parents asking me if I'd brushed my teeth. And sometimes I would just go in, run some water and come out and say, yeah, I brushed my teeth. Well, now there's toothbrushes that have trackers. So you can actually tell in an app whether someone's brushed their teeth, which is pretty wild. You can track the air quality and see how it's impacting your skin, your posture. You can wear trackers in your clothing to make your clothing smart. So you can get data on if you're breathing, if you're holding your breath, or if you're getting enough exercise, if you're getting enough sleep. With that, you're probably, some of you may be thinking about the science behind some of this technology piece. We hear all the time that STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math, are things that are taking a global stage. And that really is something to keep in mind as makers, because you really are, when you think about the big problems in the world around us, whether it's curbing a terrorist attack or finding a cure for cancer or just making the next invention that's going to change the world, it really does come down to some of these STEM principles. And we see a lot of jobs connected to being able to use those STEM principles in creating the next world around us. Just seeing what the last presentation was, and with Ethan, with his entrepreneurship, when you think about, I know so many kids who want to create their own product. My little nephew, who's now 9, but even at the age of 6, he knew that he wanted to one day build his own robots. And I told him that we should probably take a look at maybe working on learning how to code so he could build an app first and then move towards that. But here he is at 6 years old, now he's 9, already thinking about that entrepreneurship and building his own product. And those skills that it takes to really be an entrepreneur, like what we just saw, it really does involve the science, the calculations, being able to engineer that product. We saw the different cardboard, the connectors, those different pieces in that last presentation, and the technology that goes behind it too. When Ethan was talking about being discovered through LinkedIn and now having this beautiful website where they're able to promote their product and their ideas, that marketing, the professional skills, formerly referred to as soft skills, those are all connected to STEM. But again, as we think about those jobs of the future and that innovation piece, here are some jobs that didn't exist just 10 years ago. Social media specialist, blogger, chief listening officer, telemedicine physician, app developer, data scientist. Some of those are pretty big roles. Some of them, you know, people who do this already, and others you may want to explore. What does that role look like? And even just 5 years ago, we didn't have these. And I love some of these titles. Urban farmer, strategic wizard, focus master. We have so many distractions in the world around us, people who help people focus, outdoor office developers, virtual branding managers, and even zero impact analysts to help ensure that we're really taking care of the world around us and that we're not leaving a big footprint on the globe. So none of this existed 5 years ago. This is an article from Forbes just talking about the pace of change and how we really can't prepare for some of these things. And some of the things we'll talk about today for preparing for this world, we'll talk more about that. But technology, it says here at the very bottom, now technology is changing every day. But this article was written back in 2015. Now technology is changing every minute. The world is changing so rapidly. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't plan for the future. I worked with kids before and they've said, well, I might as well not plan for anything. And that's not true. 5-year plans are something that we need, 10-year plans, planning for your future. But just know with that, not to get too attached to those plans, to really think about what you're going to do next, but know that the skills that you're developing, the knowledge that you're gaining are going to prepare you for opportunities that you've never even imagined, that you've never thought of. All of these different things that you're making right now, you're building a skill set that's going to prepare you for the future. For the educators who are on here, these opportunities that you're giving kids to make is going to open doors that have never crossed their minds and that have never crossed our minds. So we're going to talk about 3 ways that we can prepare kids for the educators, or even for kids, if you're on here listening, things that you can do to make sure that, that you're prepared for a future and a world that's going to change very quickly. Innovate is the first one. The students in today's classrooms are the ones who are inventing the future. They're the ones that'll make the decisions, they'll make the changes. So that's a huge responsibility for kids, and also a very fun responsibility, but also for educators, that we ensure that kids are equipped for these challenges. I think about the world that we live in right now and the different things that have impacted our current reality. And one of those is the mission to the moon. These are some pictures that I took when I was at Mission Control Center, and it's the technology that sent humans to the moon many, many years ago. And you'll see on the left what looks like something that you would use at the bank, or maybe at a pharmacy, and that you would send things through to the other side from your car. In this situation at Mission Control, this is how they communicated with the people on the floor below them. They would put handwritten messages into this tube and send messages back and forth. The next image beside that, you see this rotary looking dial. That's the technology that sent man to the moon. This is how they communicated with the spaceships. And it's really wild to think about how dated this technology looks, but at that time, it was very advanced, and it was the makers of that time who created this. They started out with an idea and then turned it into a reality, something that for many people, they felt like it was science fiction. So when you think about this technology that sent man to the moon, the technology that I'm wearing on my wrist today, and many of you may be wearing, but are smartwatches or smart devices or phones, this technology is more advanced than the technology that changed the world around us in many ways, in ways that most people don't even think about. Even medicine has been transformed. The clothing that we wear has been transformed from that space mission. So it's really exciting times to think about what's available to us. In the world that we live in now, what's called the idea economy, the ideas that you have, the things that you're experimenting with in your maker spaces, those ideas are more important than just knowing, just the information. So having good questions, the questions we ask is more important than what we just know. This is a quote by Meg Whitman. We're now living in an idea economy where success is defined by the ability to turn ideas into value that's greater than your competition. And it used to be that in order to really succeed in the world around us, that you had to, and Peter Diamandis is just a brilliant man who's made a big impact on the world around us. Look him up. You'll see some great things that he's currently doing. But he talks about how it used to be that if you wanted to succeed in this world, you had to have a lot of money, or if you had your idea, you wanted to take it to the next level, you had to have a lot of money, or you had to know someone, you had to be born into family or have someone who's going to give you money, or you had to work really hard and hope that someone else didn't take your idea. The world we live in right now, with crowdsourcing, with organizations like Kickstarter, anyone can take that idea and be able to run with it. People will fund that idea and you can do great things. So it's exciting times because anyone can truly be anything that they want to be, but it comes down to having those big ideas. And a lot of those big ideas come from the exploration that happens when you're in the process of making. The computing power, being able to access all of the information in the world, that it's at our fingertips, that's mind-blowing. That really empowers us to take those ideas to the next level. And then also that ability to share ideas with the entire world. Once upon a time, you had to be a king or a queen, or even later on, be a radio show host in order to share your ideas with the world. And now we can all jump onto our devices and tweet out something or put it on Instagram or somewhere and share our ideas with the entire world. So again, those ideas matter, and those really are the ideas that will shape the future. We look at the problems in the world around us. Those problems are huge opportunities. There was a zoo that had the problem of exotic animal poo. So they have these huge animals and 10 tons of poo. And what are they going to do with it? This is a huge expense, trying to figure out where to put it, how to move it, what to do with it, something they hadn't thought through. Well, someone came up with the idea to sell it as exotic animal dew. So being able to turn a problem into something that is a moneymaker, that's something that's no longer a cost, but it's something that they can actually do something really cool with and use it as fertilizer. That was pretty innovative, but it took having that innovative mindset to come up with something like this. Sometimes it really does just take looking at problems in a different way in order to come up with those solutions. So I encourage you, as you're making, think about what problems are you trying to solve? What is what you're making going to resolve in the world around you? One example of that is recently there were a couple of guys who decided to invent something called the Ember Wave. And it started out by watching the behavior of kangaroos. They noticed that when a kangaroo was hot, they would spit on the inside of their wrist and then blow on it to cool off. And they realized that there's something magical about that area of the human body, that if they had a device that could cause someone to perceive that their body temperature is hotter or warmer, then it can actually make them feel more comfortable. So they came up with this brilliant wristband called the Ember Wave, has an app attached to it, so that they can change the perceived feeling of their body temperature. So again, the biggest problems in the world are the greatest opportunities for the Martians in your classrooms. And some of you are probably wondering, what do you mean Martians in our classrooms? The Martians in your classrooms is referring to the students. So those of you who are students that are on the call today, the first person to step foot on Mars has most likely been born and could be you. For the educators, it could be the students that you're teaching every day. So it's pretty exciting times when you think about that. Some problems that need solutions. Just for one, overcrowding. There's a lot of problems that come to play when we think about cities that are overcrowded, not just the overcrowding itself and the architecture and those pieces, but even food supplies. I'm going to share with you just some other problems in the future that the kids in the classrooms can start thinking of solutions to. It could be renewable clean energy, urban agriculture, to be able to feed a world population that's projected to be over 11 billion by 2100, autonomous vehicles, free and accessible internet worldwide, distributed applications, real-time language translation, the list goes on and on. And at the end, I'm going to be sharing with you a link that will have different competitions that you can jump on to really display your making skills and win some cool prizes, but also we'll have these different things, the different problems that the world needs solutions to. And with that, I'm going to mention right here too, is that there's challenges that kids can get involved with, like the X Prize, to solve these problems and to display that innovation. Recently, there was a group of 8th grade students, and if they're on here, that is so awesome. A shout out to you. But a group of middle school students who went on to the website for X Prize, and they saw this competition, this prize that they wanted to try solving that was related to the ocean. And they actually won thousands of dollars for the solution that they came up with. So it's something that's open to any age. You don't have to have a certain degree. You don't have to have a certain background or credentials. Anyone can jump on and solve some of these problems and really put that maker piece into work. With that, really thinking about problems that don't have answers yet. We spend so much time at school looking for solving problems that already have answers, but the problems that don't have answers yet are the ones that are really, really the ones to focus on and that are going to make a huge impact in the world around us. Sometimes that means looking for ways to break things, take things apart. There's a gentleman that I follow on Twitter. His handle is Daily STEM. I encourage you to check him out. But he posted yesterday a list of things to create your own makerspace in your home or in a classroom. And one of them was taking broken items and putting them in a box. Not only can you learn how to take them apart and put them back together, but potentially come up with new ideas and new products from that, how to combine and create new solutions based on just hacking and breaking and putting things together. That being said, do not start just breaking things without permission for the kids on the call, but really think about, what are some things that aren't being used anymore that you can really experiment with and figure out how they work. I'm going to share with you a quick video clip that I love. I think that both kids and educators and parents can relate to this as we think about the concept of innovation.
Kids are born scientists. They're always turning over rocks and plucking petals off of flowers. They're always doing things that by and large are destructive. And that's what exploration kind of is. If you take stuff apart, whether or not you know how to put it back together. This is what kids do. An adult scientist is a kid who never grew up. That's what an adult scientist does. So what happens at home is the kid reaches in the refrigerator, pulls out an egg and starts juggling it. What's the first thing you do as a parent? Stop playing with the egg. It could break. Put it back. Excuse me, this is an experiment in the material strength of let the kid find out that when it drops, it breaks. This is a physics experiment rapidly turned into a biology experiment, okay? The yolk oozes out. Hey, that becomes a chickie one day, okay? Wait, how does this gooey yolk become a chicken? Well, that's biology. Check that out. And what did the egg cost you? 20 cents? President of Harvard once said, if you think education is expensive, you should try the cost of ignorance. So we don't have enough parents who understand or know how to value the inquisitive nature of their own kids because they want to keep order in their household. Kids go into the kitchen and pull out all the pots and pans and start banging on them. What's the first thing you say as a parent? Stop making all that noise. Stop the racket. You're getting the pots and pans dirty. You just squashed an entire experiment in acoustics. So, I'm not worried about kids. People say, what can I do to get my kids interested in science? They're already interested in science. You're the one with the problem. Almost my entire professional energy is focused on adults because they outnumber kids. They vote, they run the world, they wield opportunities. Kids will be fun.
All right. So, I love that video clip and I wish my parents had have watched that when I was a kid, but it really is, learning is messy. Making is messy. That's fine. Embrace that. Be the innovators. You're going to change the world. with that, it looking not always just focusing on things that already have answers, but really looking for those problems to solve and being okay if your solutions don't work out, that's okay. Eventually it's going to lead to new answers and solutions. So when it comes down to it, being willing to take risks, and that doesn't mean risky behavior and failing because you're making bad decisions, but taking risks as you're making and creating. That's how you're going to come up with some really cool things. I'm going to share this piece with you, and hold on one second. I just messed that up. But when it comes down to it, going back to the mission to the moon, it was a post by many. It takes guts to stand up against popular opinion and act on these bigger ideas. So think about, what is your moonshot mission or your Mars shot mission that's too important not to try? And what can you make to help meet that mission? Another thing that I want you guys to keep in mind too is the ability to communicate. If you can have the greatest idea in the world, you could have created the coolest project that you know is going to solve some big problems. But unless you're able to communicate those ideas in a way that people will listen to your ideas and act on those ideas, then it's not going to matter. It's something that's not going to go anywhere. So really developing and honing in on those communication skills that's what matters. Communicating not just with the people that are in your immediate environment, but at a global level, because our world's becoming more global all the time. With that, we're seeing a lot of people that are working. Like for me, sometimes I'm talking to someone on the other side of the world. My sister's in China right now, and it's a 15-hour time difference where she's at. But I'm constantly working with people in other parts of the globe. So really understanding different cultures, different talents, understanding the time zones that come with that. And then the final thing that I want to mention before we finish up with this portion of the Global Maker Day is that as our world becomes more and more digitized, it's more important than ever to be more human, to focus on what it is that makes us unique as humans and what we can do to meet the needs of other humans. It's really easy sometimes to hide behind a screen and to forget that there's a human on the other side. So I really encourage you to think about that, and also not to be distracted by the data noise that comes with the computing power. Use technology as a tool, but not as something that is overwhelming and overtakes the world around you. And I want to make sure that I leave a couple of minutes for questions or comments. So I'm going to skip over a little bit. But also thinking, what is it that humans can do that robots or computers cannot do? What makes us unique? One of those is the creative problem solving that comes from maker spaces and making in general. So really finding creative problems, creative solutions to the problems in the world around us. All right, I want to share with you a website that I love and I encourage you guys to use. FutureMe.org is a way for you to send a letter to your future self. I sometimes wonder, what advice would I give the 5-year-ago version of me or the 10-year-ago version of me? But it would be kind of cool too, to just remember what those ideas, what I held so important was at that time, or what is it that I wanted to accomplish. So as you think about some different things that you want to make, some problems that you want to solve, go to the site, futureme.org, and send a note to your future self. Remind your future self of what those different problems were that you wanted to solve, and see if you're on track, see if you've actually kept up with that. I mentioned that there was a link that you can go to get the resources from today. And let's see how I can... Trying to minimize this. Okay, but I will tweet this out in a few minutes too. But if you go to wakelet.com/@Rachel, and it's RACHAEL.edu, you'll find the resources for today. I would love to stay connected. Here's my contact information. And with that, I think we have just a couple of minutes for questions. So I'm going to give the mic back over to Jamie.
All right. Yes, this has been so great. I want to tell you that the most interesting part of your whole presentation was how people were able to sell poop. Like that right there was made your whole presentation. Everybody here thought that was genius. That was so
Well,
cool.
thank you.
That's so many great ideas. And I've been calling you Rachel, and all of a sudden I thought, wait a minute, the way it's spelling, am I saying that correct? Or is it Rochelle?
Yeah, it's Rachel. I also go by Ray. Either way's fine. Thank you.
Awesome. Okay, great. So we are just, I mean, honestly, just sitting back, just looking at all the resources that you covered. What is the best way for people to have access to those resources in the future?
If you go to the Wakelet collection that I mentioned, and again, I'll
Yeah.
tweet that out to make it easy with the hashtag. There's different collections to it. This presentation itself, what I'll do is go ahead right after this and create a PDF and upload it into a collection, and I'll label it the title of this workshop and this presentation, and then someone can go in and be able to access the little video clip and then the presentation itself. And also there's a link to all kinds of really cool challenges. Some of those challenges have passed, and I decided to leave it on there because most of them will open up again, but they could also make really cool classroom projects, but they're all related to innovation and connecting to folks in the world around us.
That's awesome. If you don't mind also tagging whatever you put out on social, Global Maker, so that we make sure we're also tweeting that out and getting that exposure. I think that people would be really excited to have access to those resources. I love the challenges. I love the opportunity, you know, our challenges. And I know we kind of talked about the challenges and how things will possibly look different. I always like take some challenges and kind of customize to where it could be available to anybody, anywhere, anytime, right? Whatever grade level, whatever subject, whatever resources they might be limited by. So, but we are really thankful for what you're bringing to the table. And I know your life is super busy, and we're really excited your dogs did not bark. So that was a plus right there. Happens to me every time. I know. So we are so thankful, and you know, we hope to stay connected and continue to see your resources go out there, get shared, and connections with you and for everyone across the world getting connected with you and each other. So thank you again so much.
Oh, thank you. It's been a pleasure being here, and I look forward to staying connected for the rest of the day.
Awesome. Thank you again.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So here we are. We're still, believe it or not, we're coming down to the very last session. And before David, I know he's probably saying, hey, I can't show my video yet. I'm giving you rights. But while he's getting set up, I have one student, actually 2 students that I want to share. So I'm going to go ahead and come off of my headset.
Do you have your phone? Want to go get your phone? We need your phone. All right. We have a student who's going to be sharing how he is a maker. What grade level is he in? First grade. All right. Are you going to sit there? You want to sit on there? Okay, go ahead and sit there so he can be our little maker here. All right. Do you want to share with us what you made?
I made a phone case that's made out of that I put paper on, and I taped the paper to my phone, and I also made the phone case with a card.
Whoa, to keep it sturdy, huh? So if you didn't have your own phone case, why do you have to wait around for that? Make your own, right? That's really smart. Did it help protect your screen?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure you're not going to get a cracked screen with that one, huh?
What, with the tape?
Yeah, that's smart. That's actually really smart. Many of us should be thinking about that, because if it cracks, it doesn't shatter everywhere, does it? That's smart. It's really cool. Thank you for sharing your design. And I know he's really waiting on me because he wants to do some virtual reality. So while we're in the background, we are going to be letting him run with that. Michael, I see you here, and I want to let you just roll. We're ready to make some waves. So I'm going to go ahead, and if you want to there you go, unmute yourself, and we will be here in the background, checking in, listening in, and available.
So hi there, everyone. I'm Michael Davidson.
I'm Kate.
And we work at Matu Nadu School in Auckland, New Zealand, and we're here with a bunch of our learners to show you how to make a wave machine. And I just realized that our school's vision is ubiquitous learning on a wave of change. So that's pretty cool that we inadvertently did that. But I'm going to hand it over to Kate, who's going to kind of run most of the session with our children.
Here are our wonderful Fiki learners. Fiki means octopus in Te Reo. Fiki, can you please do some waves with your hands? Waves and waves. That's a wave to say hi. Can you do a wave like a wave in the sea? We have just been talking about how sound moves in waves and water moves in waves, and there are a few other things that move in waves as well. So we are going to create our wave machine using lollies and sticks and tape. So to start off with, wonderful big learners, can you hand out some sticks to each table? And a packet of lollies to each table, and you then start sticking the lollies onto the ends of the sticks.
Wave. Wave to the camera, Abby. Please
So right now, what they're doing is Kate's putting a long strip of tape right across the room, and the children are getting lollies on skewers, or candies, I guess. Keep on forgetting which country I'm in and who I'm talking to. They're getting the 2 lollies on each end of the skewers, and we're going to be placing them along the length of the tape.
Oh, yeah. No? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay. I already know. I need to get one. I got reach.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
So just pick a spot. You get it the right way.
So, first stick. Yay!
We're going to hold. We might need a double back. Okay, let's start at that end.
How you guys going? Good. Good. All right. Once you've got your lollies on your sticks, you guys can take them down to there where Kate is, and you guys can start sticking them on. All right. Good job. Nice switch. I will start. Yeah, you can go stick them down on that end there with Kate. How's that going? Oh, look at his head. Look at what happens in his head. Like little burgers. Okay, I'm gonna start doing it that way. Alright, you guys lining up to get your thing It doesn't really look like a big wave.
When we use it. Remember to make a line, guys, rather than jumping in like that. So make a line on this side, sorry.
Make a line on this side.
Is it showing up on the screen?
We got all of them ready already.
We laid them out on the thing. So that there's a right width apart. Just like the atoms in the air are the same distance apart, we need to make sure our bits of our wave are the same distance apart. So make sure that, is that one the same width as these ones? Can you have a look, Charlie? Charlie, there's something wrong with your one. You've got to keep this width the same. You show a better picture.
I'll put one here.
So we're just gonna get in the line, and we're gonna slowly move down and make the whole thing.
I got three.
You stick all yours on here, so we'll take them all at once.
Okay, how are we doing? Are we getting all of the things sorted?
I got loads. That's working really well, guys. I'm very excited to see she needs to put these Miss Davison.
Zoe. Zoe. Zoe, is it showing on screen?
Whoa, you got so many. Yellow one.
You can go after Charlie's putting one on.
Good.
Whoa.
Try to smell it. I think I probably need it. I'm not eating it, but I'm smelling it. I can smell it. I have two parts of same. This is 2 parts of same. Where are you guys going here? Good. Nice. That's all right. What? Join those up to the way. It's because you took the one diving. And just stick that on there. All right. Good job. You guys are almost out of lollies. Oh, that's a lot. All right, do you want to go join them up? Yeah. Oh, there's a fella. Fella. You can take those two waves. How are you guys going? to join them up on this side?
No. On the other end?
No. I can't wait.
So you gotta make them evenly spaced, okay?
Okay. Well, do you want to join them up on that side? Because the way the chain is. Yeah. Or are you guys going to start here? It seems pretty, actually a really good idea.
Taking pictures of me taking pictures. So we're starting from this end now too, just so to make the process go quicker. We've got probably about 10 meters worth of wave machine here. So Amir is starting to help one of our older helpers.
I'm making 100. I always keep. I'm making you guys feel guys, it's looking awesome.
Yeah. Are they doing it at the other end?
Yeah.
Hello.
It'll be interesting to see if we've got enough to span the whole distance.
Whoa.
Now we
should. It will stretch a bit, but we can tighten it up in our
Oh my.
Maybe if those guys, if they already started.
Yeah.
Okay.
I got real good.
I've got more, I can get more.
Why? Do you guys want to go make some more? No. You guys sticking yours on? That takes us. I'm waiting.
So could you tell the people watching like what we're doing?
No, we're sticking lollies on sticks. And
Why?
then putting them on tape to make a wave.
Oh, so what Kate was talking before we went on the air. So Kate was talking before we went on the air. On them. What does tell us about waves? Where do we find waves?
At beaches.
At beaches. What other things go in waves?
What
What were you doing with your voices? Could you do that?
we were talking and saying our voice and we could feel it vibrating.
Yeah, so you could feel the waves there.
Yeah. So is that what we're making now? Yeah. Yep. So we're putting skewers with lollies onto tape so then it makes a wave. Mine keep on breaking, Zoe. Oh no. I know, it's like a cool little It's like a flat. I'm doing one day. I'm never running out, Michael. Well, what's going on? How you boys going? You boys going good? Yep. Yeah. That's cool. Alright.
Good work.
I'm gonna start taking the 1 to 100 in your hand. 12. What are you doing right now? It's so cool. Are you making it wavy? Yeah. You're making it spin and turn. Get the most below me because I did the where's the one? Is this fun? It's lots of fun making a wave out of sticks and lollies and tape. Yeah. Looks like science. It is science.
Dylan, stop, because we've got to straighten it up and make sure they're all joined on properly before we do that.
How you going, Brendan? Good. Good? Yeah, you got to stick there, so you're going to add it onto the wave? Yeah. Cool.
They have over there.
Are you guys going? Good? Cool. Alright, you guys gotta start adding yours onto either side. We've got some starting this side. So we're starting a wave here as well. Okay, guys. Michael, one of you in the middle, remember? I don't know where I am. You gotta wait. Try to make a wait. Give them more subscribers, 10 Hey, look, Bobby Juden. Yeah, that's very good. I don't think. Hey, look at this. No, I found one gummy on the floor. I'm not gonna eat it. I'm trying to find it. Oh, here. Oh my god. I know. That's what I was trying to tell you. That's like a 12. I found it. There's a falling off. Why are the gummies falling off? Why? I can't believe
Yeah. Just keep on putting them in. See, we've got a good teamwork thing going on here.
Yeah, it looks really good.
So someone's going behind us and checking, yep,
Yeah,
that they're all solid.
Thank you, Brandon. It's okay. So just good. Wow, look how much we already did.
Just put them down. And like yeah, wait till the whole thing is done.
You do these. Okay, I can take them. Oh my God! So we're starting to make a wave. Look this, look at this. Look. So if I move that, it'll like just a tiny little touch makes it all spin like crazy. Really almost the end. Got one little gap to go. Let's go to the other side. So there's it's getting really heavy, so we're weighing it up. Good. Is it good? Yeah. Yeah, you enjoying this? Yeah. Is it a fun seam lesson? Yeah. Yeah. We have 84 lollies on here. I think there's more than that. Counts as all of them. It's like a line to the road. More. Like a line to the road. This is the best thing. Yeah. Fun lesson. Some of these keep falling. We need to concentrate them in. Yeah. You guys gotta keep concentrating. Concentrate on the gummies. So they don't go like one fell off. You guys gotta get another gummy. When?
I have an idea to fix this.
We're just finishing the I got another one. Alright, you're the other gummies. Huh? You're the other gummies. There's another packet. Gone. Oh no. It's okay. It's alright. We'll find But can you guys make sure that the gummies are right on the edge? Look what it's doing!
So we have a bit of a gap in the middle.
We didn't get enough
You've got a
lollies.
plan for that. Okay. So
Oh.
how do we attack? So who's got a good idea?
So, maybe we can, that'll work.
Can someone go get a pair of scissors?
Everything's over here. The cats are gone, mostly.
Mostly. So yeah. Can you hold it? So I can attach everything. Where's the what about done? Okay, you know what? Let's just see it. Let's leave that. Let's leave it. Let's see if it holds. See if it holds. We'll keep the scissors for now.
Does it hold? Looking like it does. Take it like that. Hi guys!
Can I step back? Can you put the camera on the end facing down?
Alright guys, no eating them yet. So this is our wave of yeah. Alright. Look in front of your face, Charlie. Okay.
Parallel means they are going in the same direction like this, like my fingers, and they're not going to cross over all. They are parallel. Check that. Just for the ones in front of you.
And then squeeze
Check parallel.
that part if they are.
They're not crossing. They're all.
So, oh, this one.
Together.
Oh, there we go. Parallel. There we go.
Sit back and take your hands off the wave so I can see that you're chip.
Oh.
That is precarious.
Cool. And the last thing we need to check is that the lollies, which are our atoms, are not sticking really far down the sticks, but they're not sticking right on the ends so that they don't fall off. So the stick should be all the way through there, but not poking out the other side.
Just make sure they're not
Please
poking
check
at the
your
other side.
lollies are like that. Not gonna fall off, but not gonna be too far down the stick and ruin our
So make sure it's not poking.
So this is our wave made out of lollies, tape, and sticks.
How many meters is that?
I don't know.
Around 10 meters.
Michael, how many meters will this be?
Around 10. It has to be around 10.
Wow.
Around 10 meters. Oh, that's a lot of gummies. That's a lot of gummies. What did you say?
Yeah, you can just like.
I can't eat these gummy bears. I can only eat these ones.
4 minutes.
Alright guys, no touching.
Down a bit.
Please, can you imagine that these lollies on the end are the atoms in the air? Remember I said when I talked, the atoms vibrated. wave. So I need one super awesome person to come and vibrate these by pulling this one down until it's right upside down like this. Can I get Ryder? You've been amazing. Can you come and do that? Let Ryder get past, please. Okay, so you're gonna pull it down and then let it go. Take this side. Pull it down. There you go. Yeah, be a bit more forceful than that. Can you see it move as it goes down? Yeah. Try again, Ryder. Oh, just hold it, Zoe, hold it, Aaron. Sliding. Or was the middle bit sliding?
Yeah, it was the middle.
Oh,
it's coming.
Is it falling?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this is stretching here.
Try again, Ryder. One more time. Very cool.
I'm gonna hold it.
Let's see how far Ryder's wave can get.
It won't break. We tried.
We tried. You don't have enough mollies on the
Reinforce them, but it might work.
steps.
You want me to hold it?
See if Ryder's wave can get all the way to Michael. Ryder.
It's coming in.
You can see it.
I can see it.
It's good. Well done. All right, let's try the wave from both sides and see what happens in the middle. So this time, Quinn, can you come and do this one? And Haley, can you do the one in the middle?
Just while everyone's finishing off, I guess we got a couple minutes if anyone's got any questions for us. I realize the time's 10 o'clock or I guess 5 o'clock for you. So yeah, if you've got any questions.
You guys do it at the same time.
We are really concerned about those gummy bears.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna last much longer, to be honest.
I heard the kids were already starting to eat them before the project was done.
Were they? Oh, we told them not to. So.
Oh, well, I will say that we're sitting here watching. Mary Alice Curran was mesmerized.
I'm mesmerized. It was better than like the ocean sound machine. I could watch that all day long.
It was very soothing.
Yes, it is.
We don't need to go to sleep right now, but apparently that really was a relaxing scene.
Yes. Well, that's good. We started our day off quite relaxing here.
We had a great time watching that. What did the students think at the end of the day?
I'm just watching them right now, watching the waves go through the machine. They're mesmerized too.
Tell me about what brought about this inspiration for this project.
To be honest, we wanted to participate in the Global Maker Day. So Kate and I brought it to Kate because I'm in charge of STEAM here. She's kind of my source of inspiration for a lot of things. And we wanted to do something kind of epic. So we thought this would be a really neat thing to do with the kids. And it probably did actually. We did think that it probably tied into our vision.
That's pretty impressive. We were very excited to see what these kids were able to accomplish, and teamwork. You know, it took the whole class working together to make that happen. So that was wonderful.
Thank you
so much for joining in from New Zealand. This has just been an absolute pleasure to have you joining in. Now, you guys, for right now, it's Wednesday morning for you, right?
It is Wednesday morning at 10 a.m. Yes, so we're in the future. It's a good day today, so hopefully you'll enjoy it too.
Future, you truly are the future. That's
yes.
Awesome.
Yes, we're the future for them.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. We're so thankful for the opportunity to see your students create and build and challenge themselves, problem solve, and eat gummy bears. And we got a chance to see it all. If people wanted to connect with you, Michael, what is the best way?
My personal Twitter is Michael Teacher or at Michael Teacher. Our school's Twitter, I believe, is at Matuangaru. That's MATUANGARU. We've also got a presence on Facebook, so if people are interested in seeing what's going on at our school, they can see it there.
That's wonderful. Thank you so much again, Michael, and for joining in, sharing at Global Maker Day. And we hope to see your students again next year.
Awesome. We look forward to joining again next year. Thanks.
Thank you. All right. Okay, guys, we are finishing up the last part of Global Maker Day. This is it for us. We are going to sum up our experiences here. We're going to finish off with really a collaboration, both with the organizing team as well as some of the educators that have been part of, at the host school here at Sheikh Khalil Community School in Miami. So we'll start off by just kind of sharing some inspiration of what Global Maker was for us individually, like what, obviously there's a lot of things happening. I'm going to finish off with that, kind of showcasing some of those things. I know Nancy Pinchev, who is a huge part of making this day happen here at this campus, is, I know, where is Nancy? We don't know where she's at, but she's around here somewhere. You might have to sneak over there. But Nancy has been just incredible, great friend to connect with, a great educator to be inspired by. And she's actually working with teachers right now, still trying to inspire her own campus and bringing making to that next level. So we're going to go ahead and just share a little bit about what has been inspirational. If you guys want to hop on your own video, just make sure to keep it muted and keep the volume off. And you can just turn on your video camera and you guys can individually share.
I'm gonna go first.
Yeah.
Hi, Amy Storr here in beautiful Miami, Florida. So I spend a good part of my day-to-day spending time with Twitter. And I loved everything that I saw that was related to the Global Maker hashtag. And some of the things that really stood out to me, there was a really cool dragon. It's like a life-size dragon that this school is putting. Some are, I think, near a staircase. But one that I really loved was a teacher shared how her students are creating their costumes for their, I'm assuming their book character parade. I'm heading back to my hometown of Montgomery, Texas tomorrow, and our book character parade is tomorrow. So how cool would it be if kids created their costumes versus having parents having to go buy them or use something that's around the house? How about make the costume out of cardboard and paper plates and yarn and everyday items? So I really loved that. And if you're looking for inspiration for students, for teachers, you name it,
head to Twitter,
hashtag Global Maker.
You will not be disappointed. Awesome. Okay, we're going to continue moving on and move to the next person, whoever wants to. Mary Alice looks like she's next. All right, and make sure just to keep your microphone muted as you guys are talking.
I want to make sure I've
You're
got
good.
everything. Yep. Okay, good. So, you know, just to even jump on what you just said about the characters and costumes, it feels like a long time ago that I saw this tweet this morning about shoes. Do you remember the one about character shoes? That was so creative, but I feel like, I mean, trying to keep up, it was like drinking water out of a fire hydrant, right? To try to keep up on social media. But the overall message, I felt like that, like it just kept resonating. Was that this isn't like, again, like no one has to be an expert. Like this is just being willing to say, I'm willing to learn alongside you, whether that's your students, your colleagues, and that I feel like, and you didn't have to have like certain items.
And she's looking at all of us, but
yeah.
really you can be looking right
okay,
there.
sorry. I can't help it. I can't help it. Right.
We're here too.
Okay.
She likes to stare at me.
But no, that's really what it's all about, is that you have whatever it is that you have at hand, like, and these every half an hour to have these challenges, I felt like was so inspiring because they were all different. Everybody that participated in the challenge took what they had at hand and took this willingness and this risk. And it was just a really fantastic day. I can tell you as a mom, my own son happened to be here today, and he had logged into his Google Classroom account at school, where he had to actually print worksheets that had been scanned and uploaded into Google Classroom. And to see that compared to the authentic learning that wasn't just happening here at this school in Miami, but in so many other school communities and pockets of, that's the type of learning. That's like the wish for the day, that what started today like continues to happen every single day, and that we all take that chance, that risk to say this learning is important for all of our students. And I am willing to say, I don't know what this is going to look like. I don't know what these supplies might be, but
Yeah, today might just be a day, but it's going to cause a ripple.
absolutely, absolutely. In fact, what was the final, how many
Oh my gosh.
countries?
Do you want me to say it at the end?
Sure.
We'll talk about it at
Okay.
the end.
Well, don't
be
tell
su-
me because I'll
don't be
blow it right now.
Surprise. Yeah, Mary Alice can't hold a secret, not on purpose.
No, not a good one.
No, just on accident. Just
Yeah,
spills
just out of
out.
excitement.
Okay, Katie, are you ready? All right. Well, do you want to be on video with me?
Yeah.
All right. Here's Katie.
Is it coming? Hey guys. Okay, so what I love about this day, being here with the kids and watching the Twitter feed, is just a constant reminder, like, oh my goodness, what kids will actually create and do if we kind of get out of the way and let them do stuff. And they're having fun, they're learning. It's like that trick learning stuff. It gets a little loud, a little messy, but it's all good. So yeah, I'm gonna go back and like keep going through the feed. I know I was impressed with, we had everything from like shoes and dragons and costumes. Oh, and outhouse too, gummy bears.
I mean, a lot of problems were solved today.
Yes, the world
I
is
agree.
definitely a better place because of what these kiddos
It's the
did.
Global Maker Day.
Yes, Global Maker Day, single-handedly making
Saved
the world better.
the world.
Yes.
No, it's true. I mean, this whole process has been kind of surreal. Every year we walk away going, what just happened? One thing that really captured my attention more than any other year that we've done this is how the kids didn't want to be interrupted. It wasn't about them being on the spotlight. It wasn't about them showcasing their work and they just wanted to make. And I got a message today, just a little bit ago on Twitter, that said, our kids told us, some of our students said that this is the best day of school for them ever. And I just was blown away, because it's like, that should be every day. You don't need a Global Maker Day for this. This could be every day in your classroom. And it's just, I don't know, it just kind of, I'm going to share my story, but I want to share it last because I might cry. So I'm trying not to. But I'm going to go ahead and come over to some of the host school. I hope that you guys are willing to share what has been impactful for you here with Global Maker Day, and what were you expecting? What did you receive? What do you guys think? And I can kind of stand far enough apart. I can't get everybody. This is just too hard. I'm sorry. Let's see. Did I get everybody?
Okay, I'll go first.
Okay.
This was my first time experiencing Global Maker Day.
Yeah.
What I can say is that we're very lucky here on this campus. Every day is Maker Day. But it was really inspiring to see the different projects that people are doing and all the participation you had, like kind of all over the world at different times. And it was something special. I'll definitely tune in next year.
What about, were there any projects that were shared that you thought, oh, that would be really neat for our students?
So I'm going to have to watch it again tonight because I had classes all this
Yeah.
time that you guys were here.
Yeah.
But I'm looking forward to checking it all out.
Awesome. Very cool. All right.
Everybody.
Well, we'll go here because you're next in line.
I just want to say today was a very positive experience for me personally. Seeing all the different STEM schools chiming in and offering, what they're doing that makes them special. I thought that was really cool. Hopefully you guys got to witness the madness and organized chaos that goes on in our makerspace. Hopefully you got some ideas out of it, and very excited. I'll be tuning in next year for sure. So thank you guys very much.
Thank you. This is great.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, yeah, I thought today was really successful. What I really enjoyed seeing was how our students embraced like you guys and you guys asking questions about their projects and them stepping up to really explain what it's about, and hearing like how they enjoy working on the projects. We see that they're enjoying it, but when they verbalize it and they're really able to express that, and then they also have that skill of like
talking publicly.
Mhm.
I don't even think they necessarily realize the impact that they're like in this
Right.
sort of global space today, online. And in terms of the projects that I saw and that I was able to capture, I really like that screen printing and
Yeah.
that kind of thing.
Yeah.
So I think we're going to look into that along with like laser cutting and all that. It's kind of like we're the next step for our space. I mean, we are very lucky that we've had a lot of opportunities here and we have a lot of different supplies, and we are able to usually bring in new things as we, over the years as we've requested, and hopefully in the future we can add some of those cool skills to our kind of bucket of awesomeness. And I look forward to next year. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you for
No,
being
thank
here.
you. This
And thank
has
you
been
to all
great.
the other ladies and all your whole team.
Yes. Ladies, they were talking to you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Well, and I know that you were next door at the high school. Did you guys participate in any of the maker?
No, we really didn't get a chance to.
Yeah.
We've been missing a lot of school lately, and
Yeah.
so it was really important for us to stay
Yes.
on track with,
You know what? I hear that a lot. That's the flexibility of Global Maker Day too, is that they can go back and watch us at any time.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
yeah.
So
We'll
That's true. And if they want to like a 1-day challenge here and there, that's probably where we'll turn to.
yeah,
So,
I even hear like benchmark exams or people on field trips like you experienced your students today,
Right,
right?
right.
Being on a field trip, they can always come back and watch and be inspired
Yeah.
and still participate. Hashtag Global Maker Day. Very
Well,
cool.
when our engineering projects are done, we have the whole month of May. So
Ooh,
maybe
yeah.
Maker
May, right?
And you can
Yes.
make your own Maker May.
That's
And
right.
that's the beauty of
Right.
this. Yes. And sir, where were you joining us from today?
High school.
At the high school.
Comp sci, so I teach computer science.
Yes. Did you guys participate at all
We
today?
did not today.
What is your goal for computer science here? Like, did you see anything maybe that could be inspiring for your students in the future?
I think the up and coming students will see even more.
Yeah.
That's the unique part about Maker Day. You get to inspire new ideas, new concepts, and they can bring those over into computer science too. So I'm
Right.
just looking forward to seeing how it's going to generate even more ideas, more concepts, new projects.
Yeah.
It's
Your
the form
students are
future.
going to be ready by the time they get up to that high school level and they've had this design class here,
Yes,
right? That's so
absolutely.
true.
It's amazing.
So true. Thank you so much. And we have a whole group. Actually, if I wasn't so concerned about losing Wi-Fi right now, I would totally walk you over to that training because yes, I see. He has to be upgraded. I'm going to upgrade Michael Drezik. Let me get him on right now. All right, upgraded to Drez. Here we go.
Okay.
All right, so he's going to join on video and unmute, and we're going to listen in.
V3.
Hey, thanks for the upgrade. I just wanted to share in from Lake Shore here after a busy day of making and pushing into classrooms. I missed a good chunk of the sessions here because I was so busy with students creating, and it was fantastic to see. I just want to give a shout out to the people who organize these sessions, the variety that was on there, the inclusion, the accessibility, the looking at prototyping things and making things that can make your world a better place. That's what really stuck out to me. All of the sharing on Twitter and social media. I cannot wait to see and hear what the final numbers are. I know, Jamie, you mentioned sharing those near the end, but just a fantastic day for us here in New York. And I know that the Global Maker hashtag doesn't just end today. It's ongoing. And I know that we have classrooms here that today didn't work for them. They are going to get on and watch these sessions and tackle a challenge and share to the hashtag. So I love the fact that it's inclusive in that way as well. So those were my reflection thoughts here. I watched our kids persevere. I saw some kids get frustrated. I saw kids celebrate. I did also see those messages on Twitter where there were some schools saying this was the greatest day ever. I had students thanking me. Thank you so much for letting us do this today. It's, for them to say like letting us do this, right? Like, I mean, this was something that any class could do. It's not anything that we let them do. We just, so Global Maker Day really does an awesome job of creating opportunities for students. It's just as evident in their thank you message to us. So yeah, that's all I have.
Well, let me tell you, we were just talking about how present you were. You are the epitome of being virtual and present. I think for so many educators, Michael, online, you were able to share, But the fact that yes, you couldn't make it to every session. Guess what? We couldn't make it to every session. We tried our best, but boy, you miss stuff when you're in the moment, right? And that's the beauty of this event, having the opportunity to go back and reflect and look back at that. So we are inspired by you, and we are so thankful that you were able to join in. And Sarah Thomas also in the background of all of this, that couldn't be here with us and had some projects that she was working on today, but very thankful for her. And all right, and we're gonna go ahead and conclude with a couple different things. One is we want to, can we bring you into this?
Yes, sure.
All right, okay. All right, so we have Craig here who has been right there making sure this event is possible, has waited for us this morning while we took our sweet precious time. We really didn't, but he was super kind. But you know, he just, every piece of this was already outlined, detailed, ready to go, thought through. And that really is due to Craig's leadership at this campus at Sheikh Khalil. We have just been honored to be here, and they have just been so gracious, both students, staff, administrators, everyone here, even those checking us in, were very gracious with us, and we're just so thankful. So did you want to share anything about how this day has been for your campus?
First, I want to thank the livers of the space.
Yay!
Woo! Wow. Impressive.
They don't call her a whisperer for nothing.
It's been a blessing to have you guys here and to be a platform, for us to be a platform for this kind of learning. You know, this team does it every day. They believe in it strongly, as do I. An opportunity for students to get in there and work with the subject matter in ways that are different and unique and personalized. And Maker allows for all of that to happen. We were lucky that you connected with Nancy and that Nancy connected with you and with your team, and just fortunate that, you know, we all get to cross-fertilize and have an opportunity to learn together. And learning keeps happening, you know, and we all recognize that it comes up against the ways that we were taught, right? And the way that we learned, and knowing that it has to be different for kids now, because they're going to face different challenges than we face. So we're grateful to have you. Thank you for coming in and creating even more buzz on our campus. Our campus is usually pretty hopping and happening, but today was even more so. Thank you.
No, it was hopping and happening. There were a couple times I had to hop and happen inside of a closet because it was just hard to be so involved and engaged here, and so involved and engaged here. The kids, no doubt, had no problem with people coming in. They had media come through, and it was just like it didn't faze them. They were just on their A game the whole time. Very impressed with the students, impressed with the staff, and impressed with the innovation here at this campus. So huge kudos to this campus as embracing Global Maker Day and makers really all over the world. So very thankful. I'm going to finish off with some numbers as we close down shop. But I want to first start off by showing you our Twitter feed, because I mean, how can we miss that? Last year, I feel like I shared that pretty nonstop. This year I haven't had a chance because I was just going from one to the other, to the other, to the other, to the other. But if we look up that hashtag Global Maker Day, and we look and see what has been designed and created, and just all day long, 20-story cup tower. Pretty awesome. Gonna have to like and retweet that. And we can see all of these things happening here. Curation, Katie has been curating all day long, lots of different resources. The organizing team has just been in behind the scenes. Mary Alice has been running Global Maker Day most of the day because it's just so hard to keep up. But oh, look at all these creations. We're certainly going to go back and share all of this stuff. Thank you, Rachel, for sharing out that link so that people can get in contact with you and have access to the resources you shared. And look at these students, just a huge stream of makers. I mean, when you look back and we look at what has happened all day long, and I wish I could tell you, look, that's how we feel right now, for sure. We made it, we're here. Look at all of these things the students are creating, designing, building, innovating, preparing. I mean, just all day. I mean, I can go through this stream and we can go until, I don't know, probably 7 or 8 or 9 p.m. And that would be a really boring end of Global Maker Day. So I'm not going to do that, but I'm just going to say That's great. So there we go. There's our porta potty right there.
Yes.
I love it. So just lots of innovation happening, and no doubt these students took this and they ran with it, and they were excited about the opportunity. All right, I'm just gonna also finish out, and I'll stop screen sharing here. Some of our stats for the rest of the day. So if we're looking at Global Maker Day, this registration, I think, speaks volumes as to, you know, where teachers are at, what they're excited about learning. We've had 940 classrooms register throughout the event, which is phenomenal. We had 42 countries represented in that registration just this year alone, and 45 different states, US states, that were represented in that. We had a lot of different topics that were requested, and I have a graphic out there showing kind of all the different topics and how they really were reflective of what these sessions look like. We listened to your input, we listened to what you were excited about, and these sessions certainly highlighted those main areas of interest. One thing that we did quite differently this year is that we were actually asking how many students were being represented in that registration. So oftentimes we think that one classroom might represent, I don't know, 10, maybe 5, maybe 30 kids. So it really depends on that teacher and how many were reflected. And I'm excited to say that we had 79,710 students represented in this registration, which has certainly blown our minds. I am just, blown our minds. This is like hard to comprehend. 79,000 students across the world that have been a part of Global Maker Day, because we don't see it all on social media. Not every kid has a social media account. So they depend and rely on their teachers to be able to post what they're doing. And that might be one teacher posting for, 500 kids that day. So to be able to see that those numbers really amount to students across the world is so beneficial for us. We were able to really look back and say, wow, this is just, wow. We're really excited, really thankful that and honored that you joined us today for Global Maker Day. And I'm going to just conclude with my favorite moment from today. And that was kind of surprising because I didn't expect to be so emotional about it. But when Deaf Kids Code came in and shared, one little girl came up and she just signed her name and her just glow and her smile, and to see their projects and the things that they created. We have been wanting this for many years, actually. Even before Global Maker Day and running some other global events, I've always wanted and hoped for this. And I'm so very thankful to Shireen and to Mary Alice for making this connection. It was so inspiring to see that our makers are all different and beautiful. And we are so thankful to be part of that journey with them. And we really hope to continue on the road of making sure our events are accessible for all. And that is certainly our goal. And we hope that that will be inspiring to you, inspiring to your students. And we would love to see that they can actually bridge those gaps even deeper for us in future years. So we would love to have you all participate in Global Maker Day next year. We're looking in October, of course, again. And I cannot let out a secret yet, but you will not believe where we're hosting Global Maker Day next year. You will not believe it. We cannot believe it. We can't let out the cat out of the bag yet, but I promise you, you are going to be in shock. And just as much as we are thrilled for next year, and we're already in works for another amazing day of making. And we hope this day continues for you for years to come and changes the dynamic of your classroom. So thank you guys again. Thank you from the organizing team and host school. And we're super excited you joined us. Bye-bye.